Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got three things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes. Hold on, you're ready. So we gotta move to the front.
Not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want them. I work super hard to get them, and they're really special to me. So I'll keep them.
You don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share your
Not fair.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my bridge. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds earlier.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
No. Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. No, I mean, everyone pays.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, I mean, that would be like some crazy crime. Some act of, I don't even know, terror, I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
Just found in my house. That's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He's not been transparent. I mean, there may be...
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
The White House has provided...
You can make announcements, and you also did admit that he actually...
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, like I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, right. I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
free fries when you get vaccinated? I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get this? These delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this? Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? No. This can be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. Right. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan hour.
Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They're going through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. You message one other guy ever again whether we're together or not. Get understand me.
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to
arguing with them. Hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's going to stop the fires? Who's going to stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire. And so I guess I lost that argument. My bad.
I'm going to be real with you guys. I'm going to go off again. Shut up about the sanitized links. Just be quiet. You get what you get, all right? If you want to if you have problems, then fucking go to my YouTube channel directly. I'm not fucking making sure I have sanitized links. If anyone wants a sanitized link from me, here's the rule, okay? I want evidence and proof that you're using a VPN, number one, and not a free VPN service, but a reputable VPN service, okay? I want that. Number two, I want proof that you don't have Wi-Fi in your house. Number three, I want to make sure that you're using all of the things that you care about data-wise on a different computer. Okay? Number four, I want proof that you keep all of your personal files and photos on an air-gapped machine. I want a machine connected to the internet that you're keeping photos of your kids on and shit. Number five, you better not have cell phone apps. Number six, you better be on you better have some other severe security measures that I don't even fucking know about. You show me all that shit, I'll start being like, fuck, this guy really cares about privacy. I'm going to make sure for that guy, he gets a sanitized link. But until that's the case, you've got like 300 fucking apps listening to everything that you say via your cell phone fucking microphone so that it can sell you big dick pills. Just stop. The privacy war is fucking over, all right? Edward Snowden tried to fight that, and that dude's still in Russia, and nobody went to jail. Okay? They are tracking everything. They make those? I never said they work. Immediately. Great minds. Great minds. But yeah. You guys ready for a late night stream? I felt fucking weird. It was like 7 o'clock and I was hopping in the shower. I was like, this is different. Some of you have seen this presentation before. But I'm not worried about it because I had 11 viewers when I did this presentation. And there's 22 of you in here right now. All right, so, and we just started. Some of you have seen this presentation, and it went nowhere. And it kind of killed my vibe and my motivation to, like, go on to the heroes of capitalism. But then Rob Noerr reached out. Yeah, my numbers jump up and down because a lot of you guys are using ad blockers, and you get hit with an ad, and then, like, you drop from the fucking YouTube viewership for, like, a half hour before, like, you refresh or something, and then it comes back. Like, I have more... it's one of the reasons why I've tried to figure out why my numbers versus my chat engagement make no sense. I think I just have the highest percentage of people using Brave out of anybody. Ayn Rand, Ayn Rand is not... She doesn't make sense for this series. Like, I'm not doing an Ayn Rand as a hero of capitalism. Like, yeah, sure, Ayn Rand is a hero of capitalism. Like, Friedrich Hayek is a hero. You know, Mises is a hero. Rothbard is a hero. But I'm not putting... that's not, like, what we're trying to do here. Like, I'm trying to do, like, titans of industry, people that have been lied about in history, et cetera, et cetera. I just have an active minority, like 3 people. I mean, so far, the chatters I've had is Shrek, Ad, Slinzer, Silver, Legends, Blaze, Little Bits, Mints, Sweet Bacon, Chris, Bandit, Null Paradigm. So out of my 22 viewers so far, 12 of them have been chatting in this fucking 13 minutes. Like, I mean, I do have active chatters, but some people just drop out of the fucking YouTube because they're worried about clean links and shit. It's fine. It's fine. I don't mind. Chat away, donate. It's fine. Oh, there's another one. You know what I mean? Like, we're at 13 out of 19 people have actively chatted. My chat engagement is insane. That, or most people are fucking botting. You know how they always give out these things and they're like, did you know that 80% of people aren't active chatters? And I believed that shit for a long time. And now I realize that's not true. Like 70% of these large accounts are fucking bots. That they're not active chatters because they're just view bots. It took me a long, long time to realize that, like, it's not true that an overwhelming majority of people watching your streams don't engage in chat at all. That's not true. That's a lie. That's a lie that everybody believes because people bot the fuck out of their accounts. All of them do. Yeah, bro, it's 80% lurkers, bro. It's like lurkers are definitely a phenomenon. But they're not 80%. I doubt they're even 50%. I think they're like 30, 40%. And, like, genuinely, those are people, like, you know, doing the dishes while they're listening to something. Or, yeah, driving, you know, it's another example. Like, there are definitely lurkers, and there are definitely people that don't engage, but they're not 80%. It's because so many of these accounts are botted the fuck. I do think you guys are chattier than the average stream, but even still, like, I look at Admiral Gibbs' stream. Admiral Gibbs will have 40, 50 viewers, and he'll have like 20, 30 chatters. He's not botting. And he's also not large enough to, like, get botted by other people. Meanwhile, Destiny will have like 100,000 fucking people, and he's like, someone else is botting me. I don't know what's happening. Someone's botting me. It's so weird. And it's like, clearly he's got like 1,000 people chatting. Is Gibbs anarcho-objectivist? No, Gibbs is a fucking Gen X right-wing dude. I think he's a millennial, but same. Yeah, he is a millennial. I think he's actually younger than me. Kick bots all their channels. Kick does. I mean, everybody bots their shit now. Hey, what's up, Grid? Yeah, I think Gibbs is younger than me. I think Gibbs is like 32 or something. I think he's just fat and he's lived hard, man. I mean, I'm also fat. I'm just a different type of fat. Rob Noerr be a good... Rob Noerr said that he really enjoyed presentations. And I did a McCarthy presentation before the fucking GOAT came in, Rageaholic, and made like his hour-long video. I did like a presentation on McCarthy. And Rob was like super in love with it. And I was like, well, I got one for you on the back burner. Also, the next one, if this does well and people want to do it, and I can get another audience for it, we're gonna do Howard Buffett. Howard Buffett is an unsung hero of capitalism for sure. How did I miss that presentation? This would have been like 2 years ago. There's a video on the channel about it though. I'm looking for it real quick. I think it was on Twitch. So I'm pretty sure I did it as a where the fuck is it? Why is there so much other stuff? I didn't realize how many times I've been on Rob Noerr's stream until now. It's like there's a lot of videos of me and him. It's just because it's been years, you know what I mean? Random debate here, random thing there, election coverage, talking about US aid. Where is it? Fabian Liberty. Is this the one with McCarthy? No, this is not the McCarthy one. Do I have to go to my channel to find it because it's not in the YouTube algorithm? Yeah, it's not in YouTube. I got to go to my channel. Hold on. It's one of those ones that's unsearchable, which is basically all of my fucking videos. It's now not popping up. Why is the Rob Noerr one not popping up? It must have gotten taken down or something without me knowing. Interesting. I'll have to look for it later. It might be on Rob Noerr's channel too. I don't know. Will you be debating Rob? No, I'm not debating Rob. What the fuck? Yeah, I don't know why I can't find it. You can find the original presentation, and then I redid it for Rob Noerr. And the one with Rob Noerr is better because it's longer and there's more questions, there's more discussion. Do Philip A. Patton Jr. one day? There's some people, there's a method to the madness, but I appreciate any DMs on either Twitter or Discord to be like, hey, I think this would be a good one. But they're all, the ones that I'm trying to do are heroes of capital. So I'm looking for titans of industry, titans of commerce, robber barons, Gilded Age people, and how, the left has completely lied about them. Dude, George Soros, he's not a hero of capitalism. The fuck out of here. Is Gibbs secretly Peacecraft? No, I know who Peacecraft is. Peacecraft. I have Peacecraft's name, and I know it's not Gibbs. I'll just say that. I'm not gonna dox anybody. You know what I mean? But I have not met Peacecraft, but I've gotten his information. Because Peacecraft is too fucking stupid to pay for fucking donations via PayPal without making sure that his data isn't shown. So I know where he is and what his full name is. But I'm not gonna dox him. But I can say that it's not Admiral Gibbs. I'm not going to give any information. I'm going to give zero information on Peacecraft. As much as I sometimes hate Peacecraft, I love Peacecraft. You're not getting a fucking. You're going to have to torture me. If you torture me, I'll give you information. Peacecraft's name is Jared Taylor. That's funny. Who knew Peacecraft was Japanese? I had no idea that he was a Japanese man. Because to visit the nation of Japan. Jared Taylor Gunn is his real name. Oh, fuck, man. What if there's like an isekai world out there somewhere? And unbeknownst to us, Jared Taylor has been truck cunning people that are ethnically don't deserve to be in Japan. And fucking and you end up getting fucking sent to the afterlife and reincarnated, and it's just fucking blacks and Indians and Vietnamese people that were killed by Jared Taylor in Japan to make Japan clean. I think I found it. Is it the 4-hour one with Rob from 3 years ago? If it's got Rob, then yeah, you found it. If it doesn't have Rob, then you didn't find it. At 0.95 times speed is fucking diabolical, because it's just slow enough to sound god awful. Torture me with audio issues complaints? Yeah. Sounds about right. All right, so quick question to start off stream. Now that we're on topics. What the fuck is going on? Right, like we're moving boats near Venezuela. There's a plan that leaks from the Trump administration on how to turn Gaza into a strip mall. Donald Trump seems to be having strokes, and they're hiding it from all of us. And Germany is just executing politicians that are too right-wing. Now, some of those things may be false. We'll get into them. But, I mean, I'm just like, what is happening? And UK is on fire? UK is always on fire these days. Too much Diet Coke and Big Mac for Trump? I guess. I mean, there's a bunch of reports that he's just constantly talking about heaven. Also, if JD Vance kills Trump with his presence, after doing that to the Pope, like, we need to pay attention to JD Vance. Australia's on fire. Does anybody pay attention to what happens in Australia? JD Vance is going to become the Pope, President, and Secretary General? Yeah. You do? Okay, well, you must be from Australia. Yeah, I saw that they had an anti-immigration protest. I just didn't see anything other than that because, like, it's Australia. You know what I mean? Like, it's JD has Death Note. Clearly. JD Vance changed his name 3 times. Is that so that nobody can use the Death Note against him? I mean, like, it's in his book, in Hillbilly Elegy, why he changed his name. He's going after David Green now? James Lindsay is the type of enemy you dream about having, the intellectual version of Wile E. Coyote. What the fuck? What? What is happening? James Lindsay exposes it all. Communism, globalism, or corporatism are all just fronts to advance the real agenda. Distributism. Oh God. I think David, I just did a cursory search and it looks more like David Green is going after James Lindsay. We're going to watch the latest Sabrina Carpenter music video. No, I'm good. I did a couple just for the shits and giggles, but I'm not going to make this a fucking music reaction channel. And if I am, it's certainly not going to be the fucking Sabrina Carpenter. Every time somebody like talks about Sabrina Carpenter and like her as like a feminist icon, all I can think about is her cozying up and cuddling up to Central C when he whipped out his fucking Nintendo Switch or whatever, or Nintendo DS at like some event. And then she was just like all about him. It's so obvious. She was just like dripping with envy for this dude. And it was like, this is like a cheating gangster rapper piece of shit. It's like, I just think it's so funny that they're just like feminist icon and we're strong. Meanwhile, the men who get me, like who clearly get me wet are fucking gangster rapping, drug dealing pieces of shit. It's just like, you're full of shit. You're full of it. Like everything you say is nonsense, performative bullshit that your fucking manager wanted you to do. Like you don't have any fucking original ideas. Go away. Did I have tea today? I'm drinking yerba mate right now. And coffee. Cold brew that I made myself. And kombucha. I need a minimum of 3 drinks in order for a stream to be successful, boys. You know shit's going to be good when there's multiple drinks. And just to piss off all the health nuts, as I'm drinking my own cold brew coffee with Chobani, just a teeny bit of Chobani in it, and a fucking yerba mate and kombucha, all the shit the healthy people drink. No water. We don't need water in here, boys. Add soy milk? It's soy juice, okay? There's no soy tit. You need to get boba into the mix? I don't drink that diabetes fucking pill bullshit. Hold on, where is it? Hold on. I'm gonna find it real quick. There you go. We can this is how I feel about boba tea, all right?
Hi. One herbal tea, please.
Which flavor?
Jasmine?
Sorry, I meant for the boba.
The little spheres of tapioca and sugar?
The tea comes with boba.
Well, it doesn't, because I see the tea right there and I see the boba over there. So why don't we just not combine them? Yeah?
Yeah, all right. I'm not going to play the whole clip because I'll probably get copyrighted and have my stream taken down, but that's how I feel about fucking boba. All right, boys, that's 100% how I feel about it. It's just sugary crap that makes the tea worse. Ginger ale is best soda? Yeah. I have an Olipop ginger ale from time to time, but if I'm drinking a drink, it's usually just like kombucha or yerba mate. Isn't water that drink that Asmongold recoils in disgust from? It wouldn't surprise me. I don't watch enough Asmongold to know how he feels about water, but that sounds on brand. How is it that you get copyrighted, but Hassan basically watches movies while absent? 2 things. Number 1, Hassan streams on Twitch, and Twitch is a lot better about copyright striking mid-stream. It's pretty rare they take down a stream midstream unless you're about to get banned because you're doing some craziness. That's number 1. Number 2, Hassan makes Twitch a retarded amount of money, and he has the right politics. So there you go. I wonder if Scott has watched Idiocracy. I mean, there's no way he didn't, right? My favorite factoid about Idiocracy is that the costume designer was looking for shoes to wear on the costumes, and she found a pair of shoes and was like, these shoes are so retarded they'll never become popular. This will clearly be a great thing to have as part of the costume design in my movie, because no one would be dumb enough to wear these ugly, dysfunctional shoes. So she put Crocs all in the fucking movie, knowing that they would never get popular, and then they got super popular. And it's like, oh fuck. He has to chase it. I mean, it's funny, but
it's better. Wow. Who the fuck drinks this shit? Yeah, I just Okay. All right, we're gonna water the first one, okay, guys? Alrighty.
I don't know if it's a camera trick, but you know what genuinely shocks me is how clean Asmongold's teeth are. Cause he's got like roaches in his house. He's got dead creatures in the attic. He showers like once every 2 days, if that. He leaves soda and A1 bottles and everything like everywhere, right? But he has very clean teeth. His hair is matted and greasy. Like, dentist money? Yeah, I guess.
And there we go.
The white is due to the plot.
I think that's way enough. Maybe a little bit more? Okay, that's plenty. That's plenty. That's too much? No, it didn't drown the plant, man.
He's just drinking it to give it to his plant. That's funny. But yeah, it is shocking that his teeth aren't like falling out. But I guess, yeah, if you have dentist money, that makes sense. And normies go to him for politics. It is funny. I can drink A1 sauce, but put on good steaks? No, dude, A1 sauce sucks. Like, also, let's look at the ingredients for A1 sauce. I'm just curious. It's gotta be fucking horrible. There's no way. I don't want the homemade shit. I want the original. Here we go. HEB. HEB got the ingredients? Let's see. It's got to be dog shit. Let's see. Tomato puree. That's fine. Water, tomato paste. Vinegar. Corn syrup. Gross. Also, you already have xanthan gum. So it's not like the corn syrup is there to fucking... as a thickening agent. It's just there to give it flavor. Corn syrup flavor. Get the fuck out of here. Salt, raisin paste, crushed orange puree, spices. Contains celery. By the way, spices is awesome when you have a fucking allium allergy, even though there's already garlic in it. But spices is great because you never know what the fuck is in it. Dried onion, dried garlic, caramel color. Caramel color is like unnecessary, but people want it. Potassium sorbate's fine. So I mean, like, honestly, it's better than I thought it would be. But corn syrup is still fucking not good for you, and it's there for the flavor. Just put a little fucking sugar in it. Like, you already have xanthan gum. Plastic shards count as a spice. Yeah, I know, but it's not high fructose corn syrup. It's just corn syrup, corn syrup is usually used as like a thickening agent, and a sweetener. But it's like, if you have xanthan gum in it, you don't need the fucking thickener. Like, it's just there because you're too fucking cheap to put sugar in it. And honestly, that sauce probably should use brown sugar. And also, you don't need the xanthan gum. Not really. You could just cook it down until it thickens. Maybe a little starchy water of some type. if you want to make your own. Fucking Americans adding sugar on steaks. What the fuck is wrong with you? It's not me. I'm not adding sugar on the steak. I drink fucking, my yerba mate has, 29 grams of carbs is a lot. Actually, now that I'm looking at it. Right? I have some of these sometimes. This is my fucking sweet treat because it's the one with honey in it. Right? Filtered water, organic cane sugar, and then yerba mate extract, yerba mate and peppermint. Oh no, and then it's also got organic honey. Organic is such a fucking bullshit term anyways. But whatever. It's all right. How much sugar's in my kombucha? Another 19 carbs. So we're fucking rocking. Whew, we're rocking like 48 carbs. That's actually a lot of sugar now that I think about it. I should probably cut back on that, but not tonight. Not if you run for exercise, you need the carbs, Scott. Anybody who runs for exercise, fuck those people. Of all the forms of exercise, running is the worst. Like if you're like, I'm a runner, I hate you. I don't like you. You're one step above cyclist. Okay, you're just slightly better than a cyclist. Cycling's better for you, but we all know that bicyclists on the road, fuck them. I hope they all get hit by cars. It's just super high impact for no fucking reason. It's like, yeah, sure. I mean, I'm glad you run. I'm glad you do something. If that's the thing, like if you get in the zone and you're listening to your music and that's the thing and that's what keeps you healthy, then like, like whatever, you're fine. Right? But like people that like try and preach running as a religion, especially like ex-heroin addicts or some shit that then got into running and now that's like their thing, fuck those people. Okay? Like if running is your thing and you want to preach about the health benefits of running, dude, there's like a million different aerobic exercises, not including all the anaerobic shit of like lifting weights and shit. But if we're just going purely off of aerobic, you can swim, you can cycle, you can fucking, like there's a lot of shit you can do that's aerobic that doesn't require you just slamming your spine and knee into the ground. You can row, you know what I mean? Like there's a ton of different things that you can do to get aerobic exercising that does, I said it right before you, Matt, gentlemen, that like doesn't require you to fucking fuck up your joints. Mountain climbers are the wildest to me, man. When you say mountain climbers, do you mean this might be a language or a regional thing? Because mountain climbers are just like hikers where I'm from. But I'm assuming when you say mountain climbers, you mean like rock climbers. You mean like people that like put spikes and like climb up. Okay, yeah. That shit's crazy. I'm afraid of heights. I'm 6'5" and afraid of heights, y'all. You have any idea how hard it was for me to get through basic training when I had to do like Jacob's ladder and like rappel? Running is convenient. All you need is shoes though to get started. But then the runners have the little armband and they have the little fucking ring to track their fucking heartbeat and their steps. And then they have the little runner's gel packs. And then they got to get nice running shoes. They can't have regular running shoes. And then they got to get the outfit. And then they got to get the headphones that work. Running becomes an expensive hobby very quickly. You're not wrong that like technically all you need is shoes. But like it gets crazy very quickly. My ex was a runner when I met her. And then she got fat, so maybe fucking running isn't that bad. Now that I think about it, if she'd have kept running, maybe we'd still be together. Don't forget the nipple tape to prevent runners 11. I had to use nipple tape for when I was in the Army. Can't use the gels. Interestingly enough, boys, the gels, cool little tidbit, fucking phenomenal for childbirth. Like if you're going to do a natural childbirth, so you're not like, and when I say natural, like you can still be in a hospital, but like if you're going to have like a doula there and you're like going to avoid getting like an epidural and like you want to like use like the helium gas or whatever, like so you can still, so your stomach is still working. Fucking the little gel that they sell for runners is a great way to get a ton of electrolytes and like, you know, other and sugar into your body. When you can't really eat. You're in the bathtub and everything. I'm not saying you got to do a home birth or like a birth at a birthing center, but like if you're not getting an epidural, right? So you can eat. Like a natural childbirth just means that you're not being like paralyzed. Just row and drum. All right. That sounds like a very stoner dream. All right, boys, let's get into some content. A couple things I wanted to go over. Let me see. I have my stuff semi-organized. Yeah, I talked about this, but like, what the fuck? Like, what are we doing? Why is the president, I mean, assuming the president's running anything at this point, why are we just blowing up ships because they have some presumed terrorists on them? When did this just become like based? Like, what the fuck? I mean, for those that don't know, like, the U.S. military just decided we were going to start destroying Venezuelan drug boats. Not in our waters, by the way. In international waters, the U.S. military just decided we're going to start blowing up fucking drug traffickers' boats. I mean, what the fuck? Like, oh, you're a drug dealer? You get bombed now. And everyone's just like, hell yeah, brother. Am I crazy? Am I crazy for thinking this is crazy? Am I the psycho for thinking that, like, maybe we shouldn't just start bombing random like, this isn't a fucking presidential power that is... When did the president have the power to just bomb random people? I mean, fuck. They've had that power for a long time. But this is an escalation of that power, is it not? I don't know if this is even a presidential order. I mean, the buck stops here kind of shit, right? Like, it might not be a presidential order, but, like, if it is, and, like, somebody needs to go to jail for this. Like, I don't care that they're presumed to be Tren de Agua. Like, yeah, fuck Tren de Agua. Oh, hold on. I just realized why my lighting is fucked up. I left one of my lights on the red light. There we go. William Spaniel had a decent take on it. People keep mentioning these people that I have no idea who they are. Who's William Spaniel? Allegedly, Congress signed off on this? When? When did Congress sign off on extrajudiciary murder of randos and boats? Also, look at that boat. Like, the Coast Guard could have just showed up on them. And if they fire on us, then yeah, sure. You know what I mean? Light the fuckers up. I mean, that's cool. Now I have a title for the person I don't know, but I mean, I'm not trying to be a dick. I just don't know who they are. Not even a warning. They weren't in our waters, Mince. Like, they're heading to our waters, but they're not even in our, they're not in U.S. territory. Yeah, it is great to see you, Bandit. I haven't seen you in a long time. I mean, I see you pop in every now and then, but I mean, like, it's been a while since the days of me being on Twitch and, you know, like, random late night chill streams. This is a bit of a late night chill stream, to be fair. I just kind of wanted to throw that out there. You know, it was just a little bit, just in case you need a reason to hate Trump more. I've got more things for you. Here you go, boys. Everyone's simping for Trump, but here we have it. And yes, I verified this with other with other sources. Nevertheless, they're bringing in new hires and they're rehiring people at the IRS. Remember when the External Revenue Service was going to totally phase out the IRS because we don't need it anymore? Yeah, no, boys. All you people that voted for Trump, you voted for the largest tax increase in like the last 50 years. Congratulations. You voted for the biggest socialist ever. It's not cutting taxes in terms of, oh, yay, we got a fucking no tax on tips. You know who that affects? That affects people that are waiting tables at restaurants where the prices have gone up twice as much and the clientele has gone down a bunch. So they're making a bunch less money anyways because nobody's going out to eat because the food's too expensive. And then it affects me because apparently your donations and your tips are considered not taxable as a tax on tip situation. So, like, share, subscribe. We do have the goal, Pennies for Capitalism, trying to get $50 every stream. And if you donate to me, apparently I'm not going to have to pay taxes on that. YouTube's still going to get 30% of their cut. But if you super chat, boys, that money is going to go after taxes. I'm going to get a bunch of that fucking money back next tax season. So let's go, all right? More of that money is going in my pocket and not going into the U.S. government's pocket. So go ahead and fuck it. They get 30%? Yeah, YouTube takes 30% of super chats. They take like, I get like a smaller percentage of YouTube Premium. I get like something like 30% or something, or it's like 60% or something like that. Same thing with memberships. They take 30%. I get 70% before taxes are paid. And, but there's direct donation links down below. It just doesn't go towards the goal because the goal is set up with YouTube's API and it's like a separate donation thing and it doesn't fucking work. But you can do direct donations and you can do text to speech with the links in chat or in the video description. So go ahead, boys. If you've got it cash like that, I know some of y'all just got paid. It's the 3rd of the month. All right. I know you're holding out on me. I am going to bully you this time, but it's okay if you can't pay. If you want to help the stream, the best thing that you could do if you can't pay money is make sure you like, share, subscribe, click the notification bell. All that shit is kind of useless, but it helps a little bit. Join the Discord and go to click the scissors button and do the stream clips. And when you find those stream clips, okay, you can post those stream clips into, thank you, by the way, 1 second. You can post those stream clips into the Discord. And so if you find something funny, then I can turn it into like a YouTube short or something if it's funny or insightful or based or angry, whatever it is. Thank you, Nico. I appreciate it. Right? And like that's free. It just takes some of your time and you can like make a clip. You very confused about how JCPenney is a hero? Well, then stick around in an hour and 9 minutes and I will explain exactly how JCPenney, better when you say his full name, James Cash Penney, is a fucking hero. A hero of capitalism. James Cash Penney is such a great fucking name. And if it does well and Rob Noerr's audience likes it, maybe we want to do another one, then I'll probably do Howard Buffett next, who is Warren Buffett's dad. Philanthropist, businessman, congressman, and one of the few congressmen to vote against World War II and vote against all tax increases. He was an early Austrian before the libertarian movement ever existed. He was an anti-war, anti-tax, limited regulation guy, and then his fucking piece of shit son became Warren Buffett. He's very much like a Thomas Massey, yeah. Is Klaus Schwab a hero of capitalism? No, he's more of a hero of corporatism. But yeah, so we got Donald Trump doing this. And then just last one in case, this is before Donald Trump totally didn't have a stroke and disappear and it's being covered up by the White House. Before any of that, just before he very clearly didn't have a stroke, and he doesn't have ischemic strokes, and we're not having a Biden 2.0 situation. Just before that totally didn't happen, this is what he said.
President Xi would like me to come to China. It's a very important relationship. As you know, we're taking a lot of money in from China because of the tariffs and different things, and it's a very important relationship. We're going to get along good with China. I hear so many stories about we're not going to allow their students. We're going to allow their students to come in. We're going to allow. It's very important. 600,000 students. It's very important. But we're going to get along with China.
Yeah, we're going to get along with China. 600,000 university students. We're going to double the amount of foreign national students from China into the United States and into American universities. But this is your base deport them, tough on China guy. Money for capitalism, screw the other systems? Hell yeah, Blasterbot. I am a full-blown capitalist. Tonight is about capitalism. We're going to have a wonderful time talking about it with Rob Noerr. I appreciate it so much. Let's go. Give me some hot young Asians. I'm cool with it only if it's 600,000 like expats. Like if it's 600K Chinese people that are like, dude, fuck China, then like, yeah, whatever, come on over. But if it's just a bunch of fucking Chinese people coming over here so they can steal whatever we're working on and then go back to China, like what the fuck is wrong with you? Are health concerns real or liberal gaslighting? Can you be more specific, Bandit? I will 100% answer your question. I don't know if it's just like you're just trolling and you're giving me $2, and hell yeah, I love $2. But like, let me know like exactly what you mean by that. What if it's black Asian chicks? Dude, there's not 600,000 black Asian chicks in China. Like, I'm going to look up the population of blacks in China. We're going to have Grok. Real quick, Grok. How many black women aged 18 to, we'll say, 28 are in China roughly? Total African population, 20,000 to 100,000, hosting the largest community. Calculation, total population in China, about 50,000, midpoint estimate. Proportion, yeah, so China has, obviously this is AI math, right? But given, we'll just assume it's roughly close. They're estimating somewhere between 3,000 to 4,000 black women aged 18 to 28 in China. Yeah, we're not getting hundreds of thousands of them. Does China even recognize dolphin law? Have you been seeing what they've been doing in the, quote, South China Sea? I think that tells you everything we need to know about how the Chinese fare on dolphin law. Pretty bad. Pretty bad on dolphin law, Chris. Sounds like a job for melanin injections. China's pretty bad on dolphin law, buddy. Dolphin fin soup? Yeah, right? All right, boys. It's that time of the stream. Everybody that is here, that's new here, you don't know what time of the stream it is, but it is that time of the stream. Let's go.
Yeah. Stupid ass bitch. This shit too easy, goddamn. Fuck England. And the queen can suck my dick. Fuck England. Fish and chips, 10 crumpets in my penis. That's a list of what you eat if you from England. So fuck England.
All right, boys, the showrunner, since when did we start doing this? Since I told you that we are going to be xenophobic to the Brits, because the Brits are going to flee their fucked up country. They're going to come over here. They're going to ask for citizenship. And then just like fucking Californians, they're going to vote for all the same shit that destroyed their fucking country. They're going to be like, why do we have so many guns everywhere? Why do you guys not have healthcare as a human right to everybody? Like, I understand that immigrants are a problem, but fuck the British. We need to be xenophobic to the British. We need to talk about how fucked up Britain is. We need to remind them that their shithole country that they fled from is exactly what it is, and we're not fucking letting them come over here unless they accept that. The IT Crowd creator Graham Linehan arrested by UK cops over anti-trans posts on X like a terrorist. The guy, the creator of the IT Crowd. I don't know if you guys have ever seen the IT Crowd. It's very British, but it's also very hilarious. Definitely check it out. He got off of a plane and they immediately arrested him. And I think he faces up to 2 years in jail. Irish comedy writer who was flying to Britain on an American Airlines flight from Arizona accused police of treating him like a terrorist when they detained him moments after stepping off the plane. Linehan, 57, who has become a strict critic of the transgender rights movement, said he was escorted to a private area where he was told he was under arrest for 3 tweets by officers of the Metropolitan Police. Quote, the moment I stepped off the plane, you get it. They treated him, they arrested the guy. Linehan reshared the 3 offending tweets posted on X in the space of 2 days in April this year. One, which showed a picture of trans rights rally with the caption, "A photo you can smell," was made on April 19th. Yeah, you need to go to jail if you dare say that a bunch of stinky-looking motherfuckers look like they stink. The next one, I hate them, misogynists and homophobes. Fuck them. The dude's a fucking 90s, like not even a 90s. He's like a fucking 2010 Democrat. On April 20th, he wrote, if a trans-identified male is in a female-only space, he is committing a violent, abusive act. Make a scene, call the cops, and if all else fails, punch him in the balls. That's the big offender. If a trans-identified male, so if a dude is in a female-only space, this is a problem. Make a scene. If they refuse to leave, call the cops. And if there's no other recourse because the cops won't get rid of this dude in a strict female-only space and a scene didn't matter, then fight back. That was a threat. So he needed to go to jail for that. Dude bitched out to such a degree that he went to the fucking hospital from stress, by the way. The arrest was made by officers from the MPS Aviation Unit. It's routine for officers policing airports to carry firearms. These were not drawn or used at any point during the arrest. How is that supposed to fucking make me feel better? Fuck England, boys. Fuck England. Fuck England. For the next portion of the Fuck England segment of the stream, schools in England have begun teaching their anti-misogyny lessons from today. A few thoughts on this and footage within the article. So here we have this is what they're teaching young boys in school to try and combat misogyny in school.
There's toxic masculinity and there's also toxic feminism.
So what would you say toxic feminism is?
Toxic feminism is probably a hate towards men and just believing they're all violent creatures.
Okay.
You take a man and then you say all men are this. It's silly. It's rubbish. You shouldn't do that.
I think it's quite unjust because they kind of, especially in media now, they're very much kind of like classing all men as this terrible thing.
Yeah.
And that people need to understand that that's a very small portion of people.
They were quite.
The dude is broken apart. It's like it's the first time he's ever heard this, and it's like, oh fuck, I almost happen to have some level of empathy for boys. What's wrong with me? We better play dark music on the evil things that these young boys are saying. I thought there was another video in here, but I must have missed it. Shall we begin again? But yeah, they're fucking, like, this movie, by the way, this film was made and designed to show in schools as part of this program. So that Netflix movie where they just made up a killer and then totally didn't model it after a black kid that murdered somebody and made it a white kid, they totally didn't do that because different murder, different. Where they wanted to paint the young white boy as a sociopath that had been, you know, that the internet had turned him into this evil incel, and that this entire culture is of the red pill is destroying, and we need to combat that in schools before they go on YouTube and learn anything. That was designed to be a part of this program. They're like the level of gaslighting that is occurring in young boys. And what's even crazier is there's so many politicians now are upset and concerned because boys have started to do slightly better in school. Not better than girls. They're still behind girls. But there was reports that boys had started making improvements in middle school and high school in their grades. And they said that this is a concern that women aren't getting enough attention. Despite the fact that boys in middle school and high school are still behind the girls, any improvement by the boys is proof of misogyny and proof of a problem and proof of oppression of women. Like, they're literally screaming victim, crying out victim, like, as they attack you. And it's kind of no wonder that, like, this entire nation is cucked. Fuck Britain. Fuck England. Now, damn, what happened to equality? Equality was always a ruse. It was always a ruse. It's a contradictory mythological belief that is used as a ruse to push oppression. Do not be afraid just of the person that says they demand equity. The true thing that you should be afraid of, the true contradiction, is the person that demands equality. Equality is a fucking myth. It is impossible. Equality of opportunity is a myth. You cannot give everyone the same equal opportunities. The only way that you can give equal opportunity... Hold on, let me pull something up. Where the fuck is the paint? I just want to pull up paint real quick. There we go. All right, so here's a fun little thing. We're gonna do. I apologize. I'm not one of these people that does this all the time. But here you go. I'm gonna pull a Thor, right? But I'm not Thor. Okay. So here we have. Equal. I can't do this. This is so hard. Equal opportunity. All right. And then here we have merit. Okay. And here we have property rights. Okay. There's an insert text tool. Whatever. Fuck off. I don't use paint. You get the point. Okay. Pick whatever you want and put it somewhere in the triangle. if you want purity of any of these things, you get none of the other two. That's how it actually works, okay? If you want pure equal opportunity, right? You want to hang out down here where everyone has equality of opportunity. Guess what? You can't have property rights or you can't have merit. That's it. You have to get rid of one of those. You can't have capitalism and equality of opportunity. It's not possible. How do you have property rights and equal opportunity? You can have one of these, but you will not get the other two if you have purity of the other. You can't have 100%, like, let me put it as like a percentage. You cannot have 100% merit and 100% private property rights. You can't have 100% equal opportunity and 100% property rights, or can't have all three of them all the way. You get what I'm saying? Like, if you have a pure meritocracy, right, then property rights have to be infringed in some regard, and or equality of opportunity has to be infringed in some regard. Because if you have a pure meritocracy, then you can't have any nepotism. You can't have any individual values of a person choosing to do with their property what they want to do. Because if they do that, that's going to get rid of equal opportunity, because other people don't have a rich cousin. Other people don't have a dad who's a billionaire, right? And at the same time, if you want pure property rights, you can't have a meritocracy. You can have a meritocratic system. You can have some level of merit in your system, but there's going to be nepotism. There's going to be people handing out shit. And so if you want pure equality of opportunity, what you're going to have to do is you're either going to have to get rid of people's property rights or you're going to have to get rid of meritocracy. You can't have all three. Like, if you have pure equal opportunity, then that means everybody has to have the same level of education. That means that everybody has to have the same everything. So you have to abolish private schools, because rich kids shouldn't be allowed to do that. You have to abolish, everyone has to be given the same diet, because if everyone's given the same, if people have different diets, then it's not equal opportunities. That some people are able to grow up on healthy brain, good food, but like these poor kids are eating Twinkies or things like you have to destroy property rights if you want equal opportunity. Or you can destroy merit. You can give everybody property rights and you can give everybody equal. Well, actually you can't, because property rights is a little different there. But even you get the point of the triangle. Like, a triangle is a simplification of like a more complex thing. The more we dig into it, the more this is going to kind of go away to a certain degree. Nevertheless, it's important to recognize that when somebody is saying, we want equal opportunity, we want equal opportunity, we want equal opportunity, or, we want a meritocracy, we want a meritocracy, we want a meritocracy, recognize that by itself requires a violation of your property rights. And every push towards more equal opportunity is invariably going to be a push that denies you the rights to do with your property as you see fit. But since we're on the fuck England, we're going to do a little special chunk of the segment today. And we're going to do a quick little shout out to fuck Germany. So I would like to update this just real quick. Is this Tommy Robinson's one? Yeah. I would like to update. It's no longer 6. It's now 7. That's how you damage merit. That it's not aggressive. That's a dumb way to define merit. Meritocracy is when the most efficient person for a job is chosen for the job. No. Germany not being gay. 7. Now 7. 7 AFD AFD candidates have died from totally natural causes in the last 2 weeks in the run-up to the elections in Germany. This is statistically impossible unless something happened unless there's some level of foul play. There's no fucking way 7 German politicians all die in a 2-week span leading up to the elections in Germany
and all of these politicians are AFD. These are the re-immigration people that they've been banning them from holding office. Like, I mean, one of them, for example, just to go back, see if I can find it real quick. Here we go. One of them, one AFD candidate was banned from taking political office despite the fact that he was winning in the polls because 3 reasons. Four reasons. These are the 4 reasons that they decided to take someone that was winning in the polls, and the government decided to disqualify them for being able to legally hold office right before the election so that the far left candidate can win. One was a photograph with a person that's supposedly a Nazi because they were at the same book fair. The second was in 2023, he had he believes in re-immigration. So it's against apparently it's against the Constitution is German court's finding. It's against the Constitution to get rid of migrants. That once migrants are here, you can't legally run for office if you want to get rid of them. Number 3 is comments he made in a magazine where he references Lord of the Rings and says, quote, obviously this is translated in English, but quote, Tolkien's entire work reflects a conservative mindset of particular value to contemporary conservatism. The protagonists fight for a greater cause than themselves, their homeland, the survival of their culture, a just order, the defense against a global threat. This, for whatever reason, being a fan of Tolkien and being a fan of conservatives fighting for higher values is a Nazi that's not allowed to run for office just a week and a half before the election he's about to win. So 7 have died and 1 has been removed, which is enough to now swing Germany's elections, according to the polls, over to the left-wing coalitions that have formed to try and stop AFD, because AFD is the most popular political party in Germany, and it's Nazi far-right because reasons, and therefore 7 of them are just going to drop dead like flies, and it's no problem. And what's even crazier about it is not a single solitary person from any of the 7 people's families have come forward to say that there's any foul play or anything going on. Which I know would make you go, well, clearly then they all died of natural causes. It's just a statistical anomaly. No, because if the government wasn't involved in any way and then their family member died a week before they were about to be elected, somebody in their family would pop out and be like, yo, what the fuck? I think you guys killed my dad, my uncle, my cousin. The fact that all of them have said zero about any of it on social media means that these people have been either locked out or they have been intimidated and threatened to not speak. The government has let them know that if you say the wrong things, you're going to jail or you might just be dead like your dad too. Like at this point, I'm sorry, I have to be very careful about what I say because I can't, there's certain things I can't say on YouTube. So I'll just say this. At what point do you realize that you're not voting your way out of this? When you're voting for candidates to get rid of migrants that have come en masse into your country to kill you every time you try and do a Christmas market or a Christmas parade and gang rape and groom your little girls in your country, and the government is covering it up and doing everything they can to hide it as they bring in more of this cheap labor that is designed to make corporations wealthy and designed to steal wealth from the lower and middle class. And then you fight and you protest, and now you vote for politicians that are going to change this. And then those politicians start dropping like flies weeks before they're about to win elections, and they just start dying left and right. And then the ones that don't die are deemed unconstitutional because the only thing that you can do if you're a politician is you must support bringing in millions of gang rapists and groomers to murder and kill and torture the young in your country. At what point do you realize this isn't being solved in the ballot box? Please be careful of what you type into chat. Please don't be offended if I delete your comment because it doesn't follow YouTube's TOS. How would you explain equity fallacy versus equality of law to a lefty? Why is the equality of law not contradictory and better than equity? Equality of law is there's no problem of equality of law. Maybe I'm missing something, but equality of law is exactly what we want. Equality is the myth. Equality between people is the myth. But the law should be applied evenly, and which would mean equally to all people, regardless of class or whatever. Now, if you really want to get into the nitty-gritty, we can talk about the fact that wealthy people will be able to commit crimes and then pay restitution in a way that poor people won't. And that's because society values those wealthy people more because they're more productive members of society. And therefore, poor people should be more harshly punished than the wealthy in terms of relative income because they haven't produced anything. So they don't fucking have anything. But the law is being applied equally. What's right, even in that instance, what's different is that the people are unequal. There is no equality amongst the people. I mean, I feel you. I'm trying to answer the question, right? Like the law should be equal. Germans aren't known for being weak and sickly. Well, we'll see. Because right now they're being pretty pussied about it. Yeah, but I mean, Are you asking me how to convince a leftist that's philosophically leftist how to adopt a perspective of equality under the law? Because I don't know that I have an answer for that.
Good afternoon.
So we have one more segment on fuck England. Now, I don't know what I'm about to watch. All I know is that Sargon of Akkad, Carl Benjamin, said that he's going to define, presumably there was like a segment of this that dealt with what is British. And like James Lindsay came out with a definition, and like Redheaded Libertarian came out with a definition. Now, I would say that most of these people are I would say, if I have to guess, Carl Benjamin's probably actually closer to right on this. But again, I haven't gone through it. I was planning on going through it on stream, but then I kind of got sucked into British shit and talked for too long. And now we only have 40 minutes, and we'll be lucky to get through this. So we'll go on. But if that is a part of this segment, from what I understand it is, I'll tell you that my definition of what is an American is a Bayesian inference, right? Redheaded Libertarian gave this thing where it's like an American is someone who is, adopts these American values. And it's like, that's part of it. Sure. Someone that rejects the American values of our founding fathers, leftists, for example, they are less American because they are against the American idea. They are against the spirit of the founding of this nation. But that's not all of it. Like, that's retarded, right? Like a South African that, well, maybe not do that because of Elon Musk, right? But a Chinese person that believes in the American values is not fucking American. Someone that's never been to America is not American. Being born in America doesn't magically make you American. A history of your lineage does. Okay? Being born here goes towards making you more American. But you're not automatically fucking American just because your parents popped you out, hopped a border and then popped you out across the other end of the border. What makes you American is being assimilated into our culture, a history of lineage here. It's not racial because we've been a multiracial society from our founding. We brought slaves over. We had Mexicans that immigrated, right? We had Native Americans. We had different types of Europeans. Yes, we started off as a predominantly white nation, but by 1776, we were a mostly white, multiracial society with ethnic and cultural ties all across Europe. And so the racial element doesn't really make you American, but the ethnic element does. The history of a lineage here. How long has your family been here? How well have you assimilated to the culture, both the good and the bad, is American? If you're somebody that was born here and your parents both immigrated here, and let's say both your parents are Polish, and then you grew up speaking Polish and like you have a Polish accent, despite the fact that you were born here, and your parents instantiated you as much as they could with, culture and traditions from the motherland, guess what? You're less American. I don't give a fuck that you were magically born on this soil. Yes, you are technically an American citizen, but I consider you less American than a fucking white retard in a trailer park whose parents and their parents and their parents have been here for generations and generations, that has adopted American culture and American values. Sorry, like you're just not as American as him. That doesn't necessarily mean you're lesser of a person. But this magic soil theory is fucking bullshit. And this being an American is that you adopt these values and ideas. No, that's an element of being American, but it's a terrible fucking definition. So Red-Headed Libertarian, as always, is retarded on these issues, but she's always retarded on issues. Unless it comes to fucking regurgitating something she read on Wikipedia about the Founding Fathers, because that's her fucking grift. But nevertheless, let's get into this. I am interested to see what this is about. People were like posting this in the Discord and stuff. I had Mark saved it in a little thing for me to watch later. So we're going to get into this and I'll just kind of react to it and we'll get as far as we get. And then after that, in about a half hour, we're gonna hop on the stream with Rob Noerr and we're gonna do the presentation on James Cash Penney.
Good afternoon, folks. Hope you're feeling all bright and breezy. Wish I'd gone to bed a bit earlier. Anyway, so it feels a bit trivial to say that everyone can feel the tension in the country at the moment. But I think that what I can feel is, though it takes a lot of time in this country, the wheel of history is slowly turning. And there's a growing understanding amongst the English people themselves that the British state has its face set against them. And I think this was most starkly revealed in the recent decision about the Bell Hotel in Epping. Now, for anyone not aware, the Bell Hotel had been contracted by the government to house illegal Channel crossers who broke into our country, and there have been 2 illegals staying at this hotel who have been charged with sexual assault, multiple times, in fact. The first one is Mohammed Shawak, a 32-year-old.
This whole story to me is fucking crazy because you have people there that are already here illegally, but then they're not illegal because they can just claim asylum and then they're good, which is fucking a distinction without a difference as far as I'm like, it's just a fucking, it's a corporatist socialist, just like loophole that they've created to import labor that is destroying the country, both economically and like culturally and from a crime position and deviancy position. Right. So it's just like, I don't care. Right. It's like the CPP fucking app people in America. It's like these Haitians came over here legally. Oh, what did they do? Well, they showed up at the border and then an NGO brought them into a facility and then they told them to download this app on a phone that the government paid for and gave them. And then they filled out a paperwork. It took them like 5 minutes and now they're not illegal. They're asylum seekers. And then we put 30,000 of them on buses and planes, and we brought them to a small town in Ohio because some of the manufacturing had been gone in Ohio. And so the best way to fix this company that is a desiccated corpse of the U.S. petrodollar and shipping manufacturing overseas that is now rotten from the fact that the entire manufacturing base of the United States has been destroyed because of all of the socialist policies that we've implemented and our fiat fucked up currency that we've created so that we can, spend more money on products from other countries and say that we're saving money because the labor there is cheaper, but we're not actually recognizing the calculation that it doesn't matter if the products are cheaper if the poor people have less jobs and they're getting paid less than they would be paid if they were made here. But somehow we're going to fix this with tariffs or some extra level of socialism and retard. And then we're just going to bring in 30,000 people, and the corporations are going to love it because they have access to new cheap labor instead of the local whites that want more money. And we're not going to give them any additional money or services. We're just going to have car insurance rates go up and a culture that is completely from a shithole, violent, fucked up country. These people are just going to assimilate because why wouldn't they? In this small town in Ohio, and everything's going to be great. But those guys are legal. They're legal asylum seekers because they got an app. And don't you worry, in 4 years, they'll be a citizen and they'll be voting.
Syrian national who was charged with 7 counts of assault, including a sexual assault, and Hadush Kibatu, a 41-year-old Ethiopian national who was charged with 3 sexual offences against a child. The presence of these predatory men within sight of a school naturally incensed the locals, and they've conducted a series of protests at the hotel. And this came to a head, and the local council...
Actually, you're a racist, evil piece of shit if you have anything to say about a hotel that is being paid for with your taxes to house illegal people that are running grooming gangs and fucking little girls, and then they're doing it right next to a school that they're at. Oh, and by the way, the NHS makes visits to the hotel to give these people health care quicker than you can get health care in your own country. But if you protest that, you're actually an evil Nazi, and then the cops will come and do something about it.
Applied for an injunction to remove the illegals and close the hotel. But it appears that this was accepted by the High Court but appealed against by Yvette Cooper's Home Office, explicitly on the...
Yeah, I actually want to tackle that. 4 years until they go to LA, then it's the next election. This, to me, is a red herring that I feel like the feds and the glowies push. And the reason I say this is a red herring is because what it does is it gets the right talking about how illegals are voting in elections. And this is one of those things where they have plausible deniability because there's probably not a lot of illegals voting in federal elections. They are voting in local elections because California allows them to vote in local elections. And I have a problem with that, and everyone else should too. But the problem is that the water, this type of argument often poisons the well because it gets a bunch of retarded MAGA people thinking that California is letting millions of people vote for president when, yeah, they have lax security, and I'm sure there is some voter fraud, but whether or not it's enough to really affect the difference is probably pretty low. And it's almost certainly low when it comes to like whether or not California turns red or blue. It maybe has made the difference in like one congressional race in California. Maybe. And that's a big if. And so, but what this allows them to do is it allows them to go, look at how the right wing are conspiracy theorists. Look at how they're crazy. Look at how we can easily debunk all their misinformation. And then what ends up not being talked about is the fact that these people are imported and then given a pathway to citizenship within 4 years. And then it's just a slightly longer game because all of these people end up becoming citizens that are legally allowed to vote. And so like that is a problem. House representatives are determined by census data, which can include illegal immigrants. Capital Science, you are talking to someone that was a quality control census field supervisor for the state of Virginia and northern Tennessee and Appalachia. So that included Appalachia as it pertains to West Virginia. I was in charge of quality control in the 3rd census, which is the main census operation. And then I was also in charge of quality control for the post-enumeration survey, so it's essentially quality control for quality control. I didn't do Newport News, Virginia Beach area, and I didn't do the DC, Northern Virginia area. I just did like Center, Richmond, all of the Western area, a little bit of Northern Tennessee, etc. You are preaching to the fucking choir. And one of the things that you were a public worker, it's really going to fuck you up when you realize that I was a healthcare specialist in the U.S. Army. Like, I'm old. All right. I was in the Army, and then I did that job, and then I went to grad school, and then I got divorced during COVID and got a little more radical, and then I fucking became a streamer with a lot of in-betweens. But anyways, yes, it's absolutely done that way. Not only that, there's a whole bunch of illegals that get counted whether or not they even exist. And there's a whole bunch of people in the country that do not get counted. So one of the things that happens is what they did to us during the census is when we did post-enumeration survey, we would find people lying all the time, activists and things like that had lied. And then because we weren't supposed to intimidate people, what we would do is we would go to big apartment complexes that had a whole bunch of illegal aliens in them. And then we would just ask how many people are living in the apartment complex. How many apartments do you have? And then we would just take the data of take that data. We wouldn't even actually look at that data. And it was very, very important that we made sure we counted every single one of those people. But you know who never got any extra attention that was very important? People living out in the country. The counties and towns and things that are way out in the middle of nowhere are always undercounted on the census, and the cities are always overcounted. And so sanctuary cities end up getting more population than they actually have, and rural areas end up getting less population than they actually have. On top of the fact that we're counting illegals. And the Biden administration came in and took our computers away. I had a computer because I was the supervisor, but all of the people working underneath me, they took their computers away when we were trying to face a deadline because we noticed that there was so many problems with the census under the Trump administration. And then what they did is they took our computers away so that we wouldn't find all these people that hadn't been counted in the census in the country and had been overcounted in the city. And then they made them fill out paperwork that I had to send them. I had to send them missions via FedEx. I had to send missions via FedEx. Then they would have 2 days to get them done. And if they couldn't get them done, I would have to call them and coordinate that they then FedEx those missions, those paperwork missions, to other employees. Then those employees would fill out that paperwork and then they would do it to me. And then I would have to manually enter it into the computer system. It was the post-enumeration survey was a shit show. And the Biden administration came in and intentionally did everything they could to try and showcase that to try and make sure that cities were overcounted and to make sure that we didn't have changing data and we didn't update data, because the post-enumeration survey is also supposed to update data, but a bunch of people left blue states and blue cities during COVID and went to red states and red cities. And so during our quality control, we're supposed to update that if those things have changed. And so they wanted to make sure that we were crippled so that we could barely do our job so that they could overcount in blue states. Because if we did a census properly today, all of the blue sanctuary city places would lose. And the reason they would lose is because a whole fuck ton of people moved out in 2022 and 2023 because of COVID and went to move in Texas and Florida and places like that. And they wanted to make sure that we didn't capture too much of that data. The Biden administration changed the fucking map. The census is a lot dirtier than you think, boys.
Grounds that the cases were, quote, not equal, and to ask the court to allow them to preference the rights of the illegals over the people of Epping. And this was, of course, widely interpreted as the state, frankly, declaring that the rights of the illegals are superior to the rights of the locals and their right to not have their children molested. Concurrent to all of this has been the very widespread Raise the Colours campaign, which I'm sure you've all seen as you drove here, which has been English people all across the country putting up the St George's Cross and the Union Jack in what I guess amounts to an act of defiance. And the reaction to this has actually been quite muted. It's been quite petty and very bureaucratic because the government isn't entirely sure what it means nor what they ought to do about this.
Sorry, I was listening, but I was also DMing Rob Noerr.
So they've kind of kicked it down to the local councils. You know, you go clean, you go.
I'm pretty sure if you share that with Trump, he'll listen. Yeah. Trump's fucking dying, and we all know it. And we're pretending like he isn't. Dude disappeared. He's got IV bruises on his fucking hand. Like they tried to show new pictures of him. I don't know if it's a body double or if it is him. But if it is him, he looks like he's dying, and his face shape has changed because portions of his face are drooping. He absolutely looks like he had an ischemic stroke. Like Trump's ego won't let him listen to things. They will if it. You just have to learn how to talk to Trump. You just have to go in and Trump and be like, the fucking Biden came in and tried to fucking, do this, and he tried to fuck over your legacy. And then he'll be like, fucking let's go, let's fix it. All you gotta do is make it about somebody attacking him because they can't deal with how awesome he is, and then he'll immediately listen, no matter how retarded it is.
Repaint the roundabouts if you like, take the flags down if you like. And so there have been a bit of a back and forth war with locals repainting the things, putting the flags back up. And while this goes on, we still get immigration figures in it. And so the government's still legally importing about 1 million foreigners a year, which of course is just continuing to contribute to the ethnic displacement of the English in England with no end in sight. So I think this campaign, the Raise the Flags campaign, is quite...
Yeah. Biden is 82 and Trump is almost 80.
Significant. And I think the Epping Hotel decision is also very significant. What the flag campaign represents is the first act of an emerging nativist political conscience. And I think it's using the flags as a statement of resistance to the multiculti British state. The pressure is building, and I think that people are rapidly coming to the conclusion.
Does he get to a point at all during this? He's just explaining that there's tensions and multicultural, this feels like a seminar for someone that hasn't followed politics at all in England, ever.
That if things carry on the way they've been going, we are looking at the death of England, and this will have been brought about by the British state itself. And so it's not uncommon now to hear dark mutterings about civil war.
Yeah, I'm going to speed this up because he's not saying anything interesting whatsoever.
People expressing a desire for a new Cromwell.
I mean, to be fair, I don't know the audience. Who is this to? This is, what is this? It doesn't say. Right, but, I don't know who the audience is. Maybe it's for a more general audience.
But of course, this doesn't really make that much sense. People aren't really sure what they mean when they say civil war. They just know that something must be done. Because by any traditional definition, it really just seems like it can't happen. There's a moral unity in the government, the state, and its ideological apparatuses. There isn't a party that's prepared to break away from the existing consensus, raise a banner and raise an army. So who exactly are we talking about being the opposite faction in it? And so maybe it's civil war against the Muslims is what people are thinking, but again, that's not...
If you keep concentrating Muslims into hotels and you keep concentrating them into small UK towns, you're you're going to get balkanization eventually. I don't know why, but my candle wick was starting to smell bad. You're going to get balkanization eventually, it's going to be bad. The next step is no-go zones for Muslims, right? The next step is sundown towns where Muslims and people are going to get the shit kicked out of them at night when no one's paying attention and dropped off at the border, and people are going to let it happen and no one is going to talk to the police because you're going to get self-segregation into small towns. And then when Muslims show up, what's going to happen is people are going to get killed. People are going to get lynched. People are going to get more likely, they're going to get the shit kicked out of them and then dropped off at the border and told you're not allowed to be here. And then what they're going to do is they're going to do everything they can to hide whatever information they have about it. And the local population isn't going to say shit. That's the next step in England. And you don't want that. They have balkanization in the sense that there are Muslim no-go zones protected by the state, but you don't have the opposite yet, and you're about to get the opposite. You're about to get the white reaction to that. People are going to pull up. People are already pulling out of London, right? London, there's something like 400 schools in the UK right now where less than 2% of the population is white. In England. Right? So you're already getting people that are moving and self-segregating. And so once that self-segregation, and there's something like 50 that don't, or there's not 50, it was I got to go look up the stat again, but it's in the double digits of schools that don't have a single white student. That's fucking insane in England. It is a country of white people. It's not like America where we imported fucking millions of blacks and then we imported a bunch of America's different. England should be 85, 90, 95% white, and it just isn't anymore. And so, but you're with those kinds of percentages, you're already seeing balkanization occur. You're just not seeing the violence occur from that, but you're going to start seeing it soon. You're going to start seeing Daily Mail X posts about some Muslim boy that got beaten half to death and the police don't know who did it. And then you're going to start seeing shit that like people are going to, it's going to get bad. That will justify the government crackdown by stormtroopers. It absolutely will. And then that reaction is just going to cause the equal and opposite reaction. That's going to be the beginning of real violence.
Actually very coherent, because, I mean, well, it wouldn't be a civil war by definition. It'd look more like an anti-colonial uprising. I think what people are actually trying to say when they say civil war is what they're trying to do is describe the general rift between the interests of the nation as a people and the interests of the state as an instrument of universal human rights. And I think more, it signifies the awareness that the English themselves have become, in effect, a stateless people and ought to try and regain some sovereignty. And moreover, I think that people are aware that the government's growing foreign plantations on our soil are getting away from their own control and from their own oversight. I mean, when was the last time you heard a politician talk about integration? That ship's clearly sailed. And occasionally, they'll try and fall back on the virtues of multiculturalism. But that's been admitted to be a failure more than a decade ago by Merkel and Cameron, and nobody wanted it anyway. And so the only avenue they've got left to flee down is a desperate appeal to the holy NHS and to invoke the mysticism of the GDP. But even then, the numbers are in, and these are against them. We've had millions of immigrants, we've got a flatlining economy, and the overall degradation of the country is just manifested all around us.
Yeah, but it doesn't fucking matter to the liberals because so many of them are brainwashed, number one. Some of them are breaking away. But even the ones that are breaking away are only breaking away on certain things. They still don't realize how brainwashed they are. Every I didn't leave the left left me. They're all fucking socialists. They're all center left people. They just stayed center left while the propaganda machine went crazier and crazier. Right? They're not with the right wing in any capacity. So there's that. But the thing is like you're already starting to see it where, you know, you're seeing in the U.S. what has started to occur which has been going on for a while in the U.K., which is their crime data is just wrong. Okay, they just make up shit. First they categorize Middle Easterners as as Asians, right? How is crime data categorized in the United States? Well, you're starting to see over and over again. I see these posts all the time where black people are like clearly black people, and it says their race and ethnicity is white. When you look at the public records. Okay, so all of a sudden the per capita rates are going down in the black community and they're going up in the white community, and I wonder why. Maybe it's because there's a certain percentage of biased people that are genuinely doing what they can to try and change the narrative by changing the data instead of trying to retell reality through a new lens. That's number one. Number two, what is white? Okay, when you look at crime data, sometimes, very clear to point this out, sometimes white is separated from Hispanic. But because Hispanic is an ethnicity and not a race, you have Hispanic other than white, and then you have white Hispanic. So you have a whole bunch of people like AOC, right, who like come from like mostly Spanish descent plus some other things from South American countries, and they're categorized as white in the crime data. Well, that's a fucking problem. It's not really that big of a deal, but it certainly tells a story that's different than what people think when they think white. They don't think fucking Mexicans. They don't think, like, they're not thinking of the distinction between like Zapatos and fucking like, you know, indigenous people. Okay. They're just thinking Hispanics as something other than white. Number three, you know what is always in the white data? MENA or MENA, Middle Eastern, North African. So when you look at the crime data and it looks at like this is the rates of, you know, pedophilia or this is the rates of violent crime, just know that everyone from the Middle East and everyone from North Africa, so Egyptians, Moroccans, Libyans, like all of these people are considered white in the crime data. And then some percentage of black people that just magically got called white are white. And then more often than not, they're mixing the data with Hispanics into the white data. And then you look at it and it's like, well, white people's, you know, and even with that, the black per capita crime rate is like astronomically high, orders of magnitude higher than the whites. But you're going to see those two things level out. You're going to see that become the same thing. You're already starting to see it with pedophilia rates, right? Like pedophilia rates are going up and up and up in the white crime data in America. Why? Because Middle Easterners and North African Muslims are fucking now considered white, and as we get more and more of them, those pedophiles keep showing up as white crime. Yes, whites also do this. Don't get it twisted. But yeah, I mean, like the GDP numbers are going to be fake. Look at inflation. Ask any fucking liberal, government-funded, university-funded, economic foundation-funded IMF person, and ask them what the inflation rate has been at grocery stores since COVID, since 2020. And they'll tell you it's like, oh, inflation's gone up like 30%. And then you go home, you go to your fucking Instacart, and you go, huh, interesting. When I look at my Instacart, I made the same order that I made 4 years ago. And for some reason, it's 250% more. For some reason, the beef that I'm buying, especially if you eat healthy, especially if you don't eat corpo slop full of poison. Dude, when I go to, like Mark and I, we go to Costco. We literally just shop for us. We go to Costco and then we go to the store across the street. We spend like $700-800 a month on groceries for just two dudes. And like, I know I'm fat, but I really don't eat that much. I don't eat $700 a month worth of groceries, food, but I eat healthy. And I'm still buying in bulk. Like getting like skirt steak, getting cheap cuts of meat at Costco is like $14 a pound. But guys, it's just a 30% inflation over the last 4 years. I know it's a lot, but don't worry. And that's if they're being generous. A lot of them will say, oh, it's been like 12, 13% inflation. They're just cooking up data at this point. They're just making up shit. The government is putting out false fucking data. And then I'm supposed to debate commies and socialists and liberals and, Republicans. And we're all supposed to use this government data as like evidence of what's going on in the economy. And it's just very clearly and obviously doesn't match reality. Anybody that tells you that like we've had less than 30% inflation on food goods in the last 4 years is just straight up full of shit. Where the fuck is this magic land where $200 worth of groceries in 2020 is now $260 of groceries in 2025? You're fucking lying. That's fucking, yeah, let's use 22%. Let's average CPI out, right? Now, obviously, consumer price index is going to be a market basket of goods. And yeah, TVs and electronic devices have gotten cheaper, right? Certain manufacturing items have gotten cheaper. Now, obviously, COVID did a number on some of those things, and tariffs are doing a thing. But let's set aside tariffs because that's a tax, right? And let's just assume that a lot of those manufactured goods that are day-to-day goods, basket of goods things, right? And that's why I'm using the term like 30% capital science. I'm not using the CPI number because the CPI number is going to include things like obviously, there's some argument that certain things have gone down in price and then most things have gone up. And one of the ones that's been a big one has been groceries. But if you're eating like pasture-raised eggs, like pasture-raised eggs are like almost $1 an egg for me. Yeah, sure, I could buy the Walmart eggs with a chicken that has like less bioavailability of nutrients, less protein. The color isn't right because they're not eating grass and bugs and shit. Like if you want to eat healthy, good eggs that are good for your cholesterol and then are bioavailable nutrients and give you the vitamins and give you the protein that you need, you got to buy pasture-raised eggs. And don't get it twisted. The pasture-raised eggs are more expensive, but if I was to to travel in time to 1980, the fucking eggs that were the cheap eggs would look like the pasture-raised eggs. So we're not even comparing apples to oranges because the quality of our food has gotten consistently worse over time. The ingredients have gotten consistently worse, and the prices have still gone up.
Being in such a beautiful room, you might not come to believe it. But then when you
I'm just ranting and we're not getting through this, but also it's been almost 6 minutes of just like kind of like yapping.
Go down the street to Birmingham. I went to McDonald's for breakfast this morning, and I saw a bunch of foreign homeless people just sleeping against the side of the church. Wonderful. Everything is too expensive. Taxes are through the roof, services are decaying, and anyone with means is fleeing the country before the grasping hands of the state can reach into their wallets and redistribute their earnings to the most recent arrivals.
I mean, to be fair, they keep calling for higher and higher inheritance tax and more taxes on billionaires. So of course the wealthy people are leaving.
When you look around, it's evident that the post-war liberal order has left England scarred, deformed, impoverished, and oppressed under the tyranny of human rights. Injustice is rampant across the land. And it seems to me that the time of the cosmopolitan...
Under the tyranny of human rights is a little wild. Like, I kind of get what he means, but you can't have this conversation without talking about denazification. Like, denazification is the cause of why Europe has fallen so much faster than the U.S. because they were more denazified. And denazification meant working with the Soviet Union to get more socialism into Europe post-war. Like, we worked with the Soviet Union and passed a lot of socialist reforms in the UK, in all of Europe. Like there's a reason that Europe went like extra socialist, and it's not just the Fabian Society. Like, a large part of it is that we specifically worked with the USSR to make sure that there was more socialism when we rebuilt Europe. And then Operation Paperclip.
Welfare and warfare state, as Marcuse would describe it, is actually coming to a close. Because with the expansion of the scope and powers of the state, we've seen a withering of its own enforcement arms. The police and the intelligence services can henpeck the English community into submission on an individual and day-by-day basis. But the fundamental logic of people paying for their own replacement is untenable, and the state is eminently conscious of its own manpower problem. Moreover, it just doesn't make any sense that communities with so little in common would want to have a shared but uneven commitment to providing resources to one another. The whole issue is actually ridiculous when you think about it, and I think it's probably inevitably going to come to an end. And I think the flag protest is the beginning of this process. I think that actually, despite all of his many bad predictions, Francis Fukuyama is right to invoke Plato's tripartite soul to try and explain all of this, because he correctly identifies that liberalism does satisfy two parts of...
Why is it not playing? Dude, I fucking fixed this. Where's the alert thing? Oh, fuck. Did I not fix this on the reaction portion? I just fixed it on the other one? Yeah, alert box. Monitor off. Oh, it's monitor off. Okay, did you guys hear it? I need to know, because my audio says monitor off. Did you guys hear it? And I just didn't hear it on my end? No, you didn't hear it? Okay. Let me write that down so I can try and get that fixed. I don't know what it's doing. It's got the same audio shit, but it's not showing up in, like, it shows up in my source settings, but it doesn't show up as an added source in the mixer. Even though it's not hidden here. Like, there's some setting somewhere that's stopping the text-to-speech from working. It must be a setting somewhere. Anyways, I'll read it out. It's pretty easy. The same lawmakers that want infinity boat people are the same owners of the hotels getting paid to house infinity 60 IQ boat people. And they can fuck off and not be affected by it. Find who owns the hotels. I mean, yes, but I think it's a little more complicated than that. But like, I don't disagree with you that the people that own the hotels are definitely fucking a part of this. But like, you don't necessarily need to own the hotels if you just want access to cheap labor, right? Like, if you just want access to cheap labor that you can consistently tax, that keeps the labor market suppressed, right? Because the more people I import, if I'm a corporate whatever, right, and I need a lot of labor for, like, a lot of low skill, low wage labor. If there's like, you know, let's say there's like 20 million working men in this country, and then I import 2 million working men into this country. Well, all of a sudden there's 2 million more people, you know, working, and all of these people are competing against like 2 million of the 20 million, right? Because what I've effectively done is I've effectively doubled the very low skill, low wage employees. And so that's the type of people I want in the country if I want to keep wages down. If I want to ensure that wages don't rise, because now I can double the amount of low skill, low wage people in the labor market. And so now, instead, when you go to apply to this company and they have like 100 job positions, they've got 300 people applying to them. And so they can just lower the wages and lower the wages. But if I get rid of all of those immigrants, they've only got like 150 people applying, and they got to sift through who's good and who's bad. And then all of a sudden they have to raise wages so that they can ensure that they get, so they can ensure they get more applicants so that they can get the people that they actually need. Or even worse, they might only have, if their wages are too low, they might only have like 80 applicants, but they have 100 jobs to fill. So they need to raise the wages to entice people that actually maybe have a little bit of an education or a little bit of skills or things like that, just so that they can get the jobs filled. So like, you're not wrong that the hotel people are definitely going to be lobbying for this and definitely want this shit. But it's the whole, it's every part of this, every corporation and business that depends on low skill, low wage labor loves fucking immigration. And then a lot of NGOs and things that make money on migrants. So politicians have a kid, and then that kid runs a housing NGO, and that housing NGO gets a fuck ton of government money that they blow through and only build like 20 houses, right? And then it's this constant money pool as they bring in more migrants. All of a sudden we have more needs for the migrants. All of a sudden more NGOs that get government money that are related to these people get more of that shit, and on and on and on. Still no Jew talk? Because the entire Jew thing is just stupid. You're a fucking idiot. Crossing the state border isn't bad. You don't punish people for crimes they might do in the future. That's a retarded take. It really is. It's just dumb. Like, it's like the conversation is obviously so much more nuanced in terms of forced integration and taxes that are being taken from people to import labor and things like these. Aren't natural migrants that are just like escaping a war that totally wasn't caused by us, by the way. Like, no, that's just silly. All right, let me cut this off. And then get rid of this. To keep the studio secure, the host asks that you connect with YouTube or Facebook. I guess connect with YouTube. Give me just a second, boys. We're just switching some things around. What in the hell? Oh my God, what is happening? Give me a second. I'm gonna go use the restroom. shit! What the fuck?
It sounds like it's over. It's not. Watch.
No, fucking no! Stop! What is happening? All right, I'm gonna mute this. This is too much.
All right,
All right,
Fabian.
all right, there we go. All right, hold on. All right.
Briefly.
You better have gotten paid for that because so far tonight, I've made $23 tonight. All right, I've been on for two. Blasterbot did this shit.
Yes.
You come into my chat and donate $10 to me, and then you switch over to his chat and you donate fucking $50 to rape my ears. You piece of shit.
Now listen. I'll explain to you what.
Also, he's got deep pockets apparently.
There's a lore. There's a lore behind all this. So here's what happens. Did you know there was a Rankin Bass Lord of the Rings movie in like the 70s? Rankin Bass is like the dude that did those old like stop motion doll Christmas movies, kind of like Rudolph. He didn't do Rudolph, but he did like.
I've seen the Hobbit cartoon, but I didn't know that.
Yes,
no.
that's it. The Hobbit cartoon, right?
Oh,
So
okay,
there's a
yeah.
song-
That's a great
there's
cartoon.
It's great. I've not
Going
seen-
down to Goblin Town, great song.
Yeah, okay. Well, the one is when they're marching, right? Where the goblins are marching and they're singing this song called Where There's a Whip, There's a Way. So I never heard this song. I see it like a month ago. And I'm like, oh, it'll be funny to like drum up donations. Like, come on, you bastards. Where there's a whip, there's a way, donations. Well, people started requesting the song like 100 times a night for me. So I was like, okay, $20 for a request. And one night, these prick audience members of mine, 73 times in a row, made me play that fucking song at $20 a donation. Now what they had me do was change the song into different versions. So as you can see here, we have the 8-bit version, which you just got, but there's
What the
reggae
fuck?
country. So we're waiting for you to come. All of them are basically a minute long. I'm like, please don't land on the 8-bit one because it's 4.5 fucking minutes. And then literally it lands on that. And
real quick, I apologize for his volume being low. I had it cut down because of that insane music. I apologize. I'm getting it back up.
I wasn't saying anything important anyways. So, but yeah, that's it. So my audience tortures me with that shit, and that's basically, and it's embarrassing that people come in at the exact wrong time like you did there. Anyways, done with now for the night until after you're gone tonight. So,
Yeah, we're doing
how's it
a
been?
late night stream, dude. Hell yeah.
Fuck
I was
yeah.
trying to find a stream we did, and I didn't realize how many streams we've done together.
It's
over
been
the
probably
years.
7, 8 would be my
well,
guess.
Plus, there's a couple of debate panels, right?
Well,
that we've
yeah,
been-
that's not
so like right. So when I searched both of us, I was like, oh shit, there's a lot there. You know, you're one of the few good ones, all right. And when good ones, I mean anybody that isn't libertarian, they're all bad, they're all evil, and then there's a couple of good ones, and you're one of the good ones. So I appreciate
thank
you.
Well, I need to bring like people like you and Casimir and someday get Liquid Zulu on because I'm inundated. I have two wolves in me. I have the libertarian adjacent wolf and I got the Christian nationalist wolf. And everybody I'm hanging around now is Christian nationalist. So it's important. It's important to go out of my
Did you
way
ever
and
see
remind
me-
myself.
Did you ever see
Yeah.
me debate Jim Bob on Christian nationalism?
No.
You should watch that. All right. A little bit of a spoiler. I fucking got his ass in the intro, and he didn't know what to do for the entire debate because instead of doing like the typical libertarian thing that he was ready for, I just talked about the killing of the last great king of Russia, about the last divine monarchy, and about the fact that only anarcho-capitalism allows Christian people to live in a Christian nation of their own choosing, and described how that monarchy would look and how socialism and this attempt to live with all these other people has ruined this. And like, dude, he fucking broke. He just like, that's a nice story you told. And then he was like, and I was like, okay, well, what's your definition of Christian nationalism? He's like, when people vote for Christians. I was like, oh, so that's what Christian nationalism is.
Greasy. libertarian. Damn.
Listen,
greasy?
listen to me.
You look showered to me.
No. Hey, listen, I am greasy. I'll tell you why I'm greasy. I have really bad dandruff. Okay, I have bad dandruff. It's something I struggle with. You know what I do? Because I'm not a fucking Asmongold piece of shit. Every time I shower, I use salicylic acid shampoo. I use a fucking scrub brush with silicone cone tips. I scrub the fuck out of it. And then I put tea tree oil in it to set it so that I don't get dandruff. So it gives it a little bit of a greasy look. Also, I'm about 13 rounded up % black. So it sounds like you're a racist piece of shit that doesn't care about my health issues, you monster. Oh, you're like muted or something. Uh-oh. Bro, I can't hear you. Hold on, I just switched audio devices on me. Give me a second. Go ahead.
Test.
Okay, the test is working on me, but for some reason it's switched audio device and I'm not hearing you. I'm going to quit and rejoin, but I'm not hearing you at all. And it seems the audio test works on it. I've had this happen with these before. Oh, fuck. It's a YouTube video link. 1 second, Nico. I promise I'll get to you. I just gotta go back to the link you sent me. Why does it keep doing this? Sonar, that's working. Camera. I want OBS. I want my Elgato.
Tonight, just to be clear. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
I've been having issues with other people on StreamYards every now and then. Like it's something that's been happening like the last month or so. Where like someone's audio will just cut out.
So sometimes I use StreamYard, right? I don't know if you do, but that's what I used to stream with. I joined like panels that were also using StreamYard, and it kept fucking bricking my computer.
Just me, Nico.
Like 3 times I debated this guy RTP on Sarah's channel, and it would both me and RTP would freeze up, and we both had to restart our computer. And I think it was because of StreamYard, but
yeah,
anyways,
StreamYard's been doing some weird shit. Right,
looks like we're not going to get our StreamYard sponsorship here. Talking shit. It's all right,
Dude,
StreamYard. We'll still take your money.
Hold on. I am a professional bridge burner. And I didn't realize that because because I was going at Connor because Connor is bought and paid for by Midas Touch, which is
I wanted to talk about that tonight.
It's a liberal organization that raised $4.7 million in 2020 to get rid of Donald Trump, and then they turned into Democracy Now as a PAC. Not to be confused with the other company that is Democracy Now, a different Democracy Now, Super PAC. And then they had this little branch off group, and I was just shitting on him, and I was exposing him for the lying, grifting piece of shit that he is. And then like he was coming at me on Twitter or whatever, a little bit back and forth about it. It was like, you've never, like you're just a nobody. You've never been tested.
I saw.
And then I was like, you know what, motherfucker? I called out Tom Woods, who's well respected in the libertarian movement, because he was 26 years old and groomed his 15-year-old first wife. And I had bridges burned. I got bridges burned where I couldn't get into the Geeks and Gamers group because I piss off some of the libertarian, that was there. I was like, I piss off Clint Russell and I piss off the LP because I challenged them on having a pedophile Scott Ritter to speak. And then I just started going through all of the times that I've like just burned bridges and opportunities because fuck you, I'm not working with groomers and pedophiles and commies. And like, I was like, wait a minute, I'd be more famous than you right now, motherfucker. If I was like because I'd already spoken to Ryan and several people, I was on my way to being like a part of Geeks and Gamers, almost certainly, very quickly. And then several other groups I could have been a part of, but I was like, nah, I'm speaking the truth. Fuck off.
Well, damn it. I wish I had that clip in front of me because I know that you have something to present to us tonight, which I'm very excited. We talked
I'm
about
excited
this
about it too. Yeah.
One of my favorite streams I ever did was I've been talking this up all week when I brought you on and like you went through I'm one of the, for being a pretty good debater, I'm so fucking ill-read. I am the definition of just a like living in the moment redneck, right? And so for someone who is as ill-read as me, the narrative that the average person gets on McCarthy is just like, oh, he's this piece of shit that was just super, like xenophobic and was going after opponents like in this shitty way. Turns out, no. Like 90% of what he was doing was spot on.
No, he's a fucking hero.
Yeah, and I never knew that until...
Rageaholic recently did a video on it, right? But this is before that, just so you guys know. But right, like because there was nobody that was really talking about this. I happened to do like 2 streams on it. But Rageaholic did a much better one. I just like to give credit where credit's due. Like as much as I would say, if you only have a limited time, go watch Rageaholic's one. Because he has done so much extensive research and work that's so much better than what I did. But yeah, it was a wonderful thing, and I like doing shit like that. I like doing, interviews. I like doing discussions. I like doing presentations that I research and things like that. But money and time and clout and entertainment is a game, especially when you're small. And so I just don't have a lot of time to devote to that. I mostly have to fucking try and get debates and get reaction channels out and things like that. And it's, if I was funded and like had a lot more money and time, dude, you'd see me pop out of the debate space. Like I'm fucking good. Like I might show up every now and then, but I'm doing interviews, I'm doing discussions, I'm doing like presentations. I'm a competent debater. I'm better than everybody on Twitch right now. But that's not saying anything.
Right. Well, for me, it's so I totally agree. Like Twitch debate is dead. For me, now I get paid by the Crucible and I stream full time. But being paid by the Crucible isn't what you think, right? Like I'm doing debate research prep, plus like I'm doing the shows, production work for shows and stuff like that behind the scenes. So next week I'm doing this extravaganza show. The whole point of the extravaganza show is like just joking around, right? It's not like what I like to do. Like I'm in my element. If I have free time, right, I like to go through like the Her report, right, and fucking a 400-page report and go through it. That's the sort of shit I like.
I don't do news, right? Like I do news a little bit, but because mine is a philosophy. Jesus fucking Christ, I can tell it's 10 o'clock at night. Philosophy channel. I don't do as much of that. So people will be like, I want you to go in depth on Ukraine. I'm like, that's not happening. Like I have some opinions, but like my time is spent listening to some person talk about this political philosophy or some historical event. I'm not fucking doing a deep dive on every update on Ukraine. I'll blow my fucking brains out if I have to do that as a job.
So, and for me, it's like, so I was like, oh, I'll do it full time. I'll have time to do that. But what you find out quickly is between working for another channel, that's fucking 6 to 8 hours a day. And then when I'm doing on my channel.
Yeah, you're putting in work, dude. I see you like pop in on the mornings and I see you do the evening stuff.
Yeah.
Like, you're putting in work, man.
People want the debates and shit. And like, I'm sure you find this as well. A lot of times what'll happen is we're fucking nerds. So something that might excite us, like, oh, fuck yes, I'm going to do this deep dive on like, Rothbard in this fucking book. Like, I'm going to do this. Now, yeah, you've cultivated an audience that's interested in that, but a broader audience, they're like, Fabian, kick someone's ass in a debate. That's what we want to see, right?
Yeah,
like,
it's
cool.
Like, it's like,
you're reading a book. What
nothing
the fuck is
pisses
that,
me off. Nothing pisses. I did that Prime Kai's panel not too long ago about like the Destiny situation. I was like, yeah, sure, I'll do it, whatever. And then I watched my numbers peak up to like 90 viewers, and I'm like, fuck, man, that is the devil's on your fucking shoulder if there ever was one. It's just, and it makes so much sense why there's so many channels where it's just like every video is like covering this drama. Oh, what happened with this? And it's like, it sucks that is where the money is. You know what I mean? That's where more viewership is. But at the same time, I'm really proud of my channel. If you guys come to my channel, on Rob Noerr's channel, I have a small group of people that are dedicated, and they will fucking flame you on like political, like everyone. Like I'm so proud of my audience is like is great, and I love that. And like what I never want to do is I never want to become Stardust. I know that's such a shitty thing to say. I'm not saying she's a bad person. I'm just saying there was a time where she was getting 100, 200 viewers and was constantly having to cover drama and cultivated a toxic fucking audience. And then she couldn't fucking keep that up because nobody can, because it just eats away at you. And then when she stopped doing shit like that, it fucked her.
I know his name's Scott. I have this thing, by the way, this is completely irrelevant. I tell people this all the time. I purposely don't go out of my way to learn people's real names because a lot of people you deal with on this online space don't want their real name divulged. So let's say you were hiding that your name's Scott, right? And you're just like Fabian Liberty. Then we get to bullshit behind the scenes and you're like, oh, let me send you an email and it says Scott. I don't want to know that.
It's a good
because
habit.
then I'm going to accidentally
habit.
call you Scott. So I always just try to
everybody
get in the
knows
habit.
Scott is the name, is not the name I go by. Scott is, I mean, it is with my military buddies and with online because my last name's Scott. And that's like the 4th most common last name in America. So good fucking luck. And if you do find me, I've already told the police that like I'm a streamer and to be leery.
My father-in-law's a cop, so I'm willing to. But yeah, like Destiny, people were like, "Oh, I'm debating him tomorrow. Why don't you call him Steven?" I'm like, I don't fucking know. I don't know.
You know why? You know why? Because everybody knows his fucking name, and now everybody knows his kid's fucking name, and now everybody wants to fucking trash on a 14-year-old kid for having Call of Duty lobby takes, and it's like, no, that shit's gross to me. Like Steven's a piece of shit. All right. Yeah. But it's not like I'm doxing him, right? Like he's a piece of shit in so many fucking ways. But like, I hate that. I agree with you. I hate when like names get out there and then these people become real, and then like their families get involved, and it just gets ugly so quick.
Yeah, like look, there's a lot personally with the drama shit. I'll give a take on it. Look, here's the other thing. I'm not trying to shit. If you're listening to either of our streams right now and you're like, "Well, I like the drama shit." There's no shame in that. Man, I used to watch when I was in high school, my favorite fucking TV show was WWF, right? Like that it might as well be fucking Jerry Springer with scripts, though Jerry Springer had a lot of scripts too. So I mean, I'm not whatever you like entertainment-wise, no shame in that, man. Watch what you like.
I read trash Izakak, all right? You're better than me. If you're watching drama streams online, just know I'm reading like the 17th fucking truck con, killed a guy and now he gets magic power. Like I do dumb shit for mindless entertainment too. It's how I go to sleep. Like it's fine. It's not what I want to do.
Right.
It's not what I want to be a part of.
I'll dip my toe in. So I've given takes on the dead. But one thing that I think, regardless of what anyone thinks about Destiny, as a human fucking being and as a father, I will not shit on anyone's relationship with their child being strained like that. I hope regardless if Destiny engaged in the most heinous type of criminal activity or if it's all just bullshit and, allegations that'll be brought, I don't give a fuck about that. What I'm saying is I don't take any pleasure in seeing people going, ha ha, look at how your son doesn't like you on stream. I think that fucking sucks and I feel bad and I don't want any part in talking about
This is going to take
son.
like 4 hours. Boy,
yes.
I'm just remembering how much we talk. It's fine. I'm down for it.
Yeah, I don't got anything going on. Now, speaking of the drama shit, though, this isn't really drama because I think this matters. Because you mentioned it, is it all right if I play some of your actual debate panel you were on, 7-minute section that was on X I saw with you talking to Connor?
Only if you speed it up by 1.5.
We only need to hear we only need to hear the first 1 minute. We don't even have to get to you.
Sure,
there was something that Connor said here that I think
he said a lot of crazy shit. Let's go. I don't know.
Yes, he did. But so this is just a minute. Here we go. Fabian wrecks him in this clip, but we don't even.
Just truth be told, I don't have as big of a fucking platform as Steven. So when you guys say, "Oh, Steven totally fucked this up," and as a result, the real world people are not going to be interested in working with him, that is, that's horrific to me. Because while it's absolutely true that he has egregious behavior, effectively, like. If I want to do what I wanted to do with Twitch and YouTube politics on my own, it's going to take me another decade. And so while obviously we should focus on the sins, while we should focus on the crimes of what's allegedly had occurred, I think to some degree I'm mourning what could have been if Steven wasn't a fucking idiot.
Now that's the only part. This is what, and you did a great. Oh shit. I removed the wrong thing. You did a great job of eviscerating him. But when you mentioned here, the reason I wanted to bring that up, he keeps saying later when you're like, where are your convictions? Like, you don't have convictions. You don't have morals. You're selling out. And he keeps saying, well, that's why you're irrelevant. It's two separate arguments, right? The argument he's making, and it's something I've talked to you and some other ANCAPs that I like Casimir about this before, because I was very interested in your take on someone like Millet there in Argentina, because I see some people that call themselves libertarian being like, well, fuck this guy, he utilizes the state. But then people I've talked to like Casimir, and I think you're in this camp, it's like, we'll take incrementalism. We'll take a step in the right direction. We're not going to say, nope, to us it's no different if it's a commie or if it's someone like Millet that's trying to get us to that spot. If they utilize the state, fuck them. We hate them all the same.
I mean, it does matter if it's a fucking commie, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
but only because I don't trust what the fuck they say, right? But if I have a reason to trust them, if I have a reason to trust that their intentions are at least mostly aligning with what they say, right? So, for example, I voted for Governor Glenn Youngkin in the last Virginia governorship race, and I get so much shit from libertarians. And it's like, listen, the guy was a businessman. He ran on fixing the problems like in Loudoun County and like dealing with these trans queer bullshit in schools. And they're like, but that's not libertarian. I'm like, go fuck yourself. You're fucking indoctrinating and hurting kids. I don't give a fuck how he uses his state power to fix that thing. Okay, we're not abolishing the schools. And then it was like, and then he voted on getting rid of the grocery store sales tax on food. And then he did that. It's like, yeah, did he do some shady shit with marijuana? Did he do some shit that I'm disappointed in my vote on? And in hindsight, I probably wouldn't have voted for him again? Yeah, but like, I don't like, my goal is liberty. My goal is anarchy. My goal is freedom. And if you're going to push me towards that goal, like, I'm not going to sit here and wave my fucking like stick at you of like, you're not a pure fucking blah, 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 blah. Like, if you call yourself an ANCAP and then you say a bunch of anti-ANCAP shit, I'm gonna fucking be pissed. I'm gonna fucking gatekeep you. But if you're just like, yeah, I'm a kind of a libertarian-esque person, like, we need to do this, we need to do that, and then you do those things, and those things are things I want. I'm like the idea that I'm going to purity test in that moment is, this is what I call it. Is I call it, when they do this, I call it philosophical masturbation, because it's just for you. It's just to make you feel fucking happy. It's not any, like, you're not actually engaged in the world, right? You're just like, oh, I'm fucking right. It's like, get the fuck out of here.
That's Connor's criticism. Your meeting, when Connor says you're irrelevant, blah, 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 Connor makes a point if you're that person. If you're the person that says, no matter what, I refuse to work with anyone or vote for anyone that's not 100% ideologically aligned with me. Yes, Connor has a point there. You've doomed yourself to your opinion being irrelevant. But that's not who you are, right? You're saying absolutely. In fact, I would happily vote. I would go on panels and say, vote for Youngkin over his opponent, even though he's not ANCAP. I know you would do that because you're like, look, I would rather take someone who's better and is moving us towards the goals that I want, even if they're not totally there. The difference is...
Also, fuck those people coming after Javier Milei. Like, dude is fucking...
Yes,
dude is doing so much amazing shit for liberty, for capitalism, for fucking economic freedom. Like, the people that are bitching about Javier Milei, dude has a coalition government, dumbasses. Like, he's working with like 40% of his fucking...
He's doing...
like, conservatives. They're not libertarians.
He is fucking 4 times more libertarian than I thought he would be able to, based on the fact he had like, what he's doing is amazing. And you know, if he would have faltered, every fucking opponent of libertarian...
I'm a libertarian. Like, he's privatizing the roads. How can I not be fucking happy? You know what I mean? Like, come on.
But so when Connor's like, well, you're going to be doomed to irrelevancy. Well, no, because your ultimate positions are ones that you're willing to say, I'll take the lesser of two evils if it's substantially moving things in a direction that I want to see. Connor's argument, and this is it, what that section I just played there, to me, it sums it all up. His argument basically boils down to, he admits it, it's for clout. I'm working with Destiny for clout. I'm working for Destiny for me.
He also he did so much in that. He also said that he would, I got him to bite the bullet that he would work with and campaign for Adolf Hitler if it meant that we could fight the communists and we could fight Stalin. And I was like, dude, you don't have to work for Hitler.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
you could, even if you wanted to vote for
you
him,
don't need to bite that bullet. You can just say, like, nah, I'm a move. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't have to fucking go door to door and knock for vote for Hitler. Like, that's crazy.
That's what gets me, because what Connor is effectively admitting here is, well, I need to do it for clout, but he'll take it, he'll excuse it. Here's what he'll say. The reason I have to do it, and the reason I have to work with a guy like Destiny for clout and all this shit, is because we need to stop the Orange Man. You see, Connor, I don't know if you knew this, but the one guy that could stop Trump is Connor by working through Destiny. That's how important what it's not about, him getting views. It's not about that shit,
Like, he's an employee. He has a manager. When I went on Tim Pool, right? And this is how the game plays, because I think a lot of people, and you're more aware of this probably than you're aware of it, and you'll be honest about it, right? This is a business. This is new media, okay? And all of the same investors and people that took over old media are in new media. When I went on Tim Pool and I utterly demolished Connor to such a degree that I think there was like 4 out of like 700 comments on Tim Pool's show that were like in favor of him, right? He got paid $4,000 by Midas Touch to go debate me and lose. And then he got paid by Midas Touch again to go on the show again. I didn't go on the show again. Right? Mm-hmm. And the reason is because Connor's not the only one getting paid. There's a manager who has a direct line of contact with all of these people that then calls them up and says, hey, we got a guide, you got a slot, we'll give you $2,000. And then they get paid some money to take in one of their guys, and then their job is easy. I'm not saying Tim Pool's evil for this or anything. I'm saying it's a business, right? Yes. And when you're running a business and you're trying to constantly book people, you make sure that you have a good relationship with people that pay you and constantly give you people. That's just how a business works. And it's important that people need to understand is that Connor was selected because he's one of a million people streaming right now that has the right look and the right ideas. And the moment he says something too bad or gets canceled or does something stupid, he'll be kicked away. Whatever bots may or may not be on his fucking accounts will go away, because not saying that he's botting his account. I'm saying most of these management companies love to buy bots because then they get to sell their growth to their investors, right? And then they'll replace him with somebody else because he's a fucking employee. These aren't, even if they don't say you're not allowed to say this, they selected him because he was already saying the things that they wanted to hear. And now there's a self-censorship because he knows that he's been selected to work with certain people and do certain things. And it's like there's areas of gray, right? Like here's a perfectly morally gray example. Not so erudite Brianna Wu's Gollum. That's funny. Fuck that bitch.
Leave Brianna out of this.
I've hated her since Gamergate, all right? And my hate has never gone away.
Yeah.
But anyways, like, here's a perfectly example of how this is. Sorry, I dropped something because of ADHD and I was playing with something. Here's a perfectly example of a very gray thing that might make somebody uncomfortable, right? But it's because it's a business, right? Not So Erudite got banned off of YouTube.
Yep.
Because she got mass reported. Almost certainly got mass reported, right? And then YouTube lies about it or whatever. Well, Andrew Wilson and Doobie have contacts at YouTube, and they helped get her account back. Okay, well, Andrew Wilson doesn't believe in free speech as a value, right? He's specifically stated, I want to arrest people that burn flags. And it's like, okay, so if you don't believe in free speech, what moral principle were you using your connections at YouTube to get Not So Erudite's account back? Well, there's not a moral principle that he thinks that she's fighting for the good fight of Christian nationalism. She's an enemy. The principle here is I have connections. I make connections with all these other people because this grows my business and this gets people, working with me, and I don't burn bridges so that I can keep growing my business, so I can keep spreading my ideas, so I can keep staying relevant. And it's like, that's a morally gray position. Some people might be like, why would you do that? Why would you take your time and resources to help her? But if you understand that this is a business and that sometimes those things get done so you can maintain those connections, then it's a smart business decision by Andrew Wilson to help Not So Erudite get her account back, because she'll be in his debt and she'll remember that shit. And when he gets banned for some shit, she'll be like, ooh, I got somebody. But it's all a business. Half of this shit is entertainment, and most of these people have no principles. And some people have some, and some people have none. And Connor's one of those people with none. You know?
He is not. For Andrew, just like, I think that there's certainly, that's at least a second order of something that happens. I think Andrew, although he might be for arresting people that burn the flag, which I think's dog shit, that opinion, I think that he would say, well, this is different. It's not like that. And I just believe that on these platforms.
Good. Yeah, it's also probably good that he does that, because the more that happens, eventually it turns against him.
Right.
I would
by
make
the
that
way,
same argument for flag burning and shit like that. But
I'm with you there.
But that's a different a different conversation. What I'm trying to say is that it's not evil. It's not a lack of principles. But there is there are like certain kind of like, you can't be 100% based all the time.
That's
or you'll
right.
Never fucking make it in this goddamn business.
And if you're gonna, and here's the thing, right? Like, it's now I'm seeing that it's different where I do this as a job versus doing it as a hobby, right? I'll tell you this. I remember in 2020 when the pandemic hit, I had bigger streamers. I don't mean huge streamers, but I mean streamers that maybe had 200-300 people watching a live stream, right? Or they weren't doing live, but they had 30,000-40,000 people that watched every video they put up. They're messaging me like, we wish we could talk shit on Trump like you about these lockdowns, but we don't want to lose our audience, right? And I understood it because I'm like, well, it's your livelihood. For me, it's not. For me, it's like, I'm a 30 viewer, Andy. Fuck it. I don't care. It's something I do when I'm not working. Mm-hmm. Now that it's a career, I understand the difference. I'm lucky enough that working with Andrew, I could say Andrew's a piece of shit right now. It wouldn't matter. But there are things, like, it is a fine line. You're absolutely right. Like for example, and everybody goes through this.
Hold on. Let's you say your thing, and then we'll wrap it up.
Yeah, we'll wrap it up
into the thing, because we'll be here till 4 o'clock.
Yeah,
in the morning.
just put it this way, right? Like, when you go to church, you're not swearing, right? When you're in front of your in-laws, you're not. Everyone stylistically changes what they are to some degree. The question is, are you changing the core values that they have? With Connor, I would say this. This is all I'm going to say. I have no problem saying, I'm a conservative, I hate Trump, fuck him, I'm voting against him. No problem. I have no problem saying, I'm done with the Republican Party because
don't worry, he's going to be dead soon.
But the problem I have is, you didn't have to work for the other side. You don't have to, like, for you to be like, here's a defensible position for Connor. You know what? I heard the allegations against Destiny. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Or, you know what? I heard the allegations against Destiny, and I think he's contrite, and he's my friend, and I'm going to stick by my friend. All of that's defensible. But to be like, no one finds this shit more heinous than me, but I have to work with him and be his buddy and bring him to my parents' house. I have to stop the orange man. It's the only chance we have, goddammit. And then when someone calls him out like you, and he weaponizes the fact that you're like, yeah, I'm not going to sell out my core fucking values to be like, oh, well, you're going to be irrelevant. Fuck him. Like, and the last thing I'll say about this Connor thing real quick is to watch that dude out there talking about this Taylor Lorenz story, right? Which is, I think, a bullshit story, this chorus media, whatever story. And to watch Connor be like, oh, liberal super PAC pays liberals. It's like, that's your take, Connor? How about liberal super PAC pays conservative, you sellout sack of shit? Because that's what you did. It's like, maybe you should set this one out, big man. Maybe you should shut the fuck up, Mr.
Yeah, I'm going on
Conservative.
I'm going on Wick to talk about it tomorrow, and like, it's just like, I know I'm going to get a whole bunch of whataboutisms and stupid subversions, and it's just like, dude, at the end of the day, are you comfortable or uncomfortable with the fact that non-governmental organizations and charities are funneling dark money into streamers, botting them, and then paying for them to get opportunities? Like, are you okay? Like, fuck liberal, fuck right-wing, fuck whatever your political domain is. Does it make you happy, or does it make you sad to know that there's a bunch of money involved in companies and in these industries where there's only a few companies that have any real space? YouTube, Twitch, Rumble, Kick, TikTok, maybe IG, kinda, right? Like that's really it. Like, we're gonna bring up fucking I mean, there are other minor ones, but these major companies, right? Like that these companies are, that the narrative is being boosted to an extreme degree for safe messaging. And like, that should be a concern for you one way or the other. Like, whether, like, I don't care if like we can talk about, oh, liberal gets, pretending to be a conservative, grifting this way or that way. Like, at the end of the day, you should be uncomfortable with the fact that all of your favorite political pundits that have over 100,000 viewers and things like that have managers, work in a business with partners, have people that curate the content that they do, and so that they can become and it should also concern you that, like, someone like Asmongold is an outlier, but that every single solitary large streamer, for whatever reason, is a socialist because their manager wants to make sure that they're friends with Hassan. Like, that should be like all of them. All of them are left-leaning socialist types that know nothing about politics, but why do they have that political opinion? Because that's the political opinion that's allowed for a large streamer that has all of the backing so that they can go on, so they can be on the stage at TwitchCon, so that they can be in Mizkif's house because, a manager set up being in his house, so that they can do the pool stream or the cooking stream, so they can collaborate and do all these things. It just so happens to be that Asmongold broke out of that because dude's always done his own fucking thing in his own house. So he doesn't need any of that shit.
Well, let me ask you just real quick on the principle of this, right?
Real quick on that. Yeah,
if Glenn Beck calls you tomorrow, it's like, Fabian, I saw fucking a month's worth of shit. I couldn't get enough of it. I'll pay you fucking $300,000 a year. You have total creative control. I'll give you opportunities. I'll get you on Steven Crowder's show. I'll get you on Dave Rubin's show. I'll get you on, this show, that show. But basically, you do your own thing. Would you do that?
Yeah, I would do it.
I don't think there's anything ethically.
I would do it. I would do it under one condition, which is that I'm not signing a non-disclosure agreement, and then I get to tell everybody the details of what's occurring.
That was when I got hired at the Crucible. That's what my condition was. This, like, I want to have creative control over my own content, and I have to be able to tell people that I'm working for you and getting paid.
I just glanced at your chat, and somebody said Asmongold has a team of roaches with him. He's never alone.
Well, that's true. They're great researchers. But yeah, I mean, that to me is how you do it ethically. You say you're transparent about it. That's it.
I'm gonna force it. I'm gonna force it now because we're here to do this
let's
thing,
do it.
and it's going to be a long presentation.
That's all right.
All right. So before I get started, before I share screen, there's two things I want to do. Just kind of want to explain a little bit. I have a intro thing because this presentation is well, I mean, it's like I'm doing this presentation on your who's super chatted me. Oh shit. Miss Noerr's favorite guest on Mr. Noerr's show. Okay. Courtney Noerr.
It's probably my wife.
Yeah.
That's probably my wife, yeah.
Hey, I appreciate it. You didn't have to donate. I appreciate it. I appreciate that some of the money that you went to Rob Noerr got funneled back to me somehow.
Well, she said
Thank
earlier,
you so
get
much.
this bum. I saw she said in my chat, get this bum off. And then she's like, oh shit, I don't mean Fabian, I mean Connor. I can't stand him because we had the. I was like, what the fuck Fabian
All right,
do to you, wife?
Yeah. So I appreciate it. Thank you. So I'm going to read this intro because this is an intro for the series. The next one that but the series kind of went nowhere because I was an idiot and streamed it at the wrong time with nobody watching. It is what it is. So I'm going to reboot the series. The next one that I'm probably going to do is Howard Buffett is the next one I'm going to be doing. So stay tuned if you like this segment. It's going to be a little different because I'm talking with Rob Noerr and we're going to just have fun with it. But I'm trying to do this series. So here is the intro to the series, Heroes of Capitalism. Hopefully it gives you an idea of what we're talking about. Socialism is not the natural movement of peoples, as the inherent contradictions of capitalism force revolutions of people to stand united in the interests of workers against those of capital. No, socialism is a disease, a pox populi, that erodes the philosophy of once great nations. Like a disease, socialism dies when quarantined in a country after a brief flare-up, and when similarly when untreated, it spreads rapidly and becomes endemic. Socialism is, as always, in opposition to the norm, and as such maintains the veneer of reasonable compromise. Socialism is a small tax increase, just one more bailout for the airline industry, just one more welfare program, and just one tax cut for that new football stadium or chip foundry that is going to bring in new jobs. It is an alluring ailment. So alluring, in fact, that the disease of socialism is already inflamed, not just in our youth championing the current thing in a college protest or posting an unhinged TikTok, but in the minds of your typical small government-minded conservative. As hard as it is to notice in the chaos of daily politics, the rugged individualism, Protestant work ethic, and philosophy of liberty that once made this nation so great has slowly eroded in the American mind. Where once stood champions of capitalism, planting their flag upon the city on a hill that is America, there now sits desiccated corpses of corporations filling useless email jobs with DEI hires. And worse, this sight is so disgusting, very few noticed that somewhere along the way, everyone accepted that the former great men of the Gilded Age and beyond, paupers to prosperous, titans of industry, chevaliers of laissez-faire, heroes of capitalism, became robber barons, misfeasors, or examples of why we need reasonable regulation of capitalism. One day it became possible for a fiscal conservative, a pretend libertarian, a limited government guy, a supposed defender of capitalism to dismiss these great accomplishments with a subversive one-liner and accept socialism as necessary and good. The rot has spread. Ask a conservative pundit about the great John D. Rockefeller, and he'll tell you why monopolies are bad and need to be broken up by the government. Ask him about Henry Ford, and listen to him trot out factoids about him being an anti-Semite, as if he didn't invent the fucking assembly line. Ask him about Calvin Coolidge, and see if he extols the virtue of the greatest president or starts to talk nonsense about the Great Depression he avoided. Ask him to name a single hero of industry, and watch as he shudders at the concept of being recorded saying Sam Walton isn't an evil capitalist destroying small towns. The American mind has been subjected to an onslaught of propaganda against capitalism for so long, we no longer appreciate the great men who made everything we have today possible. And when their names are brought up, our diseased minds dare denigrate with socialist slogans these magnanimous men. You've been lied to and need shock therapy. This is Heroes of Capitalism.
That's awesome. Real quick on Kick, nothing's wrong with the assembly line. That's exactly what Fabian's saying. Yeah. So now that's amazing. I saw that you were doing that you had called the series Heroes of Capitalism. I saw it, but I didn't see you put anything together like with it. So I'm very excited that we're getting an episode of this tonight. So
yeah. Oh God, hold on. I gotta turn dark mode off. Whoopsie. There we go.
Remember, if you're watching on either of our channels, by the way, I'm going to put Fabian's channel up there. So feel free to go over, give him a sub. Also, throw some super chats over there and my way, you cheap bastards. We're talking capitalism. So
I'm trying to do the Google slide thing. Give me just a second, because I forgot that there's a thing in StreamYards that. Yeah, continue.
It wants you to do.
It wants me to do it with Google Slides.
Yes, it's fucking ridiculous. It allows you to do it as a PowerPoint too. So I started doing shit as PowerPoints because it does it that way.
It's processing.
Processing.
There we go.
There we go. All right, I got it.
Okay, so I since that's integrated, I can minimize. Actually, let me fix a few things on my screen then, since that's what's going down. Give me just a second. All right, so the first person that I want to do, and hopefully, you know, I heard that your audience has a lot of love for Christians. Right?
It's true.
So I heard there's a lot of love for Christians. So you boys are going to be happy about this, I hope. James Cash Penney, the father of the department store. Most people don't even know that JCPenney, his middle name is James Cash Penney. I fucking love his name. What do you know about James Cash Penney? I'm just curious.
I know next to nothing. Right? I know JCPenney was one of the first department stores. That's literally about it. I did not even know that his name was James Cash. I knew JCPenney was the guy that started it, but that's it. That's all I know. I don't know shit about it.
Well, if you don't know shit about James Cash Penney, you are in for a story of one of the greatest men in American history. Like a long forgotten hero and an absolute inspiration to anybody. One of the greatest philanthropists, one of the hardest workers, true rags to riches story, and a hero of capitalism. And I think even some of you guys that are like not for free market capitalism, I think your opinions might change a little bit after hearing this guy's story. So I'm excited to talk about James Cash Penney. So let's get started. So overview. James Cash Penney started in, he started with one store. No, he didn't get some big check from his dad or anything. One store in a small town of 700 people in like a sheeping and mining town with no electricity in Kenmore, Wyoming. It was the Golden Rule store, which is, we'll get into more about that later, and eventually grew JCPenney into 700 plus department stores. Now I appreciate it. Okay, he is the only titan of commerce, or the titan of industry, right? Of all the Gilded Age robber baron people, right? He came to the tail end of it. And it's important to know that he is a contemporary of like Lenin and Stalin, right? He's 5 years older than Lenin and 3 years younger than Stalin. And so he's the only titan from like the tail end of that age to live through the Gilded Age, live through World War II, and live through basically most of the Cold War. I believe he died in 1971, but I didn't write it down, so I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's 1971. I'm like 90% sure. Fact check me on that if I'm wrong. Right, by his 90th birthday, he was friends with, or at least was acquaintances with, Hoover, Roosevelt, Truman, Eisenhower, Firestone. He had met with Edison multiple times at his Penney Farms location. We'll have a whole section on that later. But he was inspired by Wanamaker, though we never did actually get to meet Wanamaker. Here's a little love. I appreciate the love. Thank you so much. And then, of course, his nickname, he was king of the soft goods, right? He was king of he revolutionized the department store and kind of like created the department store as we know it. There are a lot of competitors that existed, but it's important to know that Sears and Woolworth and places like that, they came up after JCPenney's as a department store. They were running a cataloging company via trains in like Chicago and things like that. He was, and we'll get into a whole little story about that and you on some pretty interesting stuff. He was a genius of retail, the genius to be able to pick retail. He kind of saw the writing on the wall long before Sears or Montgomery Ward, Woolworth, those other companies. And it's also important to know that he was an incredible philanthropist. Like none of these people, none of these Gilded Age people, no billionaire, millionaire, and no industry person has done the level of philanthropy work that James Cash Penney did in his lifetime. It's to such a degree that much of the modern dairy industry we actually owe to James Cash Penney's philanthropy. Like it's at that level. He was an incredibly ethical businessman. He was against the concept of bankruptcy and thought bankruptcy was evil because it stole from people whose debts you owed. up until very, very, very late in life, he never took a salary income. He only ever took stock options in his businesses. He had done tons and tons of business deals. He was so well known for being ethical that there are hundreds of people that he went into business with that he never drafted a contract. He literally would just do business by the shake of a hand. And if James Cash Penney shook your hand, you knew that it was going to be done.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get into that when we talk about Missouri farms and tenant farmers and things like that after the Great Depression, right? We got a lot to go through, but yeah, feel free to ask any questions or anything throughout this. Like I'm totally okay with this being like a open chat.
Sure.
Or if anybody in chat has any questions, I'm
and I'll be
well
looking
read
at
on
chat
this.
too. Yeah, I'm looking in chat too. So if anyone has anything on my end, let me know, and I will bring it up to Fabian as well. So.
There's a book by David Kruger. If you want to learn more about this, he's essentially a big agriculture guy, and wrote a biography on James Cash Penney. There was another biography that I looked into that I wouldn't recommend reading for learning about this unless you're going to do a presentation, because it was set to release like right as the Great Depression was occurring, and so like there's a lot missing there, and there's like the story doesn't quite tell the life of the man, right? So that David Kruger book is definitely the one to look for. I can't remember the title off the top of my head, but if you just type in David Kruger JCPenney, remember Penny with an EY, then you'll find it on Amazon. All right, moving forward. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. So the golden rule. His big thing in business was he was completely married to the concept of the golden rule, right? Like that was his philosophy. That was where he got his big start. We'll get into that a little bit more with his golden rule stores from Thomas Callahan and then later Guy Johnson. He was a devout religious person. Okay, he was a teetotaler. He was morally against the concept of drinking alcohol. Like he comes from a long line of Baptist preachers. I believe his great grandfather immigrated to Virginia in 1799 or 1789. I have the dates in here later, so don't beat me up on that. But I mean, there's a long line of American, poor, deeply religious people, and from father to son, it kind of became like a reverend thing, and that was a big part of all of the business that he did. He had the golden rule in his stores. He had like very big on business ethics. He had these rules. Like if you cheated anybody, if you screwed over anybody, like we'll get into more of that. But like when he had his golden rule stores before 1913, when they incorporated as JCPenney, he refused all credit because he thought credit encouraged people to live beyond their means and that banks took advantage of poor people via credit. And so he would only do a cash-only business, and it was very, very important to him that they didn't try and get as much profit out of the business, but that they got a fair remuneration for the goods and services that they put. He was very, very focused on helping the poor, helping minors, helping people in any way that he could, and was just a deeply ethical capitalist to the extreme degree. And he opened his first store in 1902. And we'll get in. I don't know why I put that there because it's not really that important, but that was the first golden rule store, and it's on there. All right, any questions? Anybody? I'm looking at my chat as well.
So the store name before JCPenney, he was so into the golden rule, that's what he called his store, the golden rule store.
So we'll get into it, but he worked for a golden rule store under Thomas Callahan, and then he went into a 1/3 partnership, opening up his own store. But later, there is a quote. I mean, I can actually say it now. When they abandoned it, there was here is a quote discussing when the board voted against the name incorporating it as the Golden Rule, but instead calling it it was originally JCPenney store, department store, then eventually just became JCPenney. He said when they voted on it, he voted against the proposition, but he was chairman of the board. And everyone else voted to name it JCPenney because they were like, no, we love you. It's your store. And he said, quote, the decision was taken to change the name from JCPenney Company from Golden Rule Store. Personally, I felt reluctant to make the change because Golden Rule was far more than just a name to me. It had a definite significance in the relation to the operation of the stores, but the judgment of my associates prevailed. Right? He was actually sad when it was no longer the Golden Rule and was named after him because he felt the name solidified the company's vision. And that's how much he like deeply believed in that philosophy.
That's awesome.
I'm glad I had that quote ready because
look at that.
I would have butchered it if I didn't have that. But there you go.
Yeah.
So, I was like, I'm glad I put that in my notes. Moving on. All right, so it was more likely a tin fork. So he was given an interview. There's a fun little cheeky story. David Kruger in his book doesn't say who the major news publication is, but I believe it was New York Times. But I can't find the quote from them. It's from like his brother's memoir about the situation. There's a lot of piecing of things together, right? But I think it was a New York Times interview in New York, and when they saw him and they saw him dressed up in his suit and everything, they were like, "Oh man, I can just tell by the look of you, by the way that you act, by the way that you talk, that you were born with a silver spoon in your mouth." And supposedly he retorted with, "It was more likely a tin fork," which is like a fun little cheeky response to like some person trying to like. Even then, they were trying to paint him as this, they're doing a biop on him, and they're like, "Oh, I can tell you come from money." It's like, because he's still seen as a robber baron, especially in the 1960s when this would have been written, is when that was really being pushed, when a lot of the history of many of these great capitalists started to change. But so he was born September 16th, 1875, Caldwell County, Missouri, which is out in the middle of fucking nowhere. He was, so ancestors, British from Isle of Wight to the colony of Virginia, 1621. Right, sorry, it was Reverend Eli Penney was the beginning of the Reverend portion of their family. So they immigrated to America basically right from the beginning. He is as American as apple pie, even though apple pie is Dutch. He's as American as apple pie, so they say, right? And ever since, and Reverend Eli Penney was in Virginia, they moved the family out to Missouri. But his father, his grandfather, his great-grandfather, they were all farmers, and they're all like subsistence farmers on the land, as well as rural, like Reverend preachers. He was one of 12 and 6 survived. That sounds harsh. Pretty fucking common in the late 1800s that you lost some kids. Most of them died from tuberculosis, including his father. So most of his family, most of those people, there was a lot of TB issues at the time, especially in the quote unquote wet climate of Missouri. And so we'll get into that. But anything else before I move on?
No.
I am so shocked this is going so quickly. Usually you're so talkative, but you're just enraptured. Well, I appreciate it. We'll get through this pretty quick then.
I think that once we get into sort of business practice and things like that, I'm going to have a lot more questions about it. But I do think that you're right I think that sort of the fact that mortality, particularly child mortality, used to be so significant, I think shaped a lot of the great people that we see in the past. We're so distant from death now that it's sort of, And so if you grew up in this situation where half your siblings passed away, when it says survived, I'm guessing that means probably by their teenage years, these children have passed away, the 6.
Yeah, I mean, strong men create, hard men create, hard times create strong men type of scenario, right?
Yeah, so it always reminds me of just how fortunate we are and how it has a preponderance to make us weak. Like we live in a time now where, I think, and I'm sure you agree with me.
You're about to learn just how rough and principled and strong he was. Yeah. So James Cash Penney Senior lessons. So at a very young age, James Cash Penney was very close with his father. Right, he kind of like he was like a very studious kid. He was very like kind of like attached at his dad's hip, always trying to learn, always trying to grow, always trying to be better. So his father, obviously instructed his child in deep Christian morals because he was a reverend, right? He's out in the middle of nowhere, living hard on the land. And at the age of 8, his father informed him that, you're gonna have to buy your own clothing. You're gonna have to figure it out. Like, we don't have the money for it. Like, you're old enough now to work. So he started working.
Well.
He started a hog operation at the age of 8, slaughtering hogs at the end of his family's estate and butchering hogs at 8 years old for people. And then, taking some small fee for the butchering of hogs. And the smell was pissing off the neighbors. And that was an affront. And so his father said, well, we can't do that to our neighbors, right? Like, treat other people how you want to be treated. It's not right to do that. I know I told you needed to make some money, but you got to shut down the hog thing. So and it's like, so of course this kid is like, this 8-year-old child is like, the hog operation needs to go. I need a new business idea. So what does he do? He sets up a watermelon stand just outside of the county fairgrounds limits to avoid the licensing and taxation fees that are required. And so he's undercutting the watermelons that are being sold in the fairgrounds on like a stand, trying to take advantage of like those systems. And of course, again, his father shuts him down. Is like, listen, son, you can't do that. Like, that's like, these people paid for this. These people put in hard work. Like, you're just undercutting them. Like, you're just getting it bulk somewhere else. You're getting it from the same place they're getting it, and then you're undercutting them because you're like found a legal loophole. This isn't okay. This isn't good business. And so in one of his interviews, he described, obviously I'm assuming he's paraphrasing, right? But the lesson that he believes that his father imparted onto him is, the quote on the screen: money is important, but the practice of the golden rule in making money, as in every aspect of human relations, is the most substantial asset of civilized men. And he had this philosophy that he got from his father and everything, which is, what we might today call like a high trust society. Right. He understood that if we live in a world where everyone is just out to make profit for profit's sake and is not doing so off of the things that they value, trying to uplift their community, trying not to cheat people, trying to be honest businessmen, that the entire concept of a society, the entire concept of a civilized, ordered system where we get to make money, where we get to do these things, crumbles. And so, he said that, obviously money is important, profit is important, but this higher thing is my devotion to God and the ethics that I have in those business practices.
It's evident to see,
ahead, yeah.
given that, I think, it's evident to see where sort of his influences are going to come, which I know you're going to get to here later in life, where he's not going to be a big fan of like huge government intervention, because his argument's going to be like, it wouldn't be necessary. If we enter into an ethical relationship with people, particularly as businessmen, you don't need the government to sit there and say, oh, we need to regulate this, that, and the other, because he's going to self-regulate to be a decent human being anyways.
Yeah, I mean, he pretty much stayed out of politics. Right? He was very apolitical as a person. He, once he became fairly wealthy twice, we'll get into that, because this is a story of rags to riches 2 times. But once he became pretty wealthy, he recognized that his work was better off done one individual at a time, pulling people out of poverty, modernizing agriculture, especially Gurney cow dairy, and seeding Angus's, working with tenant farmers, things like that. Everybody knows him as JCPenney, the department store guy, but his real kind of like, what I think his philanthropy was far more successful even than his business, in my opinion. Obviously, the largest department store ever in American history is more successful. But I think he did a lot there. And so he wasn't the type of person that would try and get some favorable thing from the government, or like, try and lobby for something in government. Like, he genuinely believed that, like, if something good is to be done, I'm going to go out and do it myself. I'm going to ignore all the noise of all that. I have lawyers that kind of deal with that shit. I'm just making sure my YouTube crashed for a second, but I'm fine. My OBS didn't crash. It was just this end. So give me just a second. All right. Lastly, as a young child, he was trying to come up with all these business ideas. And so eventually his father was like, dude, you're clearly not going to be a preacher. You clearly have a mind for business. So he gave him an apprenticeship at J.M. Hale Dry Goods, which was just a department store there to try and learn the business, right? It's important to recognize that, like, when we're dealing in late 1800s, this wasn't just like a job. You fill out an application and corporate has like all these rules and systems. This was like a career that you went into, and you like learned the business, and you were usually groomed in some way in that business as an apprentice to maybe start your own business, at a later date. But usually they would take in family people as apprentices, and people would work temporary jobs and things like that, but that would be your career, right? You were going into the retail business. You weren't, like, retail work wasn't this like minimum wage brokey thing at the time.
Right.
It was a knowledgeable sale, kind of like a car salesman, right? Like it's not like you're going to get super rich, but like you can be a car salesman and like live a comfortable life.
Sure.
Right. All right, moving on. So early struggles. When he was 19, his father was killed by tuberculosis. Most of his half of his siblings had been killed either by pneumonia or tuberculosis, and he was infected with TB at 19. So he had been working and doing everything he could to save up money, and then he's starting to get sick, and his doctor, his mother was like, look, I've already lost 6 children and my husband to tuberculosis. You need to get the fuck out of Missouri. Because one of the like medical practices that was well known at the time was understanding that a drier climate was better for these diseases. And so he basically takes $300 that he'd been saved up completely on his own, no starter money or anything, and packed his bags and started a whole life in Denver, Colorado. He says, I didn't write that quote down. I just kind of remembered in my head. Whatever. But he basically he talks about. I had a quote, but I don't have it. My bad. But yeah. So moving on from that quote, the quote was just about him saying, like, obviously I had nothing but like, obviously $300 is a lot of money back then. I don't know why I did the inflation calculator for everything but this one, but whatever. It happens sometimes. It's a good chunk of change, but again, he's uprooting his entire life and just going with no job to a new state in the 1800s.
And he doesn't have he's not going to live with family or any shit like that. He's basically just
nothing. He's just taking his money and getting to a dry climate, starting over with no connections whatsoever. So from 1897 to 1899, he worked kind of like different retail stores because that's the job that he had. He kind of worked with some people that he really didn't like in Denver. Joslin was one of them. It's not really important what these company names are. These are just local department stores that he just didn't like the business model. He didn't like the people. These weren't good people that were, they were scrupulous, right? It was, a lot of buying things on credit, things like that. And living in Denver, Colorado was also difficult for him, because, he didn't fit in with the culture there, right? Like he's a deeply religious country farmer boy going into the big city. And one of the things that, we have to understand, I wrote teetotaler here, and we'll get into it in this first business that failed, the butcher shop, here in a second. But it's important to know that like late 1800s, early 1900s, alcohol was a huge part of the culture, right? Like it was far bigger part of the culture than it is today. I mean, there's a reason that we went through, prohibition and things like
that,
because it had gotten out of fucking control. And so he was a teetotaler, right? Which a teetotal it's like a slang term that means, it's like an over pronunciation of total, like teetotally, right? It's like where the slang comes from, but basically it just means someone that abstains from alcohol because it's a moral sin, because it's poisoning of the body, et cetera, et cetera. So he buys, he's got to get out of this. He saves up money. He's very, very, he's a very much of a penny pinching kind of person. And so he saves up a bunch of money, and he finds this business for sale. He gets a little bit of a bank loan, but most of it, the down payment I think was like 60% his own money, right? And he purchases this butcher shop in this smaller town north of Denver. and everything is going great. You know, he's happy to start this business. He gets it all up and running, but the biggest contract for the business by the previous owner was the local hotel, right? Like these were the people that were buying a lot of meat, and the hotel owner expected a bottle of whiskey with every shipment. That was like a handshake agreement that he had with the last person. He did it once on his first shipment. He felt so guilty about it. He tried to call him and say, like, look, man, I did it this time. I feel really guilty about it, but like, I just can't be a part of that. I'm against alcohol. And he was seen as a religious wingnut and a zealot, and a crazy person at a hotel where all the people are going and getting shit faced and having dinner and stuff. So they said, fuck you, we'll buy our meat from somewhere out of town. And that basically destroyed his first business because his largest contract was completely, gone, and they were bringing in meat from out of town. And so like looking at previous records and his records, like he didn't have the money to do it. He eventually had to sell it off. But while he was running this butcher shop, he's found this department store, and he found across the street, Thomas Callahan had this store called the Golden Rule. And he was like, and so he goes to work at this store.
I was going to say real quick, I think it's interesting that his first business was a butcher shop, seeing as how his first business at 8 was being a hog farmer and butchering. So like you said, he goes into the city and he's still bringing with him what he knows, right? Like, the first thing I did was hogs.
He had a wife, his third wife. We'll get into it. His third wife was like kind of like she had money from her family, right? She was a money person. She was less of like a down to earth, poor kind of like stuff of his first two wives. And, sometimes they would bitch and complain because he would, like, him and his kids, because like he would go out shoveling shit and work on farms and stuff as like a 70-year-old man that's like one of the top richest men in America at the time, right? I think he was in the top 20 at that age, but regardless, he was close to the, he was like, he would be in Forbes list if he was alive today.
Sure.
He's out working with dairy cows, working with calves, shoveling shit. And he'd come around them smelling like manure in the farm. And they'd be like, ew, you stink. And he would always respond and goes, oh, that's just the smell of money. And would walk out. That's all he would say. It's just, oh, that's just the smell of money. And I thought that was interesting because he was never afraid to get his hands dirty whatsoever. All right, so the Golden Rule store. So this is the store he works at. We don't have a picture. We just have a drawing for some reason. There's no photograph taken of it. Nevertheless, so he goes to work a seasonal job at this Golden Rule store. And he goes to Thomas Callahan. He's like, hey, I need a job. My business failed, whatever. He's like, look, I can hire you for like Christmas, but after that, there's not much I can do. I'll work out, we'll work something out, whatever. So he works with him, and then Thomas Callahan absolutely loves him. He's like, this is an amazing, hardworking employee. He's really good at customer service. This guy knows all of his stuff. And they were both from Missouri, right? So Thomas Callahan was also from Missouri. He was also a strict religious Baptist. And so that was part of the Golden Rule store that Thomas Callahan owned. This was a cash only business. And they had this policy, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And like, that is the rule of the store. Your customers, your employees, your community, your suppliers, your competitors, everyone, do to them what you want to do, the same way, right? And I think it's important to recognize when I say competitors, right, is that Thomas Callahan, James Cash Penney, and oh my God, what's the other guy's name? Fucking, why can I not remember his fucking name right now? Oh my God, where is it? Guy Johnson. Thank you. My own slides. Guy Johnson. They would, like, when they would go to they wouldn't set up shop where there was another Golden Rule or another similar department store, because they didn't want to fuck over those people. Like they were very, very, I mean, part of it was a business thing of like, get into a new market. Right. But even if there was like a big city or something, like they would make sure they were on the other side of town or something, because it was just like, I don't want somebody coming in trying to like, drive away business and like this cutthroat thing. Like I wouldn't want that. Like this community is served And so long as you're serving the community and you're not trying to like raise prices to an extreme degree or anything like that, then like it's best that we go to a new underserved community. And so, I mean, that's just kind of like one example of how they very much followed this Christian ethic in their business. Now,
well, it's very,
go
the
ahead.
competitor part's the most interesting, right? Because you're like, sure, you treat the suppliers, there's a benefit to that to you. The competitor thing, though, you're right, there can be a little of new market thing, but it's very interesting to see, like, even with someone that would be a direct competitor, that you're like, we're still going to treat them humanely and like we'd want to be treated. I think that sort of shows how committed to it they were.
Yeah, I mean, James Cash Penney, but also Thomas Callahan and Guy Johnson are deeply religious people, and they take all of that into their business. So he meets his first wife, Berta Alva Hess, and she is an amazing wife. I don't know if the quote is on the next slide or if it's on this slide. It's on the slides. It's not in my notes. So he meets Berta Alva Hess. She is like his partner in crime, right? Like she understands how hard of a worker is. Like it is just this perfect, lovely marriage, falls in love, has a child with her, so on and so forth. Now, Thomas Callahan and Guy Johnson, but Guy Johnson worked for Thomas Callahan at one point, had a concept of a 1/3 investment model business structure. And so the way that they grew their business is they would groom people that they thought were worth grooming. And they would basically say, look, we're going to pay you, if you're a hard worker and you're following our Christian ethic, you understand all of our principles and all those wonderful things, what we're going to do is once you save up enough money to be able to purchase 1/3 of a store, I'll be a 2/3 partner with you. I will share in the profits. So I get 2/3 of the profits, you get 1/3 of the profits. And like, that's how we're going to grow the store. So he was very interested in making people part owners, kind of like an early franchise model before like McDonald's was really doing the franchise thing, where he was like, I want to grow my business, but I don't want to manage 7,000 stores. What I want is I want to take people that are poor, that are hard workers, that are good Christians. I want to lift them up. I want to train them. I want to mentor them. And then I want them to kind of pay it forward, this concept. And we're going to spread these golden rule through, stores that follow this ethos throughout the Midwest. I'm going to make a lot of money. You're going to make a lot of money. It's kind of a great thing for everybody.
So real quick, I will, on my side, I'll read all the super chats at the end, but anything that's relevant, I'll read here. Unforced Ego, thanks for your chat. Says, this dude rules. I don't think he's talking about me, so thanks, Fabian. And then
He's
John
talking about James
Smith,
Cash Penney, probably.
but that might be. John Smith wants to know, he calls you Mr. Greasy based on an earlier joke, says, will you do an episode on R.G. Letourneau? I don't know who that is.
So like, I'm just kind of winging it. You know what I mean? Like I'm going off of what, so here's the criteria. If you want to like DM me suggestions or something, or you're interested in seeing stuff, here's the criteria that I'm using. I'm looking for people that were hyper successful, either in politics or business, people that were moral people, that have been either forgotten by history or have been lied about in history. And I will, obviously everyone has flaws. I want to recognize those flaws and things like that. Right. But I'm looking for retelling the story from an American perspective, from a libertarian perspective, from an ANCAP perspective, from a capitalist perspective, that we have been lied to such a degree about all of these people. And there's so many like socialist narratives that like we were taught in school that are just kind of dominate our understanding of history. Like look at Pullman, for example. Pullman did a lot of evil shit. Pullman set up company towns. Well, why did, we talk about company towns like it's the most evil thing ever. Okay, here's the funny thing about those company towns. Those company towns were twice the square footage of the average American home. They had indoor plumbing, they had electricity, they had a yard. Not only that, their children got to go and get an education at a good school. Like we tell this narrative of like this evil robber baron exploiting the labor of these people, and yet he was giving the average worker a better life than they ever would have been able to get before. What happened was industry slowed down, so we had to cut wages. And then, they were working for a company and their wages were cut, but their rent wasn't cut. And like, that's a bad situation to be in. But any of these people could have left at any time. Any of these people could have gotten a job anywhere else at any time. He didn't force them to stay there. He didn't use leases or things like that to force them into employment. You were allowed to leave at any point in time. It wasn't like today where you sign a 12-month lease and you're stuck there, right? Like you could leave. You could just leave the job, pack up your family. You weren't getting a better opportunity anywhere else. Now, did he use Grover Cleveland to fucking put mail in the train system to break up his protests? Yeah, fuck him. But there's like, we only get half of the fucking story. And so what I'm trying to do with this is showcase people we may have forgotten about, or people whose stories we haven't heard that were great capitalists that did great things. And some of them are going to be evil. Some of them are going to be fucked up. But you already know that half of the story. The next one that I want to do is Howard Buffett. Howard Buffett is somebody that almost nobody knows. He was a rags to riches story. He became, inflation-wise, a billionaire. He was a businessman. He was a war hero. He was a, well, maybe not war hero. That's taking it too far, but he was a veteran. He eventually became a congressman in Nebraska. He was one of the only people to vote against like income tax and war. And, he was a staunchly, anti-war, staunchly anti-welfare, staunchly, he was the modern day, Thomas Massey, right? Before libertarianism even existed, this guy was a libertarian, and he was an Austrian and was friends with Mises. He had a son. His son's Warren Buffett. He's a big piece of shit.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody knows Warren Buffett. Nobody knows where he came from. And I think it's really important to tell that story. And so that's probably the next one I'll do.
That's awesome, yeah.
But we'll move on. It's fun. I'm having fun. I
Me too. I'm enjoying it. Yeah.
All right. So the Guy Johnson story. So basically, after the Christmas is up, Thomas Callahan doesn't have the money to have an extra employee that he doesn't need, right? But he absolutely loved this guy. And he was like, dude, will you move to Evanston, Wyoming, 400 miles away to go work for this Guy Johnson? We're business partners in like a couple of stores. Okay. This guy's going to groom you as well. This guy's going to take you in. Will you? And he was like, absolutely. So basically he goes to work for a different Golden Rule store, hundreds of miles away, packs up again. He's ready to go. And for this job opportunity, moves with his wife. Now, Callahan and hold on. After working there for a little while, both Callahan and Johnson were like, this guy, this 25-year-old retail worker, is absolutely ready to own and operate his own store. And they both loved him so much that instead of doing the 2/3, 1/3 model, all three went in 1/3. Callahan knew that Callahan and Guy Johnson were like, this dude's going to make money and he's good. And I want to be a business partner. And I want this person to succeed because it's going to make me money. And also because it's just a good business investment and I like the person. And so he goes and he opens up his own store, his own first Golden Rule store, which will be the beginning of JCPenney moving forward. This will be the first one. And from here, I want to say it's only up, but it gets bad. All right. But it's up for a while. All right. Now, he described his wife, right? I think it's kind of a bit of a beautiful and sad love story, but we'll go anyways. From the moment I married, I had a real helpmate. Many a night when she sensed I wanted to keep working at the store, she packed my supper in a tin pail and brought it to me. Very often she supplied me with hints about how to add service and value from a woman's point of view. And I felt that whatever position of independence I might grow to in the future, in my wife, I had my first and most invaluable partner. It's crazy that he says this because he says this while married to another woman. Like he doesn't say this when he's single. He says this while he's with his third wife. And he's like, I had my first and most invaluable partner. And he's like, and I just love the idea that like his wife is saying to him, just like, fucking what am I then? You know what I mean?
Was
like,
that?
I can't compete with the dead wife. Like this is fuck.
It's funny.
But like, I mean, they were hustling. Like they worked in their first store. Well, actually, I'll just go into that next one. So this is the first store. This is in Kemmerer. That's how you spell it, but it's Kemmerer. Kemmerer, Wyoming, was a small mining town. This was his first store in 1902. It was 700 people. Mining and sheep ranching was basically all that was done there. The store had no electricity. The store had no running water. He lived in like 150 square foot little chunk of the top of his store with his wife. They had, gas for heat and for cooking and, like kerosene gas that they had to buy. And they had like an outhouse like that. They'd know like that's, they're hustlers, right? They're just hustlers, right? And he had 1/3 of this. Now he did a grand opening. One of the things that, I don't know how true this is. I'm going to say it, right? But there's no proof of this. But supposedly, all right, not only did he memorize all 700 people's names to their faces in the town by his grand opening, he had also gone through town and had made sure that he jotted down notes so that he had memorized their shoe size and their hat size, so that when the store opened, that he would already know who they are, what their name was, what their shoe size was, what their hat size was. Like he could help them to the greatest degree. And then he was eyeballing it. That sounds like bullshit to me, but I'm going to add it anyways because it sounds cool.
It does, yeah.
Yeah, like I don't know if I believe it, but whatever. So on opening day, he made $466 in sales. Adjusted for inflation, that's $17,722.
Shit,
and
wow.
The most expensive item in the entire store was a $10 suit.
Wow.
Like he was a
hustling,
phenomenal hustler and salesman. And so knowing that they made that much money on opening day, I kind of believe that he memorized everybody's shoe size and hat size.
Right.
Their face
Yeah.
and names. I'm like, maybe he did. I don't know. It sounds a little bullshit, but that's how much. I mean, he made, basically 18 grand in sales in today's money on opening day in a small town of 700.
Now, let me ask you this. Did it mention in what you were reading, how did he pick this location? Was this something that his business partners helped him with? Or was this something that he came up with on his own, that he saw like a market share that needed like a store like this?
It doesn't mention how he picked this specific store. I will say that the business model that he followed was to find small towns. So what you have to understand is at this time, the catalog industry is dominating, right? So you have Sears and Montgomery Ward are based out of a few cities and the railways. And the way people would get most items, especially if it was an item that wasn't super common, is you'd have a store, like some type of store, and you'd go in and you'd fill out on a mail and pay for through a catalog what you wanted. And then kind of like Amazon, it'd eventually show up on the train like a week or two later, right? And then you would get that item. And so what they were doing was the opposite model, which is, carrying all of the day-to-day necessities and goods that you in like isolated places where like getting something via catalog was going to be a long amount of time. Right. So like because not, it's going to get off of the train and then it's going to have to go on a coach wagon somewhere, through the mountains for a while. And it's like you might wait 3, 4, 5 weeks to get something that you ordered. And so they're finding these small mining towns and little places and basically setting up retail stores so that like at least some of the day-to-day necessities are stocked in those areas because, there's money moving in now. The town's starting to grow. So you find a little town that's starting to grow but doesn't have the ability to get those catalog things to them quickly. And that's where they would set up those stores. I don't know if that was the logic by this first store, but I would assume it was because that was what they were doing in like the early days of it. It was these little Midwestern towns that were far away from railways.
Mm-hmm. No, it makes sense. It really does. But I was just like, he seems to be someone with a lot of business acumen, very young, right? And so I wondered how much input he had on this specific location. My guess would be, just from hearing the story, I'm sure he shared his input with his investors, Callahan and Johnson, and but it would be interesting
they made the
to know.
decision all together, and it
Correct.
was kind of a tactic they were all doing.
Yeah.
With these golden rule stores, it was like the birth of department stores in the Midwest, in like a lot of these little mining towns. I already mentioned he was living upstairs in the attic. And in their first year, they made $29,000 in sales, which in today's money is $1.1 million. $1.1 million in sales in a small mining town.
Unreal.
This
That's
dude
crazy.
sold everything that everybody needed.
Right.
And
That's
managed
crazy.
to get it to them. You know what I mean? Like, you imagine 1.1 million in sales in a small town when cars aren't common.
Right.
There's not like a ton of fucking people traveling through. I mean, they are. There's people coming in and out and employee, right? But like this is like this dude knew the community and knew their needs and was an insanely good salesman. All right, so the spread of pennies. In 1906, he opens his second store, Rock Springs, Wyoming, and his third store in Cumberland, Wyoming, by 29. So by 29, in 4 years, he's now an owner of 3 department stores with these profits. Now, in 29, Johnson and Callahan, we don't know why, but they had a falling out. There was something going on. I don't know if I doubt it was something big, like they cheated each other or something, but it seems there was for some reason, maybe it was a comment about somebody's wife. I don't fucking know, right?
They had a falling out with each other, not with Penney, is what you
with
said.
Johnson and Callahan have falling out with each other.
Okay.
And what they wanted to do is they wanted to sever business ties on stores. The problem is that Johnson and Callahan are both 1/3 owners of all 3 of these stores. So together, the 3 of them own these 3 stores, right? But they're making good money. So, but regardless of whatever their falling out was, they both deeply trusted and liked James Cash Penney. And so James Cash Penney got rid of the Rock Springs store in Wyoming. I think he sold it to like some cousin or something that he had been grooming, right? And used the sale price from that to buy out the other partners and be a full owner of the Kemmer store and the Cumberland store.
Gotcha.
So now we're friends. We like these people, but now these are 100% his stores that he's made from the profits of being an insanely good salesman. And now he owns 2 stores. And he maintains ties with both Johnson and Callahan throughout for years, right? Whatever it is, he doesn't mention it. I guess he just doesn't want to air other people's laundry. So he starts spreading these stores. He starts doing the same thing, right? He does a lot of he doesn't do a 1/3 investment. He does a 50-50 investment, right? He does with some of them and he does 1/3 with others. So these numbers, some of these stores, he owns 1/3 of them. Some of them he owns outright, and some of them he owns half of them. Okay. That being said, by 1909, he had 6 stores. By 1912, he had 34 stores.
Jeez.
By 1917, he had 177 stores.
Wow.
By 1912, he had $2 million in sales, which is $64.4 million in sales today. And by 1917, he had 14.9 million in sales, which is $4.8 billion in sales in today's money. This man was a hustler. This man was a hard worker. Now, it's important to note that by 1913, I believe, it was incorporated, and we were moving over to him being chairman of the board, not CEO. Right. But he is still the final vote on the chairman. He's still taking an active role in the business.
Right.
Up until like the 1930s, 40s. Right. But it's like at a certain point he steps away and he's kind of half and half. But he is still the vision behind everything. Like, make no bones about it. He's still kind of running the company. It's just that, he does have a CEO that steps in at a certain point. He was, I don't know how many Gen Z you have in your audience, but he was cooking is what he was doing. He was absolutely cooking.
Yeah.
All right, so moving on. March forward from tragedy. So his first wife dies from pneumonia the day after Christmas in 1910.
Oh, man.
And again, moving back, right? Like, look at the growth here. 1912, 34 stores. 1917, 177 stores. This tragedy really, he just went full into his work. Like, he was depressed. He was, angry. He was upset. Maybe even lost faith a little bit. I don't know. But he was certainly like, I'm just going to throw myself into the business. It incorporates in 1913. JCPenney's office moves from Salt Lake City to New York. I didn't mention Salt Lake City. It's not that important. Like, there's no reason to get into the nitty-gritty details of every business thing. But it moves from Salt Lake City to New York, which is a big move because overwhelmingly most of these are not on the East Coast yet in 1914. But that was the point of moving to New York in 1914, was to take advantage of big retailers, take advantage of, it was just easier to do business, to do a big store where you're there where all the other businesses. Early 1900s New York is where you're at if you're running a huge business and you need, to sit downs and lunches and, get contracts drafted and things like that. So again, it incorporates in 1913. He becomes chairman of the board in 1917, right? So this number, 1917, 177 stores, that's all him. After 1917 is when he has he has like the final say on most things, and he's chairman of the board and he owns shares, but he's not the CEO of the company. His good friend, who he had as an owner of a Golden store that was a clerk that he trained, Earl Quarter Sams, becomes the CEO. This is a young man that he found and molded that eventually became the CEO of JCPenney. And I think he was the CEO until like 1940 something, right? So I mean, he ran through the whole Great Depression and then up into like World War II, right? Like, wow. So I mean, like, this was a young man he found that was just a good Christian, and had a good work ethic and all this stuff. So by 1925, they opened their 500th store, and by that's not right. 1920 is not the right number here. Oopsie. I don't remember what year that was. I want to say it's 1929. And I think it accidentally hit 0 because it was next to it. I believe I'm like 90% positive it's 1929 and it's a typo. But yeah, it would be 1929 because that's important for the stock market crash. So it's by 1929. 1929, they've opened their 1,000th store. So from 1902 is his first store that he's a 1/3 owner. And in 18 years, he is opening his 1,000th store.
Wow. That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
I mean, what's crazy is, what strikes me already is the skill set to go from being the guy that's really good on the floor at knowing like what individuals want to being this good at sort of operating a business at a mass scale. Because I think those are different skill sets to be someone who's good doing a direct.
They were kind of
connected,
mixed at the time.
Yeah.
More than they are today, right? Like if you're a salesperson on the floor, you're an employee to a company. Nobody is training you for management, and then maybe they are, but they're certainly not training you to open your own store to compete with them. But that was kind of like the name of the game at the time, right? Was like, this is a career. Kind of like, you go to France and like a waiter isn't seen as like a bad job. It's seen as a career, right?
Right.
Whereas here in America, that's something like teenagers do and hot girls do. And then like they age out of it, right? Kind of the same thing here. Is that he was being groomed to be a retail owner, to own his own stores, because that was also how the store owner was going to make money, was by finding those diamonds in the rough that could open a successful store that they could be a part owner of, and they could grow and expand and like spread their message. So here's the when these are the company's goals when they incorporate in 1913. This is the Penney idea. This was on the wall of every JCPenney. This was like an enforceable kind of like thing. These are the ideals, kind of the mission statement before there was a mission statement. So I just want to read these because I think it gives you an idea into how he viewed business as one of the greatest capitalist heroes of American history. Number 1, to serve the public as nearly as we can to its complete satisfaction. Number 2, to expect for the service we render a fair remuneration and not all of the profit the traffic will bear. Right? It is a company policy to not raise the price to the point where you can make the most money, but instead to get a fair remuneration. And that is, you know, people go, well, isn't this supposed to be like your libertarian ANCAP hero? Why would you support that? I support people doing what they think is good about their values. And also I support the idea that when you're not trying to nickel and dime everybody out of every penny, people come back. People support your business. People want to see you succeed. People want to keep buying your products there. And so that was kind of like part of their philosophy.
Which the proof's in the results, right?
Yeah, I mean, 1,000 stores in 18 years from one store that you were a 1/3 owner of.
Yeah. I've seen it. I'm sure we've all seen it at a local level, right? Like I have. I remember when I worked as a bartender, right? There was a big hubbub because some of the local bars, there were 3 local bars in this little town, and I was one of the 3. All the other bars raised their draft beer 15 cents. You would not believe the amount of people that came into our bar because of that. 15 cents? You're like, really? Made a difference.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
they
it
were
makes a
trying to
difference.
maximize like the profit on, if we sell 100 drafts a day and we increase 15 cents, look at that. Over 365 days, look at our profit. But, you know, now I assure you the bar I was working for wasn't trying to have ethical business practices.
I mean,
but-
like if we take the ethics out of it, it's a high time preference, low time preference, right?
Correct.
High time preference says get every nickel and dime we can right now because you never know what's going to come in the future, right? Low time preference says get enough money to be profitable and make a little bit more on the top. But if we can have it cheaper and provide a good product, people will come back and we'll have their continued business and we'll have their loyalty. Number 3, to do all in our power to pack the customer's dollar full of value, quality, and satisfaction. Number 4, to continue to train ourselves and our associates so that the service we give will be more and more intelligently performed. Right? He was a hard ass on employees. It's part of the story that doesn't go is he was a hard ass, right? He was a good man, he was a fair man, but he expected you to he worked some people to the bone, right? But you were gonna drop out, you were gonna quit, or you were gonna become a fucking owner of your own goddamn store. Like those were your options, right? And so it's like he wanted to give opportunities to people that work hard, and he did a great job of that.
Well, and I think a lot of people like this, and he would seem to exemplify this, when they themselves work hard, that's what they expect of the people they're working
Absolutely.
with. So if he's like, dude, I lived in this fucking shack, you know, and I did all this shit myself, why can't you do that, you know?
It's like, cool, city boy, I escaped the TB that killed my 6 brothers and sisters and dad to start my own store, and now I own 500 stores. I don't want to hear you bitch about how you had to work 9 hours today.
Yep.
All right, I'm just refreshing that. All right, moving on. Number 5, to improve constantly the human factor in our business. Whatever. Number 6, to reward men and women in our organization through participation in what the business produces. Right? He was very, very much. Well, I mean, we'll get into it later, but like he started like pensions. He started like programs to help employees that fell on rough times. He did a lot of things like that. And it was important that everyone there is like, you're part of this business. Like, like when a lot of companies say we're a family here, JCPenney actually meant it. Right. And other businesses don't. Right. Like that's kind of really the whole thing. And lastly, to test our every policy, method, and act in this wise, quote, does it square with what is right and just? And that was the most important, right? If something feels wrong, it's fucking wrong. We need to fix it. If it feels like we're doing something shady, we need to fix it.
Let me take a piss break real quick. I'll be like 30 seconds. Be right back.
Yeah, 30 seconds. You better wash your hands, sir. He's not washing hands. How are you guys feeling over here? I'm switching over to Rob Noerr's chat. You guys having fun? It can be a bit academic, or maybe not academic. It can be a bit boring, but I think it's interesting. I love a good nerd night. Hopefully you guys are here for a good nerd night too. Or maybe, just maybe, this is turned into like rain noises for people, since on the East Coast it's almost midnight. Maybe I'm just a background voice putting you guys to sleep. JCPenney did mean family, yeah. I'll never complain. Thank you for the weirdos for this.
Sorry about that.
No, you're great.
Old man bladder. Got it.
No, it's cool. We're moving on.
Okay.
Moving on. So this is a little bit of a side story. All right. The Genius of Retail and Robert E. Wood. I'm gonna tell a cool little break from JCPenney for a moment, but it's related. So just before, like multiple times, Sears and Montgomery Ward wanted to merge with JCPenney. And JCPenney basically was like, no, you don't fit our company's values. You don't fit our vision. This isn't really a good thing for us, right? And this is occurring once JCPenney starts whooping that ass, okay? And the reason they start whooping that ass, right, is that Sears and Montgomery Ward are these big players in the business, in like the catalog business, right? I told you about that. Well, because of this retail situation, JCPenney understood something earlier than other people, which was as technology is increasing, as industrialization is occurring, people are moving out of the country into cities, into population centers. And the more people live condensed in an area, the more profitable it is to have a warehouse that costs a lot of money to store goods, because there's more people that can come in. And so you have more turnover of those things, and they're not sitting on the shelf wasting money, right? The logic behind the catalog was that people are so spread out everywhere, and that if you have a warehouse of goods, you may never get through those warehouse of goods. They may sit on the shelf for a year, and every time you're spending heat, spending AC, you know, if you obviously not AC, but every time you're spending heat,
sure,
every time you have to spend, rent payments, whatever it is, that things that don't move off the shelf lose money. And so the genius of Sears and Montgomery Ward and Wanamaker and, Woolsworth and things like that, the genius of all of these people is to move to a cataloging business where the hyper efficiency of the train can, people can order things, what they want, and then you can get it to them in a certain period of time. Well, there was another guy that noticed this, and this was Robert E. Wood. Okay. He's working at Montgomery Ward in a high position. He's not on the board, but he's like right under the board, right? And he looks at the 1920s census, and he goes, for the first time in American history, more people live in cities than live in the country. And he goes to the board and says, we have got to get into the retail business now. And they all laugh at him and call him an idiot. And so in 1924, he leaves Montgomery Ward and goes to work for Sears, Roebuck and Company. And what's important to understand is that Montgomery Ward dwarfed Sears as a catalog company. Who here that isn't old as fuck remembers Montgomery Ward department stores? They got into the department store business, but they got into the department store business after JCPenney and after Sears, and they never recovered. They had department stores, they worked, but they had a very small amount of business compared to Sears and especially compared to JCPenney. And that's because they didn't listen to this one guy that absolutely understood what was happening by looking at demographic data. JCPenney was years early on this. He recognized this in 1914 when he moved to New York and was like, we've got to get into the cities. So James Cash Penney saw this coming 6 years ahead of time before Robert E. Wood did. Robert E. Wood saw it once he saw the census and the data was staring at him. But Sears didn't really get into this business until 1924. They were a decade behind JCPenney. And that's really kind of part of the success of JCPenney, is knowing that they didn't really have competition. Once they started popping up stores in major cities, there were no big department stores. There were little stores, and you could order things on a catalog. But if you live in a big city, why the fuck would you order something on a catalog that you're going to get in a week when you can go to JCPenney and get it today?
Right.
And so that's part of the success was JCPenney saw the writing on the wall with these small businesses and immediately and aggressively went into the East Coast and eventually moved down to Florida, but he went into New York. He had a couple West Coast stores, but a lot of East Coast stores in major cities and population centers, and bought up that land cheap when you could still get those, right? Because you need a lot of land for a department store, right? Because you need a lot of shelf space, which is what makes it so expensive. And so even then, Sears and Montgomery Ward had to pay a premium because it was that a lot of, or they had to go into like off skirts of the city where they got less traffic. So it's a fun little side story about.
Yeah. By the way,
read
it's
more about this story in Thomas Sowell's Basic Economics. By the way, he tells the whole story of it very well.
It's very interesting the parallels you can see to retail today, right? Where you have brick and mortars versus sort of the Amazon, sort of like how it's almost like in the inverse, right? Where it's like, oh, people are seeing that it's more convenient. Now, granted, the shipping is insanely faster, and the like breadth of stuff that you could choose from now is like, it would be impossible for
We also
retail
have
to
cars. You know,
right.
Cars are normal, trucks are normal, shipping is quicker. Like for sure. You see, I mean, that's kind of the genius of Jeff Bezos, right? Is recognizing, okay, the technology is there to go back to an older way of doing business because it's more efficient.
It's so funny though, because I never thought of it until right now is going back, right? It seemed to me like just thinking about it, it's like, oh, this is a new way to do things. But in reality, no. It's just sort of
things.
It's the old way. It's just the technology's made it more efficient. There's probably something, this is probably like beyond my scope, but I bet there's something like, I don't know, almost psychological about people where back in these days, I'm sure there was a social aspect to going to like a department store, right? Where it was like, you know, like it was, I'm sure once it kicked off,
yeah,
like
JCPenney's had like they were a department store. And when you go to a department store today, you go in, you shop, you maybe talk to an associate to find an item, and then you leave. JCPenney was a place where you would fill out job applications. Was common at JCPenney, not for JCPenney.
Right.
Because it was such a social thing that you would go there to like get business cards. You ever go to a gas station, they have like in the country and they have a bunch of business cards somewhere? Like that kind of habit started in like department stores. And it wasn't just JCPenney, but JCPenney was one of those things that did it, right? Like, so they would have like local events there. They would have like parties would like show up there. Like it absolutely was a social thing, especially in like small town areas, right? Like, because there's just a couple of places, and you know, the department store knows everybody, and everybody knows, you know, like it's a place where everybody knows everybody. But obviously that really starts to go away in like the 1970s, 1980s.
Right.
That really just falls off the deep end. Really, it starts in the 1940s with the development of the suburb. Is really where that goes away. Because before World War II, you have small towns and you have cities, right? And all these small towns, there's a social element and things like that in these small towns. Now, a large portion of the population is living in suburbs, working in the city, shopping in a different suburb. So they're no longer connected to one place, right? If you want to learn more about that, audience, read Bowling Alone by Robert Putnam, which is a great book on the change of connection and culture, and how, and that is his big argument, is that the suburbs combined with working in the cities combined with shopping elsewhere has changed American culture and changed human capital and how connected we are.
Okay. Just writing it down here.
Yeah, Bowling Alone is a great book. It's an old book, but it's because millennials are like little kids at the time. But he gets a lot right about the future, by the way. But anyways, moving on. So from CEO to chairman philanthropist. So again, in 1917, he's got, you know, like, what is it, 177 stores. He's the CEO of this company. He's in New York. He's doing all these business deals. He's got this huge company that is like it is just like expanding at an extreme rate. His wife is dead, and he like just puts everything into his work. And his friends, and especially his doctors, are like, you're going to die if you keep working this hard. You need to step away. You need to, like, because he was like very kind of a control freak on it a little bit, right? Like he was just very, like he had his hand, like, as an example, he would regularly visit every single store, like at least once a year. But when you own 177 stores, a demand that you are going to go to every store is crazy. You know what I mean? Like it's 177 days, not counting travel, you know, through the U.S. And there's only 365 days in the year, right? Like he was an insane worker. And his doctors was like, you need to step back. So he steps back, you know, he takes shares, he's chairman of the board, he's involved with the business, but he's like, okay, well, I'm not this type of person that can just stop, right? So he founds this estate in upstate New York, right? He starts Whitehaven Farm in upstate New York. And he starts focusing on agriculture and breeding better livestock. So we're talking about Gurney cows, Angus cows, things of that nature. What most people don't know about James Cash Penney is, he did a lot in agriculture. It is like his philanthropy work in agriculture was insane. And at one point in time, his Angus stock was purchased by like presidents and businessmen and all these other people because he was always rated as the top 5 in America in terms of his stock, like his seed stock, right? So like if you were getting calves from him, you were getting the highest quality calves for dairy or for meat. And it's important to know, like, this is kind of the beginning of industrialization of livestock, right? Where they're intentionally breeding cows for milk production and things like that. And so, you know, and there was some public funding in it, but he knew, I've got to advance this, right? He says, quote, if not for the man of means to do this, I do not know who possibly could. Right? He's like, I've got all this money. I want to make milk. I want to make beef. I want to make these more efficient and better. And like, I'm going to put in a fuck ton of my own money in research and things to figure out how we can get cows that have larger milk production and cows and so that we can basically, so that farmers can live a better life, right? Like that's what he was focused on. That's where he came from. He meets his second wife, Mary Hortonese Kimball, right, in 1919. She's basically like, she lives with him. She works with him. She's independently wealthy, right? I don't know exactly everything that she did. But they had a relationship like a friendly relationship in Salt Lake City, you know, like before he moved to New York. So like friend of the family, they were friendly terms. She was in some level of business. It's not very clear. There's not really any records. And he never really talked about his wife's business, but she had money. She wasn't like some gold digging local. Right. And they're living together for about a year. And she's like, look, man, you're old, you're sick, you come from sick stock, you know, kind of thing. Right. And she's like, look, me and our kid, because they had a kid together, we need to go to a warmer, better climate. So and he goes and moves to Florida. He founds Whitehaven Estate in Florida, and he kind of falls in love with Florida. And that's when you start seeing JCPenney's start popping up in Florida as well. He lives a good life with his wife. And then again, this dude just gets hit with tragedy. On Valentine's Day, 1923, his wife is complaining about pain and stomach pain and goes to lay down, and she is dead by morning from internal bleeding. No known cause.
Wow. That's terrible.
Yeah, so he's got 2 kids at this point, I believe. 2 children by 2 different dead wives.
Unreal.
He is twice over a widower. He says about her departure has impressed me with the necessity of living each day as if it were the last. Besides, it has brought me into a closer realization of the power of God. It has made me feel as that I have not rendered the service to my fellow man that I should have. And from now on, it shall be my endeavor to put forward a greater effort.
Wow.
She was deeply religious, and they worked on some philanthropy projects and things like that together. And, when she passed, he was like, I don't have a wife anymore. I'm no longer the CEO of this company. I'm kind of only running it a little bit from the side. And again, this is his habit. He just throws himself into his work. And that is when he throws himself into philanthropy deeply. Established HCSC, Honor, Confidence, Service, Cooperation. That was the thing he did for JCPenney. Basically, anybody that became destitute, that was a longtime employee, he just took care of them. Up to this day, I think they've spent like $80 million. Like if you worked at JCPenney, and to this day, if you work at JCPenney and you're there for like, I think it's over 10 years, and like some tragic accident happens, JCPenney's got you. That's just how it is. You work for us, we work for you.
It's amazing.
Yeah. All right. We'll move on. So in 1924, you know, he's a little crazy. He's thrown into philanthropy. He finds this property in upstate Florida. It's like 187, 186. I don't remember exactly square miles of farmland. And so he's just like, fuck it. I'll put an offer down for $400K. A lot of it's been cleared. Most of it's been cleared. Most of it is like ready to be farmland, but it's just not it's underutilized, right? Well, they take him up on it. And he's like, hell yeah, I have a thing to focus on. So what he started doing with this Penney Farms through 1924 to 1926 is he started taking applications for farmers on this plot of land. Now, you had to meet very strict standards of religious morality as well as like work ethic in order to be a part of Penney Farms. But if you did, he was going to go into a profit sharing model with you. He was going to give you farmland, give you a house, modernized farming equipment and like silos and things of that nature, which is really big deal in the 20s, right?
Sure.
You're not like a subsistence farmer in a shack, but you're going to have modern farming equipment. You're going to have, modern things like heating. A big one was heating for cows in the winter, right? You would have a spot that you could keep your cows warm so you don't have dead cows because they couldn't make it through the winter. Things like that you kind of take for granted now that were like a big deal if you had that at your farm in the 1920s. So he invested over $12 million of his own money. Now remember, JCPenney never took a salary from James JCPenney. The only thing he did was his own side businesses and side hustles, along with shares that he had. So he would sell off a little bit of shares, and there was some other things that he did. I don't want to get into too much detail, but
sure,
that's $219 million in today's money, right, into Penney Farms that he invested to create this farming. There was some co-ops. One of them was, so he had on-site assistance with like seeds and things like that. Like it was this giant co-op, Christian co-op that he had. They had a cannery there, right? Like a lot of modern amenities. And then of course there was a dairy operation, which was its own co-op that eventually was run by his son, known as Foremost Dairy. Foremost Dairy, some of you may or may not remember it. If you're older, you might know what Foremost Dairy is. If you're younger, you probably don't know. They still exist in like Hawaii and Guam and Japan, but they're not really an American company anymore. So he restored the city, right? He spent millions, well, maybe not millions in today's money, right? Like hundreds of thousands then, in restoring Long Branch City, renamed it to Penney Farms. So he had this small town that he basically built up for this farming co-op. He established in 1926 the Penney Gwynn. So Ralph Gwynn and JCPenney went into an Institute of Applied Agriculture. So basically what he did is, with all of these modern things, he would have agreements with farmers so that the University of Florida could bring in and do research, do studies, look at modern things, do new experiments, right? So he's partnering with the University of Florida and with like all the modern agriculture people so that we can do the data, we can do the research without needing a bunch of government money, but instead in a profitable way so that we can move the American agriculture into the future.
How many? Oh, I was going to ask real quick. So the farmers that he brings in, is there any data on like how many like homesteads he put up? How many farms he put up? Was it like a handful, or was it on this 200 square miles? Was he getting like 40, 50?
There's not a lot of good data. And the reason is this is 1924 to 1926 and something kind of big happens in 1929.
Right. Which is, even though so I know that it's not,
you know what I mean? Once the Great Depression hits, a lot of bad things happen.
Correct. But it's amazing because even at that time, I think what you're saying about like, I know the smallest amount about this because where I'm from, there was a lot of family owned farms, and you hear a lot of the history of it because a lot of them are selling now to like these big factory farms. But you hear people talking of like, well, this is how it was when great grandpa did it, because my friends are still living on this farm that they've had for 6 generations. So I think the impressiveness of getting modern farm equipment in 1924 would be insane. That would be insane for like it would be almost like the equivalent of today, if you know anyone that farms, like going from like you're out there with like, you know, your John Deere plowing a field to these new systems they have that are completely computer oriented, where it basically scans your field and you sit in your porch.
It'd be like
with
someone
a laptop.
coming in and bringing like fucking a modern irrigation system through a
Right.
whole farm.
Right. All of a sudden, now that you're struggling to get by one day, and the next day you're on a state of the art, free house provided, free technology provided, and all you got to do is put the work in. That's incredible. That's an incredible offer.
So long as you're a hardworking Christian, and so long as your wife keeps meticulous business records for him. That was another thing. You had to be married, and you had to have your wife's job was to keep records. And he did this in other ways as well. Hold on, let me fix this real quick, and then let's move on. All right, so the next thing he did was the Memorial Home Community of 1926 to 1929. So what this was a community for the elderly who had devoted their life to God. Now, what's important to understand is that most Baptist reverends at the time was an unpaid job. And we didn't have this big evangelical community of like, you didn't have rich, like small town preachers were not wealthy people. And sometimes what happens is they die. They die from tuberculosis like his dad, right? And then what they leave behind is a mother and children who can't work their farm and don't have the, like they go into destitution. And so he was like, this is wrong. I'm going to do something to stop this. So he brings in prominent architectures. He brought in like horticultural faculty from Clemson University. He brings in a bunch of people, invests $2 million of his own funds, right? Which is like $150 million into
right,
and builds this elderly home community, mostly for wives whose husbands were reverends that died from unforeseen circumstances. And so long as you lived here, you did not have to pay rent. You did not have to pay utilities. The only thing you had to pay for was your own food. The homes were fully furnished, but you had to bring in your own linens, and you had to bring in your own like silverware and dishware and things of that nature. And this was like part of Penney Farms, and near that like town of like the, you know, Penney Farms, the town that he had revitalized. This was like a big deal for him, was taking care of the elderly that had devoted their life to God and had been abandoned by the community simply because of the lack of means. And yeah, I don't know that there's much else to say about it, but this is like, this to me strikes, this is where I really start to get like almost emotional. I'm not quite emotional, but like the idea that we have this socialist narrative that everybody that is a millionaire is this evil piece of shit, that like these people exploited the labor. His entire story is one of lifting people out of poverty into greatness and into being able to take care of themselves and their family, so long as they were good Christian people that worked hard. And I mean, he became the top 10 wealthiest people in America doing that.
You think about it, right? Like, you know, sort of rags to riches, actually busting his ass to make it, right? And then after the death of his second wife, like the caliber of man it would take to be writing that inspired you to be more philanthropic, right? Like, I haven't done enough, right? Instead of becoming embittered, I feel like most people that were weaker would be like, well, fuck all this. Maybe I'll lose faith, or maybe I'll just say, you know what? What's the point of all of this anyways? I'm just going to get exceedingly wealthy. Fuck it all. But to like double down and be like, you know what?
Doubles down on it. But like, this is proof that I need to do more.
Right. That's amazing. It really is.
I'm going to feel good. I'm going to be able to heal from this pain and this trauma by taking what I have and uplifting other people and making the world around me a better place. That's how I'm going to heal from this trauma.
Something that resonates that you said earlier, that isn't it interesting that he's not using this to influence politics, right? That he's like, I could do more. There's actually, and I think that that's like a very important lesson. You see so many billionaires today.
Trump being one that ran for office, right? But people like Mark Cuban or even people like Soros and these other people. And it seems like when you get this money, the solution's always, we'll go to big daddy government and see, even if you intend to do well, that's the mechanism that a lot of people
Yeah, it's
use.
like Elon Musk, shut the fuck up and go to Mars. Like that's what I want from Elon Musk.
That's exactly
you know
what
I mean?
I'm saying.
Like I don't want you involved in any of this dirty fucking game. Just shut the fuck up and go to Mars. And stop
The
making
idea of
anime
buying
waifu
X.
on X. You know what I mean?
Right. The theory of buying X to make it way more free speech. Like that's something you could do good for humanity. Once you start getting involved in politics, even if it's something I like, even if it's for a party I like, right? It really does. And I've said this a lot. I've noticed this in my own life, right? I go to political events. I'm involved in politics in a very small way. I'm not big timing or anything, but I know events that I go to that there's actually like senators and et cetera at. And man, you could do more good helping your fucking neighbor out when they fall in a hard time. I mean, it literally,
absolutely.
it's so dumb to look like it seems so obvious, but I swear to God, it's true. Just being there for your local community.
$10 million to fight poverty, let's fight homelessness. You know where that $10 million is going? Some senator's cousin is going to have an NGO and they're going to build 20 fucking homes and they're going to house 18 people and fucking 10 of the homes are going to be destroyed and dilapidated before time. And the senator's cousin's going to get rich doing it.
Yep.
Like just go build a home. If you have $10 million, go build 20 homes yourself.
It really is. And like, what a man to be like, I don't need to go through these public mechanisms. I'll just buy land and do it myself. So there you go. And I'll set my criteria that I want.
We've only reached like 50% of his basedness.
It's awesome. Yeah.
So the Great Depression. So this is where tragedy hits again. JCPenney was projected to open 400 stores in 1929. That's more than one store a day. That's how good they were doing in 1929. That is how, right? You know, he meets his third and final wife. Okay. Just in case anybody's worried that this man is the angel of death. Like he's all right. Like he meets his third and final wife, Caroline Penney. There's not much known about her, but we do know more about her children. That'll be the last slide. So he remarries. You know, the business is doing insane. You know, he's got the memorial home community. But when the Great Depression hits, you know, we'll get into a little bit more of this, but he has invested a lot of money and he doesn't have a salary. And Penney Farms starts to degrow. People start leaving because there's, you know, he's breaking promises to a certain extent. Because, you know, nobody saw the Great Depression coming.
Right.
And the reason it hits so hard is because JCPenney went public on October 23rd, 1929, 6 days before the stock market crash.
Yeah, talk about all-time worst timing. That's brutal.
That is when JCPenney decided that they were going to go open on the stock market, took in a bunch of funds to invest because they were growing their business because they were projected to open 400 stores that year, right? Like we're looking at like 1,300 stores. We're about to go to 1,700 stores. And then boom, 6 days after going public, the stock market crashes and the value of everything goes dramatically down. And that's important for a big reason, which is the banking blunder. So JCPenney had borrowed millions to establish and maintain Penney Homes and Memorial Homes community, and he borrowed most of this on JCPenney stock. Valuation of his company, and then when it goes public and the stock market crashes, well, all of a sudden he owes way, way, way more money than the valuation of that. He was so invested in this that he had actually acquired his own bank, the City National Bank of Miami, so that he could fund more of these people's loans and projects in Penney Farms. Like he was dumping, I mean, like I said, over $12 million in pre-Great Depression money
right
into this project. And he before FDIC, he personally guaranteed all of the funds at the City National Bank in Miami, and he eschewed any form of usury. This was like, it was a non-profit bank. There was like it was meant to break zero even with the evaluation of stock that he had, because the entire point was to uplift poor people out of poverty and create hardworking people that would revolutionize kind of like a modern dairy and Angus and seed stock and move agriculture in America into the future, and do so with, you know, hundreds of square miles of acreage. Sorry, hundreds of square miles of acreage of farmland and things of that nature. Well, what's even crazier, so here's the final count. He lost all of his money, all of it. He went from being one of the top 10 richest men in America to losing over $40 million, which is $730 million in wealth today. He also lost $3.5 million in a bank lawsuit, which is $65 million, because when the runs on the bank happened, he had guaranteed all of them via contract, and there was no FDIC insurance at the time, right? He lost $7 million, or about $130 million that he invested in memorial homes. He lost $3 million in personal, and another $3 million in personal loans that he had to pay back. So this man went millions of dollars into debt. Roughly $53 million, which is about $1 billion in today's
Holy shit. That's surreal.
Penney is such a good businessman, such a good Christian, that he never filed bankruptcy. Penney paid back every single dollar that he owed because he believed bankruptcy was morally evil, and that when a man says he's going to pay you, he pays you. And he did.
That's crazy.
He eventually rose to be one of the most wealthy people in America again.
That's surreal. Like when you have that out where you can just be like, well, there's nothing I could do. And it seems like from this account, it's not like he did anything unethical to land him in this position. It's just, it was the worst timing ever.
Yeah, he overextended, and his company went public 6 days before the Great Depression.
That's crazy.
Sorry for
It's
the stock market crash, not necessarily the depression comes later, but you get it.
Right.
So he sold off his Whitehaven estate. He sold off big chunks of Penney Farms, basically all of Penney Farms except for a co-op that was Foremost Dairy, and the portions that were tied to the University of Florida. He sold off as many assets as he had to pay back. He took out loans on his own life insurance to keep payroll at JCPenney.
Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah. And of course, he never took an income. He never took a salary. Everything that he had was based in stocks. So obviously, he's depressed. Okay, he's super depressed. All of his philanthropy work is gone. That was inspired by his second wife's passing, his passion, whatever. So what does JCPenney do now that he's depressed and he's lost everything? JCPenney does what JCPenney does, okay? And what JCPenney does is he personally travels to every single JCPenney store in America. And with no money, with the shirt on his back, he stays in department managers' homes and goes in and uses his expertise and his knowledge to make sure that every store is satisfying and that every problem is fixed, that every store is out-competing others, and uses all of his experience to go from store to store. From 1929 to 1931, he is just fucking taking random tickets and scrounging pennies together to go to every JCPenney and make it profitable again. He does so to such a degree that he almost dies. He works himself to death doing this and checks into Kellogg Sanatorium in Missouri. He is gaunt. His cheeks are hollow. He has a severe case of shingles, and he's on his deathbed, essentially. The doctors tell him, you're going to die. There's nothing we can really do for you. And there was a church choir down the hallway, and he prays to God and finds himself in this church choir and asks for God's forgiveness for, his irresponsibility and things of this nature, and redevotes, like has a second awakening of his faith, right? Because he had gotten depressed and worked himself, and makes a full and complete recovery in 6 days.
Wow.
The doctors are like, you're supposed to be dead. We don't understand what happened. And he was like, Jesus Christ saved me. I've got more work to do. Well, he didn't have the money for the medical bills in the hospital. And then his good friend, Sam, and the board find out. And they're like, what the fuck are you doing? We had no idea for 2 years that you were penniless and destitute going, because he didn't let anybody know that he was broke. And they were like, so they loved him so much that all of the chairman, all of the board directors found ways to purchase stock cheaply and return a section of his, at least a portion of his stock. And then they demanded that he take a salary and they outvoted him on the board. They had a unanimous vote to force him to take a salary.
Damn.
And he gave Memorial Homes over to a Christian magazine that was doing financially well to ensure protection, but he went and visited again, after his come to Jesus moment, and he just redevoted his life towards philanthropy and paid off all of his debts. He, got rid of all of his assets. He found ways to make different business deals and use his stock and improve the company to such a degree that he was wealthy again.
That's he ended up not losing the Memorial Homes during the Great Depression. He somehow managed to keep it.
He deeded it essentially to, in order to not be forced to sell it, he quickly gave it as a tax write-off to a Christian magazine that he knew had the funds to continue maintaining it. So he basically gave it to a charity so that debtors and things like that wouldn't come for him, or the government wouldn't come for him on that.
Right.
But he did lose it.
I think that this also speaks to, and I'm sure you'll agree with this, right? Older generation, it's like today, victimhood's one of the highest virtues you could have. Older generations, to a fault, would not let you know if there were serious problems with them. Like particular men, it was, you put your nose to the grindstone and you just work harder. So it's surreal to us today to be like, so I mean, this dude was destitute for 2 years and is literally working literally to death, where he's gaunt and working himself to death, and all of these people in his life that he did business with for years are like, we had no fucking clue. We just didn't know. You didn't bring it up. That's how a lot of people were back in the day. You just said,
I mean, he was just that much of a worker. I noticed people were asking for a citation. Can I post links in your chat?
I think it's set up you could set it in the private chat and then I could post it. Do you see the private chat in Discord?
Well, it worked.
Oh, there. Oh, I don't know why people tell me it can't work.
You probably have your chat bot might be turned off or something from an update.
Well, good.
Well, regardless, most of the information is going to come from David Kruger's biography, but I have other sources for little pieces. Like I said, the story of Rob, that's a story that is predominantly in Basic Economics by Thomas Sowell. I have other small things, but a majority of this information is coming from David Kruger. Who's
I think he's asking as well as well, where would someone like Kruger get the information? I'm sure I'm intuiting here.
Did extensive research on interviewing his children, on looking through business records, on going through his brother had written diaries about certain situations. Kruger did extensive research that I did not do. Right? I did not dig that deep into. But again, I'm sure some of the details, some of the things may be hearsay. I've said before earlier in the stream, maybe you weren't here when he was talking about, how he memorized everybody's hat and shoe size. I was like, look, we know how much money he made. That sounds like some made up shit, right? So, I mean, I'm not 100% confident on all the information, but most of it came from David Kruger. And I think he did a really great job with that book, as well as a few other sources.
All right.
But obviously, it's told from an ANCAP perspective here, as opposed, the story I choose to tell is going to be colored by my desire to put forward a hero of capitalism. So moving on. We're almost done. So Foremost Dairy, a little bit of a side thing. Foremost Dairy was a dairy co-op that was a part of Penney Farms. He maintains that. He puts Roswell Penney, which is his son, in charge of Foremost Dairy. His son had been groomed, I guess, inherited money kind of thing, right? But his son does a good job with Foremost Dairy, right? He didn't muck it up. It's still a co-op that existed, right? He revives it in 1934, kind of puts that together. It, expanded to 22 states, $160 million or in 1953 in sales, which is $1.9 billion in sales today. Now, in 1985, it was sold off to another company, stopped being a co-op, and then the Department of Justice got involved in a case against Dean Foods when they were trying to do a merger with Foremost Dairy. Basically, it was over. It's a long story, but basically, the government believed that it was wrong that they had merged because it created a monopoly on milk sold to public schools. And that in 3 states, there were these public schools and they were all going to get dairy from the same source, which is fucking hilarious because there's 4 big companies that run all the school lunches now. And they're a bunch of shiesty pieces of shit that, steal your taxes anyways. So it didn't do a goddamn thing. People remarked about it. They call it like it turned a monopoly into a duopoly because it created 2 companies. Eventually they ended up, the American portion of Foremost Dairy kind of split off, and it was like Pacific Islands, Japan, things like that is where that company went, and it still exists today. It's just, it's changed hands, etc. But it's important to note that this was part of the revival of James Cash Penney, was consolidating Foremost Dairy and working with his son to make it an incredibly profitable business, right? So that is also part of James Cash Penney.
That's incredible. So Foremost, I don't know if it's still around today. Dean certainly is.
It's around. It's just in like Hawaii, and like it's in islands and it's in Japan still. But it's not something that's sold in America in any real degree. But it was sold off out of that family in 1985.
Gotcha.
Right? So like it stops being about JCPenney or his sons or family or anything. It's like it was sold off to like a Colonel or Kurdzitz, or it starts with a K-E. I can't remember.
It's amazing.
It wasn't. Go ahead.
It's amazing though to think that that's like, seemingly, if you didn't know this story, you'd be like, what the hell would the connection between some department store and some like dairy group have? Well, what's the connection there? So to see someone who's involved like in 2 industries that became sort of ubiquitous with the United States and sort of, important things to our society.
Everybody knows JCPenney as the department store guy. They don't know what he's done for agriculture, which is huge. And we're about to get into that.
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah.
So moving forward. That's just the smell of money. I told you that bit earlier, right?
Yeah.
This is his third and final wife she was a city girl, right? And so like she did, like, she loved him, obviously. He's one of the richest men in the world. But also, he was a good man, and a good father, etc. So he took what he learned in with the failure of Penney Farms, and he took those lessons and kind of restarted this project. And one of the things that he did is he went to farmsteads in Missouri, predominantly. 10 of them were in Missouri, and these are much, much larger farmsteads. We are talking about thousands of square miles of farmland in Missouri and in a few other states. And what he did is, we'll get into that, but he focused on that in much the same way that he did Penney Farms. He also started working with universities and experts and big agriculture people in his own homestead. He set up his father's homestead in Missouri, and turned it into a Angus seed stock breeding with modern technology and things of that nature. His seed stock for Angus cows was in the top 5 in America at all times. He started selling draft horses, Gurney Dairy. He Foremost Dairy and his dairy operations and his farmsteads, were able to produce cows that produced more milk. A lot of the A1 protein milk push is from him. So you ever go to the grocery store and you'll see A2 milk and it tastes more like milk, right?
Yeah.
That's like that A2 milk is that more yellowy milk is like that Guernsey dairy, right? But he also had seed stocks that had cows that produce more milk, and that's where and he was a big push for the development of better cows that produce more milk and are more profitable. And without him, we probably would have taken us years and years to get to that, because he put so much money and research and worked with a lot of universities to develop better cows that produced more milk. He won a ton of competitions with his own dairy stock and things of that nature. Did breeding operations with he had a partner, Jimmy Dodge. Then the two of them did a lot of breeding research and things like that. So he I don't want to say he revolutionized dairy industry, because that would be giving him too much credit. But he is a big reason for the push behind that and the money and the investment behind that, right? Without him, the capital, because it was mostly public funds that were going towards research in the cattle and dairy. It was not a lot of private funds going towards it, because we don't have these huge, big farming companies like it wasn't. Most farms were homesteads, right? At this time, they're not. The majority of these farms are not Monsanto or something,
right?
So he was one of the big players in funding research and in getting into I'm not a big agriculture person. I don't have a fucking technical degree from a farming college.
Sure.
Right? But he was a big part of the push towards what made the dairy industry in America some of the best, made the cattle industry. We have some of the best meat and some of the best dairy in the world. We fell off on that, we a lot of other countries won't buy our shit now because
I wonder why. You're right.
Because of subcutaneous injections to get their bodies to change the way they produce grain, and a lot of fucked up shit now. But at the time, we were kicking ass, and JCPenney is the money man behind a lot of that.
Let me, 2 questions real quick. Someone asked, this is sort of overarching, I think, the whole thing. How much did you know about him before you decided that you wanted to do this presentation on him? So was it how did you pick him, I guess, basically is what they're asking.
I mean, I went into the dark, right? I was looking for, I went and was how do I find, what are these, who are the robber barons? Who are these people? And then I found a couple articles about James, I found a couple articles about James. I was this guy's story is interesting. Then I found David Kruger's book. I read that book. And then I just tried to gobble up what other information was available on the web and things like that. And just the more I read about him, the more I learned about him, the more I was holy shit, this guy is just so underappreciated.
The question I had then was, now I know it's not as it seems, but in my head, even though I know it's not the case, I can't help but conflate this dude with all these farms, an average farm guy going around. Now I know when it comes to competitive livestock, it actually is a lot of very wealthy people, and I'm assuming it was the same back then. Mm-hmm. But my question is, how famous was he? If you were some dude and JCPenney rolled in to your farm show, was it oh shit, everyone knew him, or was it?
I mean, Eisenhower had bought seed cattle from him. A lot of big farmers had bought him. Multiple presidents had bought seed cattle from him, seed stock from him, because he was an award-winning, on his own homestead, was an award-winning person. To what degree he was famous in that world, I don't know enough about that world to know what degree of shock or excitement.
I guess, put it this way, would he be would he be akin to someone like a Warren Buffett today, where it's a household name that people, I mean, sure, they know the company, but they would have known the man back in the day? Or would it be more
if you were in agriculture, you would almost certainly know that James Cash Penney is a person heavily involved in agriculture and that had a lot of awards and stuff. But if you weren't in agriculture, you probably wouldn't know James Cash Penney as anything other than the guy store behind JCPenney.
Okay. Yeah, that was the question I had, because it's weird when we look at this in retrospect. What was their effect at the time? What were the thoughts about him at the time? So yeah, that's.
So one of the things that he did is, it's so crazy how much of a philanthropist this man was. With most of the 15 large farmsteads, what he did is he bought out farms, okay, from wealthy people that own these big farms. And most of these big farms had tenant farmers on them. Like, I mean, and this is a practice that goes back to the fucking colonization of America, right? You have poor tenant farmers. What J.C. Penney did is he would hire investigators to discover these people without their knowledge who they were. And he would go and he would find tenant farmers that were hard workers and were good Christians and were well respected in the community. And he would personally show up at their door and he would say, I've bought your farm. Here's the deal. We're going 50-50 on this farm. You get to keep half the profits. I get to have half the profits. I'm going to put in all of the capital investment to modernize your farm. I'm going to put in the irrigation system, the dairy, most of it was dairy, right? And Angus stock, but also a lot of it was just farmland. I'm going to put in everything it is to bring your farm up to the level of like the wealthy farmers that have the best tech right now, right? I'm going to give you the money you need to have better plows. And because at the time tractors are still not they're used in some things and not in other things, right? They're not that common until you get into the 50s. And so, I mean, obviously they're Lamborghini made fucking tractors in the 1940s, but setting that aside, right? He would modernize people's farms. And then they had to follow his strict moral code, and they had to follow his strict code on how the business was run. So he demanded that the wife keep meticulous records for him. Most of these contracts were not done on paper. Most of these contracts were done with the shake of a hand on tenant farmers on his land. That's just the reputation this man had. And he said, we'll do 50-50 on this farm. I already own the farm. You're just a person living on it. You supply all the labor and you keep records and you keep this Christian lifestyle. I don't want any drinking. I want regular church attendance, things like that. Then we're good. I'll modernize your farm and you get to keep half of the money. And then you can buy me out at cost.
That's unreal, especially that last part. Right, being able to buy it out at cost, because most businessmen, right, their approach would be, "Oh, great, we're on to something. I invested early for the chance of a big payout later." But he's basically admitting, all I want to do is be made whole again, right? That's it, and then good to go from there.
Not only that, he had I want to say, I don't know, we don't know exactly how many he had because he didn't even do paper contracts with a lot of these people. Nevertheless, there was one family that named their son after him. He was beloved. There's a fun little quote, from one of the daughter of a family from the Meservey family, Marshall Meservey. Quote, "It wasn't really until Mr. Penney died that we finally began to grasp how the rest of the world saw him. I guess my brothers and I had never had to stop and consider that the humble man we had all known on our farm was actually quite famous outside of it. He made sure that he made 2 visits per year to every single one of these people so long as they were still partners. And he would go there, he would work in their fields, he would see how they're doing, he would see what needs they needed. If things had broken and they didn't have the money, he would work out deals with them, and he would stay in their house and have family dinners. You have one of the richest men in the world shows up at your door, gives you the opportunity to go from a tenant farmer into an owner operator of your land in the modern farming sense. And he's showing up do we got, pot roast tonight? Okay. I'm going to wake up in the morning and help out with
grabbing a pitchfork or
yeah. And here he is, a multimillionaire. One of the craziest things about him is he lived in New York City, and he had I think it was at 72, 73 years old. He fell down some stairs and twisted his ankle and fractured something in his ankle. And that was when the CEO, the current CEO, was a different CEO than Sam. The CEO discovered that the man had been riding the subway his entire life in New York City and never had a driver. And they were like, dude, you're too old to be riding the subway. Like,
It's crazy. Yeah.
This is in like the 1960s. And he was this old dude hopping along, and they forced him to get a driver, and he was like, all right, I guess I'll take a driver. Like, he was one of
That's
the richest
amazing.
men in the world, and he's just riding the subway with everybody else because he liked to breathe in and feel the city.
That's amazing. Yeah.
So, we come to the end. What is the legacy of America? This is about to get sad, boys. I'm sorry, but this is Heroes of Capitalism, and the story is not good because that is just how life is. So, one last inspirational thing. According to someone else's biography, James Cash Penney inspired and met a young man who was a trainee in Des Moines, Iowa, and taught him how to tie ribbons, and explained the success of retail is about being where people are early. He explained to this young man that the success of JCPenney was because they knew that people were moving into the cities, and that's where people are, and then you have to meet your customer where they are. This young man, who was inspired by him and was an employee of James Cash Penney, and was taught how to tie ribbons as a young boy, and was given this sage advice, was Sam Walton.
Yeah, that's
awesome. It
awesome.
seems like Sam Walton took to heart exactly what he did, because Sam Walton moved into the suburbs as the suburbs were starting to grow, and basically did exactly what was the success of JCPenney is what he did with Walmart. It's a fun little anecdote about
that's very interesting.
The legacy of him is that Sam Walton was an employee of his, and he just a chance encounter, and gave him a piece of advice, and that advice he took to heart, apparently. The legacy of, he dies in 1971. And what is JCPenney? I have a list here of CEOs of JCPenney, and I think it tells a story all in of itself. JCPenney, was the CEO and from 1913 to 1917, obviously starting in the Kimmer store in 1902. Then we have Earl Quarter Sam's from 1917 to 1946. Then Albert Hughes, 1946 to 64. And then William M. Batten from 64 to 74. So in his life, we have 4 CEOs, including himself, as he's the chairman of the board. And
that's
they're all
over
lasting a decade.
60 something years, 4 CEOs. Like, that's very good. A lot of stability.
Right. Then once he's dead, we have 9 years with Siebert. Then we have 8 years with Howell. Then we have 5 years with one CEO. Then we have 4 years with another CEO. Then we have 7 years with one CEO. Then we have 2 years with one CEO, 2 years with one CEO, 3 years with one CEO, 3 years with one CEO, 3 years with one CEO, and 4 years with one CEO.
Mm-hmm.
JCPenney is bankrupt more than once. They're closing down. The department store is dead. They failed to modernize. The CEO I believe it was several CEOs thought it was stupid to try and move into the online business. And they obviously didn't pay attention to the advice that Sam Walton got, which is the success of retail is meeting people where they are. The James C. Penney Foundation of 1954 which is managed now by his third wife's children, split in 1999. Carol Penney Geyer's children now run the Penney Fund, and it is focused on racial, environmental, and economic justice. All of his money and all that he left for his family has been funneled into elections in Georgia and in the South, predominantly in Georgia, trying to flip states blue. They got a bunch of money in COVID grants so that they could fund their philanthropic work in racial and environmental justice, and gave a lot of money to Black Lives Matter and resistance movements. That is the sad tale of one of the greatest Christians, one of the greatest capitalists in American history. His grandchildren have squandered all of his wealth. Foremost Dairy's gone. JCPenney is basically gone. And whatever money they had left to manage things has been moved into leftist Marxist causes.
That's so fucking sad to see a guy that stayed out of politics, and it's like now the legacy is of what's left. DEI overload. You want to know?
That's it. There you go.
That's sad.
Stop
I'll
the
say
presentation.
that I have one JCPenney story.
I don't know how to get rid of this because it did the fucking.
Oh, I could.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. The town that's closest to me, where I went to university, Clarion University, they have what I always called a mall, but anyone who's lived anywhere with people ever would say, you call this a fucking mall. It had Kmart in one end and JCPenney on the other. Then the DMV and a bunch of other stores in it, right?
The cheap mall. That's one of the cheap malls.
Yes.
You got cheap mall when it's got a Kmart by it.
Yes. So
back in the day, it was like, you got a Kmart? You got that shit at Kmart? Oh,
Kmart? Yeah. That was So I used to, when I did healthcare with people with autism and stuff, I would walk that mall every day that I worked, 5 laps around the mall with the one dude I worked with autism. And he really was into watches, like really. So he'd stop into Kmart and look, and they just had like bullshit Casio watches. But in a JCPenney, they still had the glass counter with like the sort of, $90, $120 watch, right? Like a little fancier, And so we'd stop in there, and he would like this one watch. It was $120, big blue face, but it was an analog watch. Those people at JCPenney that we would talk to every day, elderly women and one elderly guy that worked in there. 5 days before Christmas, we're walking the mall, and one guy, they would always talk to my dude, and then the guy pulls me aside and it's like, is it okay if we give him a gift? And I was like, yeah, sure, no problem,
Yeah, whatever.
And they got him that $120 watch. They did. And I wrote to the company and was like, I just want to let you know that sort of, and within 3 years, that fucking place is gone. It's gone. The people that worked in there were like elderly people working retail.
I noticed, I noticed a lot of people are like, Jesus Christ, way to end on a low note. I don't know if you paid attention to the very beginning speech that I gave, if you were there for that.
Yep.
But this series isn't a happy story. We don't have magnanimous philanthropic capitalists anymore because we've lost so much of capitalism. We have a low trust society. We have a far more socialist economy. And the way to succeed in business in America today is buying off politicians. That's the only way you make it as a large corporation. And I want to tell these stories because I think it's important to know where we came from, to know just how fucking sad where we are today is. Because there's this lie, this deep, deep lie that we have all been shoved down our throats, and most Republicans believe, and all of the left believes, that capitalism was this dangerous, unhinged mess of needing to be regulated and controlled by the state for the betterment of the people. When in reality, yeah, there were robber barons, sure, some of them. Most of them weren't. Most of them were deep philanthropists that had that most of them were hardcore Christians. Yeah, sure. Rockefeller did some shady shit. But you know what else Rockefeller also did? He brought the price of kerosene down from $25 a barrel down to less than $4 a barrel. You know what else he did? He made it to where the wealthy were not the only people that could read at night and could work at night, because kerosene lamps were now vastly more affordable than whale oil. When the government busted up, went and filed suit to bust up Standard Oil, they had like 84% of the market share. By the time the government actually went into place, they had less than 60% of market share, and they were probably going to be busted up themselves. The progressive era and from on, we have adopted more and more socialism, and with that, especially with the indoctrination of pedagogy in the American universities, which means teaching the teachers that taught all of you, we have been force-fed one side of history that is completely biased and bullshit about what what the Gilded Age and what capitalism was in America. Like we were a fucking country of hillbilly fucking retards that couldn't make it in Europe and came over here. Like, I mean, George Washington was a 6-foot redhead with lead teeth, and he was like our fucking hero. We were complete fucking idiots. And it was the spirit of freedom that moved us into preparation to being a superpower. That's what it was, the spirit of capitalism and free market trade and liberty that allowed us to outcompete the rest of the fucking world. And now the American empire is dying. And the reason the American empire is dying is because empires don't die in a day. They whimper out over generations. And what made us great is gone. And I want to remind people that what made us great were the very people that most of us have been taught to hate.
It's very, like, there's a couple things that are striking. Like, it's amazing to me. There's a lot of like stories of businessmen that busted their ass, rags to riches, and then lost it all, and then end up reasonably successful. And it brings two things to mind. One that's sort of non-connected to sort of any political or economic system ramifications, but it's the thought that, you know, I've heard this thought experiment. If you equalized all money right now, right, all of it, pretty much you'd have the same people after 5 years that would be rich and the same people that would be poor.
We
right?
could do reparations. We could do reparations for all black people tomorrow, and let's say it's $100,000. In 5 years, the same people would be in the same fucking place.
There might be a few outliers.
There'd be a couple outliers, right?
Right.
That were just hungry for an opportunity, and then they were given that opportunity, and they made something of it. But overwhelmingly, the streets that are the poor streets, the neighborhoods that are the poor neighborhoods, will be the exact same fucking lines they were before.
So there's that, and then there's this other thing. I think that there's this misnomer that everyone that's really rich is just sitting on their ass, right? And it's just like, oh, that's it. I just fucking am going out to yacht parties every day, and I'm this unethical piece of shit. And they're just letting their money in a bank. But the reality is, even today, which I think we're bereft of ethical businessmen, most businessmen are putting their money places. They're taking chances. Right. And it's not, most of them have some sort of work ethic. It might not be out working on the farm. Right. But they're doing something. And I think that, like, you know, I remember Jordan Peterson.
You'd be fucking insane to want to be a CEO.
Yes.
Of a major Fortune 500 company. That is 80-hour-a-week minimum job.
It's
like super stressful.
Listen, even in the little world that I'm in this little streaming world, I've been a dude that I finally, after being a wagey my entire life, was making just over $20 an hour before I left my job, working 80, 90 hours a week, right? I'm doing better streaming, right? I'm doing okay. But the idea, right? The idea that, do I want to do what it takes on this platform to be like some multimillionaire? I don't think I do. I think that I am happy in my life saying that I have enough going for me with my family and stuff, where I don't know that I want to be the dude working 90 hours a week.
I want to
fucking with huge investments. Yeah, I see it there.
So this is from 2020, right? Obviously, this has moved around a little bit. So this is the self-made score on the Forbes 400. So these are the 400 most wealthy people in America. Now, a score of 1 is a score of you were given all of your wealth from your parents. A score of 10 is absolute destitution. Now, the overwhelming majority of people on the Forbes 400 are a score of 8, 9, and then 7 and 10 are more common than 1 through 5. Okay?
I'm guessing 8 and 9. If I could guess, that's probably like lower middle class to middle class. That's probably what that means.
So 8, which is the most common, is self-made who came from a middle class or upper middle class. 9, which is the second most common, is self-made who came from a largely working class background, rose from little to nothing. And then 10, which is still more popular than the 1 through 5 section, is grew up poor and also overcame significant obstacles. So this is, George Soros is one of those, and so is Oprah Winfrey.
Who do they have as the example for number 1? Is it Trump's 4 or 3 or there? I saw Dolby and Pritzker.
Yeah,
Really?
Donald Trump is 4, inherited fortune and increasing it in a meaningful way.
Yeah.
Right. So 4 is still a score of like, again, none of these are self-made, right? That's what that would be. And then they consider 6 through 10 to be self-made. 6, there's only 10 of them, but 6 would be hired hand or hands-off investor who didn't create the business. But I mean, 7 through 10 is where most people are ending up, and that's
There's Bill Ackman,
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. It's such a
lie. There's this crazy lie that like the wealth is this thing that is inherited. Like overwhelmingly, what we find, and you see it with JCPenney's story, right? That by the second or third generation, all of the money is gone.
Yep.
His grandchildren are rich, but they're not businessmen. They don't create anything. All they do is work with corrupt governments and Democrats and NGOs to fund their lifestyle and pat themselves on the back for pushing environmental racism is why we need to change Georgia blue. Just leftist bullshit organizations is where all that is. And and their kids, it'll be squandered.
They'll be worse. Yeah, they'll be worse off still. Until maybe you hear the story that a great-great-grandchild's inspired by the spirit, of the first successful entrepreneur in the family and pulls themselves up and does something great. But again, it's back to that mantra of
there's
hard times create strong men, right?
Hard times create strong men is one. There's a Iraqi version of that same thing, and it's I ride a camel so that my son may drive a car, so that his son may ride in an airplane, so that his son may ride a camel.
Yeah, that's it too. That really, dude. And
I like that one better than the strong men create good. But what I mean? But it's kind of. I think that one more accurately depicts like generational wealth and how it just kind of works and how the world falls apart after a while.
It's weird. It's like if you ever thought of like say that you broke big today, right? You have kids, correct? I'm correct about that.
Yeah, I have 2 children. Yeah.
Okay, so like if you
I don't talk about them a whole bunch because I don't want the fucking internet.
Of course, these fucking. But like, let's say you become a billionaire.
Son, yeah.
You start some startup or whatever through your hard work, you become a billionaire. It is a serious question as a parent. I think like how much do you endow upon your children? Because on one hand, I'm working primarily for my wife and my son, right? When I go, it's one of the things, I talked about this the other day. Who the fuck was it? Someone in the UK, some shitbad politician on that one political talk show that was like, 100% inheritance tax.
I saw the same clip. Yeah.
What a fucking, like one of the most grotesque things you can imagine. If anything, if you want to disincentivize work from productive people, the worst thing you could do is to take all of their inheritance.
Yeah, because there's somebody from the left. I think I think this stems from feminism, genuinely. And the reason I think this stems from feminism is that I think that the concept of masculinity has been so watered down, washed down, and demonized. And I would say that there are 3 types of masculinity. There is a lack of masculinity, there is toxic masculinity, and there's integrated masculinity.
Right.
And so a lack of masculinity is, your soy boys, your neats, your people that do nothing, your very feminist people, right? Toxic masculinity, right? Or just like I would rename it unintegrated. Is somebody like Andrew Tate.
Right.
He's hyper masculine, right? But none of it is integrated. It's not integrated into a meaningful philosophy. There's no purpose behind it. It's masculinity.
Get money, get laid. Yeah.
Right. It's masculinity for masculinity's sake, right? And of course, Andrew Tate is better than a neat. That's what a lot of people don't understand. Yep. It's like, of course, a wealthy man who, abuses women and children, and because and things of that nature, and is very fit and is very violent. Of course, all of that is more attractive than like a feminist soy boy that goes to the pro-choice protests with you and is like, those other guys don't understand the importance of, what I mean? Like, of course, he's better than that, right? But what I think has happened is the left is so turned off by masculinity that they're incapable of understanding integrated masculinity, right? That kind of that old Japanese phrase of like, it's better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war.
Right.
Right. It's like they don't recognize that men fight and they seek something to fight for. They fight for their daimyo, they fight for their nation, they fight for their family and things like that. And that because all of that has been demonized as a category, there's this lack of understanding of men go out there and kill themselves to provide for their family, to provide for their wife, to provide for their children. And self-sacrifice is evil as far as I'm concerned. This is where we're going to divulge from the Christians. I think it should be a give or take. I think it should be transactional. But I still view all of that as not a sacrifice, because I view that as a means to which of securing your legacy, of securing not happiness in the hedonistic sense, but in the Nicomachean ethics sense from Aristotle, right? Eudaimonia, right? Like this idea of like, I don't know what happiness is until the day I die and I look back on my life and I see a life well lived that created great things for me and my family and my legacy. And so with all of that clouded, they can't understand the man that fights and produces so that his family can have that wealth, so that his family can have that, so that he can make a mark on the world that is, so that he can pass a torch on to his children and they can continue to carry that torch into making the world and their life and their family a better place. They have no concept of that, because the moment they butt up against the masculinity at all, it's an evil force.
Imagine a Bernie Sanders back in the day looking at him. If we adjust for inflation, all of these Bernie bros and shit, there shouldn't be allowed to be billionaires. Imagine saying that in all the great philanthropic works that Penney did there. They'd be saying, why are you working more? What do you need more money for? Just stop. Stop working hard. Stop
How much do you need, you greedy bastard?
Yep. Despite the fact that
why are you going out and starting these farms where you can profit? You're exploiting the tenant farmer by buying up the means of production and, which is their farm, and then forcing them into this coercive relationship. How dare you?
Meanwhile, Bernie's got a sports car and's flying first class, and Penny's riding a subway until he's 70.
Right.
And
that's why I want to tell these stories, because they're great men of the past that I think we need to tell these stories, because I think we need to understand what we were. And I think there's so many Americans have been beaten down, especially white men have been beaten down by a narrativization of America, that they're just disillusioned with the very concept of it. Instead of recognizing we used to be great. And it's the genius of MAGA, right? Is make America great again. Is that we used to be great, and we've lost that. And there's so much demoralization and so much propaganda and so much bullshit about our past that we're supposed to be constantly shamed by our past. And it's like, no, fuck you. We have done insane, amazing things in our past. And the reason we don't anymore, and this is the libertarian in me, right, is socialism. It really, like, I all roads lead to Rome. Fucking, well, when you're talking to an ANCAP, all roads lead to socialism. Maybe a univariate analysis isn't the best thing to do, but I don't give a fuck. All right, I'm gonna 7 degrees of Kevin Bacon this shit if I have to, because it is a major part of the problem, and that's why I want to tell the stories of what capitalism used to be in our history.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea, and I think the last thing I'll say on this is, there's a lot of what you're describing, Penny, there, of people I know in my real life that maybe aren't wealthy, but this, like, I hope everyone, maybe not, I'm subjective, right? I had the grandpa that drove the piece of shit car his whole life, even though he had more money, right? That fucking never wanted to retire. He wanted to keep working.
Most wealthy people are like that today, by the way.
Yeah,
like,
it's certainly...
Like, that's another thing, too, about wealth is, like, you're bombarded by the media with consumerism. That is designed to sell a veneer of unattainable wealth. Like, wealthy people don't drive BMWs.
They're not flashing bling.
If they have an old one. You know what wealthy people drive? They drive fucking Volvos.
Yeah.
You want to see a rich person? See a person in a 2022 Volvo SUV. Most of you people probably don't even realize that's a luxury car. It's just not an ostentatious luxury car. They don't flaunt their fucking wealth.
Yep. That's what they always say. Like, you see new money or people that are just pseudo wealthy, they're flashing bling and stuff. You see a true wealthy person walking down the road and they're well dressed, but it ain't with, their entire outfit costs $200. It's like, it's not like gaudy or anything like that. But yeah, I mean,
I did
really
know some real wealthy people, and he put me on game to like some of the stores they shop at, and I was like, $100 for a pair of pants I've never heard of? That's ridiculous. He was like, just buy one, trust me. And then I bought one, and I still have them.
There you go.
Fucking comfortable. And I was like, oh, there's two types of really expensive clothing. There's expensive clothing that falls apart because it's fast fashion. And then there's clothing that is just designed to be comfortable and last and look decent. And nobody knows the fucking brand. And that's exactly how the rich people want it.
Well, let me tell you something real quick about my wealth situation. I'm making so much money now, I could actually afford to get a haircut once a month, which is a new thing for me. So $15, quick. I don't have much to work with here, but and then the other thing I said, I want to be so wealthy that I never have to wear the same pair of socks twice. It could be the Walmart cheapo brands.
Would that be great? You know what money I want? I want to go out to eat or drink and not worry about how much it costs. That's it. That's all I want.
Yep. And you're not intentionally going
and be like, how much is the steak?
Right.
Like, how much is the porterhouse? That's all I want to be able to go is like, I have go out money. You know what I mean? I'll worry about it when the bill comes. That's all the money I want. I don't need any more money than that. But I'm
the same way. That's what
you're asking. I want enough money. Barbershop.
Yeah. I want
I'm
enough
serious.
money. Yeah. I want enough money where it's like,
put your ear to the ground. You'll learn
Yeah,
some shit.
I want enough money, like you said, not that you're intentionally going out, like, oh, I'm looking for the wealthiest restaurants, but yeah, you could go anywhere.
But if you happen to go out, you're not like, fucking, how much is that drink?
You go out with your friends and you can pick up the tab. It's not a fucking big deal. Like, that's it. That's all I want. I don't want a fucking mansion. I want a house where the roof's not leaking. That's it, but
apparently someone knows wealthy people, and I'm super far off. Apparently all the wealthy people are
they're all the same.
Are wearing Louis Vuitton. All of them.
Of course. You're misleading. Well, just
I know
like
some wealthy people. I know the guy that invented this little tiny mechanism that he holds a patent for, and this little mechanism is necessary for every nuclear plant. And that dude is absurdly fucking wealthy.
There was this, like, back through the woods in between the little town I grew up in and then that town I was telling you, Clarion, that had the JCPenney and shit. You take this back road through the woods and there's this beautiful, like, I don't know how to explain it other than like almost a log. I don't want to say mansion, but it's probably 6-7 bedrooms, right? And I was always told that the gentleman that lived there was a ridiculous millionaire and he invented some sort of machine that helped pack coffee. That's it. Like, he invented some part or some machine that had to do with putting coffee, not like the air sealing, but like putting coffee in the can.
Oh man,
and
the
it's like, isn't it
in me is
amazing?
getting mad. I fucking hate IP so much right now.
Well,
all
that
the
guy loves
absurdly
it.
wealthy people we know just invented one little fucking
One little
doodad.
thing. Now
Fuck
they're
these
fucking
people.
smoking Cuban cigars like, fuck you, pores. How do you like that? Yeah.
Oh, wages.
Yeah. Well, hey, Fabian, I'll let you go. So as we're speaking, I'm
gotta go
debating
to bed.
Destiny. I'm debating Destiny tomorrow. And the prick, someone told me he's been up for like the past 3 hours researching for his debate with me. So
What's the
tomorrow I'm
debate
gonna. It's on Russiagate and whether or not. Here's the actual topic. They changed the wording. It is Obama guilty of lawfare and is Trump admitting lying, having to do with like sort of Russiagate. That second part's worded humorously, right? Like, is Trump admitting lying?
I'm so fucking happy you do this shit. Because, like, don't get me wrong, I like debating, but like this fucking here's the problem I have with debating the left. Okay? The main tactic of people like Destiny and the left in general, that I think a lot of them online have learned this tactic from Destiny. It's what I like to call weaponized stupidity.
Yeah.
And what they do is they pretend like whatever you're saying is crazy or whatever you're saying doesn't make sense. Then they get you to re-explain yourself 7 times and they poke jabs at you the entire time. And then you're the boring nerd. And then what ends up happening is you explain it 7 different ways. And then on the 7th time, you say something that's wrong. And the reason you said something wrong is because they pretended like what you were saying was crazy, so you had to try 7 different ways of saying it. And then they attack you on how you're wrong, and then they get a dub because you said the wrong thing. And then you get into this nitty-gritty shit. And I'm just sitting here like, they're all fucking corrupt, lying sacks of shit.
Yeah.
They're all fucking doing evil shit constantly. Half of them don't know what their own government is doing. Like Donald Trump fucking told them to pull out of Syria, and then it just didn't happen. And then they bragged about it. Like the idea that we get into the nitty gritty of like what is or isn't lawfare. Oh, well, that's your definition of law. Well, what's your definition? Well, I'm going to make you redefine lawfare 4 times, and then your definition's actually retarded, and I get this dub. And then they farm clips off of like getting you to say the wrong thing, but they did it because they acted like a fucking idiot the whole time. That shit drives me up a fucking wall. And that's why when someone's like, hey, do you want to debate someone on this specific on shit like that? I'm like, no, go fuck yourself. I'll do a panel. And on the panel, I'm just going to talk about the big issues. Cause like this nitty gritty shit gets so it's like what happened with you, right? Like where you debated Destiny for like 7 fucking hours. And then you showed a thing from AI. And then they were like, oh, I got the dub. And it's just like,
yeah.
And then now the whole fact that you were getting cooked the entire fucking debate doesn't matter because you were, well, you kind of fucked up on that one. Let's be honest. But
well, no. I will defend myself. So here's the whole story behind that in the 30.
I know the whole story. All right, but if other people need to hear it,
I was transparent with Destiny and everyone else. I literally was on vacation and worked 2 weeks straight, right? And so I told Destiny going to that debate, I've done zero research. Destiny and Pisco and all them have this niche definition of what insurrection is by these dudes, Bode and Paulson, right? And so they wrote this big paper explaining it. I didn't read the fucking paper. I told all of them that. I said it in the debate. But what these slimy fucks did, and Bode and Paulson, by the way, I fucked with that Bode guy on X, right? Over and over and over again, because his definition of insurrection, guess what, motherfucker? Right now in Portland tonight when they're attacking the ICE facility, that's an insurrection, motherfucker. Oh, where you at, William Bode? You're so serious about insurrections. Where you at tonight, motherfucker? But he's been
Saul Alinsky, right? Saul Alinsky, rule number 4, I believe. Like, force your opponent to adhere to their own set of principles.
Yep.
I'm paraphrasing, but it's rule number 4 from Saul Alinsky's Rules for Radicals, right? They don't give a fuck about any of these principles, but they know that you have principles, so they're going to hammer the fuck out of you on your principles, and then they're just going to conveniently not give a fuck when someone else does it. And that's exactly what's going to happen tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Is that all the shit that Trump does is evil, but all the shit that Obama did was actually fine and cool. Because Destiny doesn't have any fucking principles.
You're absolutely right.
Fuck that pedo hunter piece of shit. I hope he stubs his shit out of his... No, not allegedly. Motherfucker admitted that he has... Motherfucker admitted that he's, like, maintaining fucking CSAM on his computer.
Did he admit it? Wow. I knew that he...
And now he's trying to cope and say that he doesn't have it on his computer. Hey, motherfucker, it would have been really simple. You could have just been like, oh, yeah, it was sent to me. As soon as I learned, I put it on an external hard drive and gave it to my lawyer. No, he's fucking taking screenshots of it. But actually, see, the screenshot was from a previous... Shut the fuck up, you creepy, gross motherfucker. Even if you never fucked or had CP, you're still targeting fucking 18, 19-year-old girls at 36. You're a goddamn degenerate creep. I fucking... Ugh.
Yeah, but...
I'm not debating Destiny, for the record. Yeah. I had an opportunity. I was reached out. I agreed to one. I learned about this situation. I was like, hey, I can't do this. I'm not going to be on screen with the fucker. I don't care if it gets me more views. Like, fuck. And because if I'm on screen with the motherfucker, I'm not debating the topic. I'm talking about him being a creepy, gross degenerate. Every single motherfucking streamer in this space knows a girl that Destiny tried to fuck and was creepy and weird in her DMs. All of us do.
And I debated it. I debated in my head whether or not I should talk to him. I think for me, the big reason is because he moves the needle politically. And he's still going to be pushed by the Democrats, or at least by groups that are going to use him to push this shit. And the argument that'll be used. You
can make an edited video with a title of him being a creep and just shit on his ideas and then talk about how much of a creep he is as much as you won that video, and it works as well too. But I feel you. I understand why you're doing it. I'm not judging you for doing it.
Yeah, I know.
I'm talking about myself. I have a daughter, and my life changed when my son was born, but it's not the same as when my daughter was born afterwards. Okay. And when, and from that moment on, my life stopped being about what I am and about how can I create a world that doesn't hurt my little girl. That's that. And any man that has a daughter that loves his children, I have a son. It's cool. I love him to death. It's different. It just is. And that's the type of motherfucker that I'm going to have to worry about my daughter in fucking 12 years.
Mm-hmm.
When she's 16 or 17, that's the type of motherfucker is trying to use his clout and his fame to fucking get her to do shit that she shouldn't be doing, that she's half dumb because she's a teenager on the internet. Fuck that piece of shit.
Yeah. Well, hey, man, that aside, thank you so much for the presentation tonight. What are you working on soon? Like, what's your streaming schedule and, like, what do you got big coming up?
Oh, tomorrow I'm going to be on Wix panel about the chorus thing. Whatever. It'll be fun. Saturday,
for those that don't know, the chorus things, the sort of allegations that there was dark money going into left-wing streamers like David Pakman and other people.
Allegations is a funny way of putting what is just obviously true.
Well, yes, but I guess what it hinges on
allegations are whether or not they controlled their speech.
Correct.
Right,
that's
right.
what I mean. They
And
certainly
that's
were getting
probably
the money. They all agree with that, right?
Yeah, yeah. Saturday, I should be on a panel with a bunch of ANCAPs. That should be Liquid Zulu, Praxben, Monarcho Harpian. We're going to look at that Patrick
Bet David.
Yeah, whatever the fuck his name is. PBD on Jubilee and stuff.
With all the commies. It's a good one.
Yeah, just because we were like, dude, no, we need real capitalist arguments in here. Like, people don't understand. He doesn't understand communism at all. And it's
funny. But it was funny. I will say it was funny to watch him every single time they'd bitch. He'd be like, I'll give you a job. No. I'll pay. I'll send you to a fucking doctor. No.
Yeah,
I'll send you to a
that's
commie
true.
country.
Fuck you money, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, fuck you
It's
money
$500
is
million.
I'll pay to fucking send you to a communist country and revoke your citizenship just to prove a point.
And give them $20,000 cash on top of it, which would probably make you rich in fucking half these commie countries. But
Admiral Gibbs and I are working on something. I don't want to announce it yet, but it's probably almost certainly gonna be on Tuesdays. And then I'm working on trying to get somebody answered my fucking DMs and then ghosted me, but big people do that sometimes because their DMs get full of slop. So I'm not mad about it. And then hopefully next week I should be scheduling something to talk with Tranpaw again, who's Buck Angel. We DM from time to time, just to talk about trans issues and things of that nature. Updated for 2025, right? Because I had this panel with Buck Angel and Blair White and a bunch of other famous D-trans and trans people. And Blair White laughed at me, just absolutely laughed at me. Like, what was it, maybe about 3 years ago, when I said, hey, you got to be fucking careful aligning with the right, because we've got to push a proper philosophy on this. We've got to push proper ideas, because most right-wingers, I'm telling you, they're about to turn fascistic. They're about to start hating Jews. They're going to go in and they're going to fucking say, all of this degeneracy I'm getting rid of. I don't care what it is. I'll get rid of all your fucking rights. I don't care. And she was like, oh, the left are the ones that are crazy. And I'm like, well, it's 2025 now. Let's fucking, how's that looking now that you're moving back to California, bitch? You know what I mean? Like, fucking, so I'm about to talk with him. So I've got some stuff cooking, but I'm not a big guy like you. It's hard for me to get interviews sometimes and stuff like that.
Well, you let me know if you ever want. I certainly, look, people think because I work with Andrew, my philosophy, I don't know if you share this, is I started a job with the Crucible. I ain't asking them for shit. Right. So the idea that people ask me, can you reach out and have Andrew or someone at the Crucible get you in touch with? No, I can't. Right. Because I'm not doing that for myself. Because for me, that's like, no, maybe I bust my ass for 2 years working for the Crucible and I'm like, hey, look at the results I'm getting. By the way, I noticed you're on Piers Morgan's show. Can you throw in a word for me? I'd like to be on that show. That might happen way down the road. But I ain't doing that shit.
I didn't mean like because you're I meant like when you have the larger your audience is, the easier it is to get people. And it's just a thing. And it's not even like, oh, these people are all clout chasers or whatever. It's just you're more likely to get noticed. Like these people, like a lot of the interviews and stuff people want you to get, they have hundreds of fucking DMs to go through. And if they have no idea who you are, they're not going to spend 6 hours a day going through their DMs, reading all these paragraphs of people, hoping to fucking get them on their show. But I mean, it's happened. I'm working, I'm got my autoimmune disease under control recently, and so my health is a lot different. So I have a lot of energy to invest. So I appreciate you guys. I'd appreciate any subs or follows.
Yeah, we'll get your channels out there, and I hope that people go over. Look, even let me sell Fabian here for you a second. For those of you that are Christian nationalists, right? You should be listening to alternative points of views, even if you don't think it'll change your mind. You don't want to get into a bubble, particularly with people that aren't necessarily like out to fucking get you and are scumbags that are like, so you should be listening to other perspectives. So
yeah, right. Like if my political ideology wins, you know what we'll do? Not use the government against you. Oh no.
Yeah. Yep. So, all right, Fabian, I always appreciate it. Thank you so much. And hopefully we'll talk soon.
All right. Peace.
Take it easy. This is fun, man. It was a lot of fun. Now,
all right. All right. Well, I appreciate any new followers or whatever, but it's one. I do not normally stream this late. So I appreciate you, Nico, for being here, being a soldier the entire time. But it was fun. I will see you guys tomorrow. Probably around 4 p.m. Because I'm going to go a little early, because that panel is at 6 p.m. I believe. So I'll see you guys probably around 4, and we'll get into it. We'll have some fun. Like, share, subscribe. Always appreciate all the donations tonight. I appreciate you guys so much. The more donations I get, the more I can do. Past your bedtime, old man? It's not past my bedtime. I usually go to bed around 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Okay, but I do that on. Oh, appreciate. Thank you, Legends. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed. I'm glad you enjoyed the program. It's not past my bedtime, but it is past time. I'm energetic enough to be entertaining, right? Like after 1 o'clock, I start getting real tired. I start getting silly and wonky and weird, right? But I make sure I keep myself up for like another 2 or 3 hours. That way, like. That way I'm not exhausted, ready to pass out at midnight. But nevertheless, I'll see you guys around probably about 4 p.m. If you're in the Discord, join the Discord. That is where stream clips, where I need you guys to post stream clips so I can make YouTube shorts. But it's also where all the go lives go out and things like that. So seriously, I was in tears. It's a great story. It's a sad story, but it's an amazing story. James Cash Penney is a fucking hero. And it's really sad that more people don't know his story. And yeah, I think people really liked it. So I'll get to work on finishing up Howard Buffett and tell Howard Buffett's story, because I think that's another inspiring tale with a sad ending. All of these are going to be sad endings, boys. It's like George R.R. Martin. If you think if you think nobody's going to die here, you're not paying attention. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. Like, share, subscribe, join the Discord, follow me on Twitter, Zitter, X, whatever you want to call it, and things like that. Especially if I'm not streaming, you'll see me do a lot of like Twitter posts and stuff, because I'm like in between talking shit and like trying to DM people to get an interview. And it's a sad telling of culture that it's not mainstream media. True. It really is. It's an indictment on the culture, for sure. All right, guys. Peace.